A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace finally got somebody to say he might sign her loan company note. It's old Mr. Neff. Mr. Neff was glad to hear Jane needed money because he's trying to buy a piece of property from Mr. Ace, who keeps saying he has plenty of money and would just as soon not sell. Jane's request convinced the old man Mr. Ace is bluffing. This episode is in two scenes. Mr. Ace's real estate office, and then to the office of Mr. Neff. But first to Mr. Ace, who is just entering. Listen.
Well, Miss Wilson, did he call yet?
Who?
Who do you think I could be talking about?
Well, there have been several calls this morning.
There's only one call that's important, Miss Wilson. I'm talking about old man Neff. Did he call here yet?
Oh, Mr. Neff, you mean?
Yes, I mean Mr. Neff. Listen, Miss Wilson, didn't I tell you yesterday that this was the only important piece of business we had on hand? Didn't I explain to you that I've got to sell that Davis corner and sell it quickly?
Yes, sir, but...
Well, the customer is old man Neff. Did he call?
No, sir, he didn't.
He didn't. I can't understand that. Here he sat talking to me about the property. I had him pretty well bluffed. He was weakening. He had just come up another $500. Suddenly you had to come in with that phone call.
Well, what could I do, Mr. Ace? After all, it was a phone call from Mr. Neff.
Oh, I know. I'm not blaming you.
Well, I should hope you wouldn't, Mr. Ace. After all, it might have been an important call for him, and I thought I should have had to tell him.
I'm convinced that call had something to do with his sudden change, because the minute he hung up, he was a changed man. The way he suddenly barged out of here, I couldn't make heads or tails of what he was ranting about. It was that phone call that did it. If he hadn't got that, I'm sure I could have sold it.
But, Mr. Ace, I thought it was the only thing to do. After all, the party sounded as if it was very urgent.
The party? You mean the person who called him?
Yes, sir.
Was it a man or a woman?
Oh, a woman. I thought it might be somebody's secretary calling him.
You thought it might... Miss Wilson?
Yes, sir.
You didn't, did you sort of hang on to see that he got connected with
Oh, no, I hung up the minute he took the call in here.
Oh, you hung up. You didn't hear anything at all that he said or that the other party...
Why, Mr. Ace...
Oh, I just thought, well, you know, you might have wanted to make sure he got the party to talk to the party that was calling.
I hung up the minute he picked up this phone in here.
Yes, you said
I make it a point always to.
Oh, yes, always make it a point, Miss Wilson.
It's the proper way, Mr. Ace.
Oh, quite.
I hang up the minute the connection is made.
Yes, that's very clever.
And I always drop the receiver very carefully so as not to disturb
it. Yes,
it.
let's just drop the whole thing, Miss Wilson. It was a woman who called, you say?
Yes.
And you think it might have been somebody's secretary calling for somebody, is that it?
That's what I surmise.
Now, let me see. If I could piece together some of the conversation from this end. He didn't mention any name. He just said yes. He remembered the party calling, didn't he?
I make it a point always to hang up the minute.
Yes, I forgot. Well, I wish you'd make it a point from now till I get this call from the old man not to leave that phone out there unguarded for 1 minute. We'd better take turns going to lunch. That is, not be out at the same time.
Yes, sir.
This is an important deal to me, Miss Wilson. You ought to know. You were here the other day when I had to borrow $3,500 on my insurance so that I could tie up this Davis property.
Yes, sir.
And now that I've got it tied up, I've got to get old man Neff to buy it. And at my price. He needs it for that development of his.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Tried to make him believe I could hold on to it, and for 3 years, if I had to, I had him believing I didn't need any money or anything. He was getting pretty anxious. All of a sudden, that phone call. I'm sure that call had something to do with his change.
I always make it a point to hang up the
Yes, I know you do, Miss Wilson. All right. Better get out there to your desk. All we can do is wait, I guess. I'll have to.
So I finally thought of you, Mr. Neff, and all you have to do is sign this note right where the X mark is.
Yes, now, just a minute. Not so fast, Mrs. A. Let me get this straight.
What?
This is a note from a loan company?
Yes, the Friendly Loan and Finance Company. All you have to do is sign.
Yes, finance company. You say you're borrowing $100?
Yes, and if you'll just sign where it's marked with an X.
Need the money pretty bad, do you?
I'll save the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, why doesn't your husband give you $100?
Oh, he wouldn't give it to me.
Oh, wouldn't or couldn't?
Yes, because he says that as long as
which is it?
Beg pardon?
Which is it? He wouldn't give it to you, or he couldn't give it to you?
Well, both, I guess. Half wouldn't and half couldn't.
Oh, 50-50, huh?
50-50. Yes, that makes 100.
What's that?
What?
What? Now, wait a minute. Let's get this straightened out. You say your husband won't give you $100.
I'm borrowing it from the...
I understand that. What I want to know is why your husband won't give it to you.
Because it's my budget.
Budget?
Yes.
What's your budget?
The budget he gave me to run the house on.
Oh, I see. You're on a budget now.
Yes, he gives me $25 a week to run the house and pay for everything and have a profit left over. Well, the first week I had the budget, I lost $13. And the second week I lost $13. Well, you can imagine how mad he was. And he won't give me any money to make my budget come out even. So I thought I'd borrow this $100 and then I can pay off the bills that way.
Oh, I see. He's trying to cut down on expenses, is he?
Oh, no, he wants me to.
That's what I mean. And he lets you go to a loan company to borrow money. Is he up against it?
Well, he was at first.
Oh, he was. Huh?
But he finally said it was all right to borrow it.
And he must still be up against it.
Well, he's not exactly against it, but he's not for it.
What's that?
What?
I asked you if he was up against it.
Well, I told you he was at first.
He was what?
Against it, against my borrowing this money.
That's not the question I asked you.
Now, Mr. Neff, just a minute. You did ask me if he was against it.
I said up against it. Up.
Is your car too tight?
Is my car... Now listen, Mrs. Ace. I'm trying to find out from you just why you have to borrow this $100.
Well, I told you.
I know. I understand. It's your budget.
Yes.
Your husband got you on a budget.
Yes, now you're getting it. And I want to pay off my bill, so I'm borrowing $100 to try...
Why doesn't your husband give it to you?
Give me $100? Why, he wouldn't even give me the $13 when I came out with a loss the second week.
Oh, I see. Then he is up against it.
Well, he was at first, but he's not now.
Are you going to start that all over again?
Start what? All you have to do is to sign this note right where the mark...
Mrs. Ace, I never signed a note for anybody in my life.
Oh, then I'm the first one.
There's never going to be a first one.
Now, I'll show you just where to sign... What did you say?
I never signed a note in my life, and I don't intend to start now.
But you told me on the phone that you would.
I never said anything of the kind. I told you I'd talk to you about it.
Talk to me about it. What good is that?
Oh, it's good enough for me. I wanted to find out just where your husband stands. But
he has nothing to do with this note. He had to sign this paper so I could get the 2 signs for the note. But he has nothing to do with the money I'm borrowing.
He knows you need $100, and he hasn't got it to give it to you himself, has he?
But he can't give it to me. It's my budget. I'm the one that has to make the budget come out even.
In the first place, Mrs. Ace, borrowing money is no way to balance a budget. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Who are they?
I mean, if you borrow money, you're going into debt, and going into debt won't balance a budget. You'll have to pay back the $100, won't you?
Yes, but not at once. $10 a month.
Well, where are you going to get the $10?
Where am I going to get the $10? Are you kidding, Mr. Neff?
No, I'm not kidding. Where are you going to get it?
Why, I told you Mr. Ace gives me $25 a week allowance.
Yes, and you can't run your house on that.
Well, I can certainly get $10 out of the 25.
But it takes you more than 25 as it is.
That's because I haven't borrowed the $100 yet.
But how will borrowing $100 make you stay within the 25?
Because I can pay some of the bills out of the $100.
But what are you going to pay the $100 out of?
Out of the $10 a month.
What $10 a month?
The $10 I have to pay back the 100 with.
What kind of high finance is that?
That's not high, 10 a month.
But you won't have the 10 if you can't live on the 25.
Well, that's why I'm borrowing the 100.
Why?
Because 25 a week isn't enough.
That's it. You just said it.
What?
25 a week isn't enough. If it isn't enough to run your house on, you certainly won't have enough to pay this added expense of $10 a month, will you? Well, will you?
Well, that's not a very pleasant way to look at it, Mr. Neff.
It's the only way.
Well, how about the other way?
Well, there isn't any other way.
Yes, there is if I borrow the $100.
Well, what good will that do?
I can pay the bills out of that when I don't have enough to pay off the 25.
Then the 25 will be all gone.
Yeah.
Well, then where's the $10 coming from that you'll have to pay back every month?
Out of the 100 then.
But you said you're going to use the 100 to pay off bills.
Oh, I see what you mean. I'm not going to pay out the $100 all at once. I keep the 100 in reverse.
Reverse?
Yes, I don't pay out the whole $100 at once. It's only when I have a loss, like when I had a loss of $13 that week. I can take $13 out of the 100 and pay it. Then my budget can come out even. Or I can take $20 out of the 100 and pay out the $13 loss and have a profit of $7. See?
Well, I never... Now, what happens when the 100's all gone? How do you pay it back then? There comes a day of reckoning, you know.
Well, I reckon you don't understand it yet, Mr. Neff.
No, and I don't want to.
You mean you won't sign this note for me?
I should say not. You can't get along on $25 a week. Get your husband to give you more.
Oh, he can't. He said 25 is enough.
I'll say he can't. Not the way he does business.
But this isn't his business.
Well, he ought to make it his business. Things must be pretty bad for him if he lets his wife go around to loan companies borrowing money.
What do you mean things must be pretty bad for him?
I mean he needs money. That's what I mean.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Now, don't you start bluffing me, too. Not after you come here trying to get me to sign a note for $100. He must need money, and very bad. And I've got him just where I want him.
Oh, he does not need money. He's got plenty of it. Why, just last week he got $3,500 that he borrowed on his insurance.
Oh, he did he?
Yes, and if you think $3,500 isn't money...
$3,500. That's all I wanted to know.
Jane's fixing Mr. Race up in great shape, isn't he? We'll learn Mr. Race's reactions to this little scene when next we meet the Easy Aces.
National Broadcasting Company presents Lights Out, a summer revival of some of the best stories in the series, which many of our listeners will remember. Tonight's story, the fifth in the current series, is called The Revenge of India.
Lights out. Everybody. This is the witching hour. It is the hour when dogs howl and evil is let loose on a sleeping world. Sit in the dark now and listen to Lights Out.
I assure you, it's not a lot of tosh, Buzz. When you've been in India as long as I have...
Yes, quite, sir. But I've yet to see anything supernatural, you know.
You stay here long enough, and you'll see a jolly lot of it.
Oh, come now, sir. I've read Kipling and Talbot and Mundy, you know, sir. And after all I can say is they've a fine imagination, each of them. But things, all this magic stuff and so on, they don't happen, really.
You must meet Treverson sometime, Bryce.
I should like to.
Arms, Sahib, for the love of Allah. Arms for the poor beggar, Sahib.
Now, where the devil did you come from? I'll have that sentry.
Arms, Sahib.
Who now? Empty, you beggar.
In the name of Allah, Sahib.
You can't come in here, you know, old man. This is the place of the commissioner, Sahib.
Oh, in that case, Colonel Henderson, do you mind if I take off this stuff?
What?
Beastly hot.
What, Treverson? Leslie, by gad, man.
Hope I didn't give you too much of a start, sir.
I say, are you Treverson?
Right?
I'm dreadfully sorry, sir. I didn't realize it. I'm Bryce at D.C.
I know. How'd you do?
I say.
Well, sit down, old chap. Cheroot? Cigarette?
Thanks. Cigarette would be good. I haven't tasted tobacco for a long time.
Light, Major?
Sir. Yeah, that tastes good.
Right you are.
Well, needn't worry any more about Ismail Khan, sir.
Really?
No. He unfortunately met death a week ago. A Martini Henry slug right between his eyes. Beastly mess, too, if you ask me.
And where did you get a Martini Henry, Leslie?
The beggar man that shot Ismail Khan took it away from a patron gentleman he met one night up in the hills, you know.
Did you shoot Ismail Khan, Major Treverson?
I thought I said a certain beggarman shot him, Mr. Bryce.
Yes.
So, as I was saying, I'm sorry to have barged in on you as I did, complete with musical comedy costume and all. But there are chaps lurking about that'd be delighted to snaffle Treverson, you know.
I'm sorry, sir. But just how did you get in here? There are 2 sentries to pass.
They didn't see me, Mr. Bryce.
They didn't... Oh, but I say. They're both sepoys out of that place, Sikh, you know. Soldiers.
Mr. Bryce, Major Treverson has said that they did not see him. I think it would be a good idea if you took his word for it.
But it's impossible. Will you forgive me, sir?
There's a scorpion alongside your foot, Mr. Bryce.
What? Oh, the devil. Beastly thing. Now, how could a scorpion?
Have a look at what you've trod on, Mr. Bryce.
Gad, my watch. Why, where did the scorpion go?
You must be more careful in mistaking your watch for a scorpion. Bad mistake, you know.
But I say, I saw a scorpion. I saw the ruddy thing.
Quite, Mr. Bryce. And the sentries did not see Major Treverson.
Well, right.
Pop along. There's a good chap, Bryce. Treverson and I have things to discuss.
Yes, sir. Perhaps it isn't all toss, sir. It's that.
Rum chap. Just out, you know. Got a lot to learn.
Yes, quite.
So, Ismail Khan has gone to his reward.
If any, yes. And now, sir, I should like to apply for a month's leave.
Delighted, Leslie. You've earned it if any man has. Going to do some shooting?
Perhaps, sir. It's on account of that cablegram you've got lying there on your desk.
Cablegram? By gad, I'd forgotten about it. It came for you this morning. Here.
No need to open it, sir. I know what's in it.
You know? Oh. Well...
It's about Basil, my brother.
Oh, but my dear boy, how could you?
He's dead, Colonel Henderson. And I've got to go to America to see certain people about it, you know.
Thou art my father and my mother, Sahib. I welcome thee home.
Roger, Singh. It's good to see you.
I have made ready a whiskey soda of great strength.
Good man.
And was the hunting good, Sahib?
Ismail Khan lies dead.
Made jackals rend his body and defeats his soul. How died he, Sahib?
By a Martina Henry slug between the eyes, you think?
And thy hand sped the bullet, Sahib?
The slightly unclean hand of Ali the beggarman sped the bullet, my friend.
Thou didst not call upon me, Sahib.
There was no need, Josing.
In my youth I knew this Ismail Khan. He was a man of many weaknesses. Now he has gone away. It is good, Sahib. Will Sahib have his bath now?
Yes, a bath and fresh linen, and then got to pack.
The bath is ready.
Good. Bring another whiskey soda in, too, Josing.
It is already awaiting thee, Sahib.
Right. Well, shove these rags into the dustbin, will you, then?
Aye, my master.
Fresh water.
I will dress thy hair, Sahib, when the bath is done, and shave thee also. It is not fitting that Treverson of the police shall wear a beard like unto a Sikh.
I should be glad if I rated it, Singh, but being British...
Being British, there are certain things, Sahib, that may not be done. Did this Sahib say we are to go away from this place?
I am going away, Singh, yes.
And I, thy servant?
You are to stay here.
I hear and obey. But hast thou taken thought that I am useful as a gun-bearer, Sahib, for the shooting?
Yes. But there's to be no shooting, you see, Singh.
It is perhaps hidden from thy servant, then.
You, knew about my brother?
I did not wish to speak, Sahib.
You knew, though.
It was not hidden from me, Sahib.
They crushed his head, my friend.
It was revealed to me, and I took thought how to avenge the brother of my master. If so be my master return not from the hill.
Good man, Singh.
I have learned the manner of using the kukri, the curved razor knife of Johnny Gurkha, Sahib.
Nay, it is not so written. It is my blood feud, and I must go.
Sahib goes away to America?
To America. Hand me the towel, just thing, will you?
Here it is, Master. Thy bags are already packed, Sahib.
Eh?
For I took thought to myself, Sahib, how thou wouldst do when the news was given unto thee. And I said, the Sahib will do thus and so. And so the bags are packed.
Oh, good. That's better than I hoped. I'm leaving tonight.
And I go not with thee.
No. No, it's a job for me, and I'm afraid you'll be recognized, your thing. But,
Your robe, Master.
Oh, thank you.
If Master hath need of dear Singh, he has but to speak the word.
Quite. Then go and do thus for me. I will go by airplane to Baghdad, and on to London. Then a swift ship to New York, an airplane to Chicago. And there? Well,
thou wilt not take me, Sahib.
No, old friend. I think this is a job for me alone.
In my youth, Sahib, as Risaldar of Lancers?
No, Jessing. You go and arrange the bookings for me, and if I need you, I'll let you know. Now, my address will be in care of my friend Norman Gregg in Chicago. You could cable me.
Thou dost forget, my master. Is not thought swifter than the cable?
But, surely, Captain, you have some idea of where I might find this Monk Perrone?
Unfortunately, Major Trevison, we haven't.
You do know of him, though, don't you?
Yes. We'd like to know more. We're reasonably sure he's either behind or took part in at least 3 gang killings in the last 3 years.
But you lack proof. Is that it?
It isn't always easy.
I see. And what I've told you wouldn't be considered legal evidence?
I'm afraid not, Major Trevison. You won't mind my saying it, I know. Frankly, it seems a little fantastic to me that you in India could know exactly who murdered your brother when we right here on the ground haven't a trace of the evidence.
I know, Captain. The police are confined to more orthodox methods. But, could you even give me a lead as to where I might find some of his men?
Well, some of them used to hang around Mike's bar down on South State Street.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I'll have the man at the desk outside give you the address.
Good. I might visit the place. And perhaps if I went down there and made a pretense of drinking just a bit too much, I might be able to flush out something.
I warn you. Please be careful, Major Trevor.
Don't worry about me. Monk Perrone is a gentleman who needs to do a little worrying.
That's so. Just lead me to him is all I ask.
Hey, I think you got about enough to drink there, buddy.
Haven't either. Give me more whiskey. Whiskey!
I'm going to find this Monk Perrone. I'll knock him down.
I wouldn't talk so free and easy if I was you, buddy. Now listen.
Quiet. Give me more whiskey.
Monk Perrone did my brother in.
I'll find him and... more whiskey.
Listen. Do you know where I can find Monk Perrone?
I find him, I'll knock his head right off his shoulder. That's all. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the guy. You can hear him a mile off.
Englishman,
Yeah. You remember that young English guy that was kind of slumming down here 3 weeks ago, and he made a crack when Monk poked Lucille in the snoot?
A young English guy.
Yeah. Monk took a swipe at him with the brass knock and caved in his head, so he croaked.
Yeah, I try to remember.
You wanna? He had a lot of bucks on him, and Monk went and split up the bucks with all of them.
Oh, yeah, I remember. An Englishman,
Yeah. Well, this land's here his brother, see? And he's come over here from dear old London to make it come out even, see? So he talks too much, see? And that's why Monk sent you down here to give me a lift with him.
What are we going to do, bump him?
No. I think Monk's going to give him a talking to or something and then set him down on a running board of the car and stretch his legs out.
Stretch his legs out? What for?
And I'll use a crowbar on him, above and below the knee, see?
Yeah.
And we leave him there to think it over.
But maybe you bust a jaw for good measure. So he won't go around howling out Monk's name so much, see?
Oh, yeah, I get it.
I've got my fist and I've lost.
Hey, listen. He's talking again.
Yeah, shall I go slap him down?
No, just take it easy. Come on, we'll ankle over there by him.
Yeah, and then I'll bust him.
You don't do nothing till I tell you, see?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Come on.
Okay.
Not for him, the cow. That's what he is. A low-down yellow cow. Runs like a yellow dog, that's what he does.
Hey, look, Bud.
Yes.
It ain't healthy to keep cracking about the monk around this here place, and you've been doing it a long time now.
Who are you?
Just a guy that don't want to see you making a sap of yourself, see?
You know Monk Perune? He killed my brother.
Listen, Bud. Come on in the back room with me a minute, and I'll tell you something.
What do you want to tell me?
Come on, and I'll tell you. Too crowded out here, see?
About Monk Perone?
Yeah, about Monk Perone. Come on. Here, Mike, take hold of his arm.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Bud.
Do you know him, mister? You know this coward, Monk Perone?
Open the door, Mike. Yeah. Sure, I know him, Bud.
Hey, shall I drag him in, start off?
Yeah, hurry up.
Yeah.
Put him there in the Davenport.
Hey, he's heavier than I thought.
Too many cigarettes.
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, there he is. Now, what do we do?
Sit down. Monk will be here pretty soon.
Hey, we got to stay here.
We gotta stay here, yeah.
Why don't we give him the works now and we won't have to wait?
Monk said to wait. See if there's anything to drink in that cupboard there.
Okay, wait. Yeah, here's a bottle.
I'll bring it here.
Okay. Hey, there ain't much in it.
It'll be all right. Give me.
Say, now, wait, give me some.
After me comes you. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Shadow.
Don't mention it. Hey, are you sure you didn't bust this gimmick skull?
Sure, I just hit him.
He ain't breathing very good.
Ah, you'll be all right.
I sure hope so. For your sake.
He'll be all right. Hey, who's that?
Shut up, Al. Yeah, who was it?
That you, Stonoff?
No, it's the fish. Open the door.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Have you got that Englishman yet, Stonoff?
What do you think we was up here for?
Well, the boss wants to see him.
Where is he? Downstairs?
No, he says to bring him to the place out in Rogers Park.
No kidding.
Oh, listen, I should spend my time kidding you. Come on, he said be there by 11.
What am I supposed to do? Carry him on my hump?
No, I got a car downstairs.
Oh. Well, pick up the limey, Mike.
Listen, all I do is carry guys around.
Take him up and shut up or I'll bend your noggin for you.
All right. I don't see, boy.
You ain't supposed to see nothing. Where's the heat, fish?
Right outside. Come on.
Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
This was a pipe, fish. He's lit up like a new saloon, and I give Mike the office, and that's all over.
Well, come on, let's get going.
You got a nice car that time, fish.
Yeah, it's all right, ain't it?
Yeah, put him in the back.
Yeah, and hurry up.
Well, somebody open the door.
All right. Yeah, get aboard.
Okay.
Is he all right?
He all right, Mike?
I guess so.
Let's go.
How do you like this buggy, lad?
All right. Where'd you get it?
I found it. Yeah, I guess the boss is kind of anxious to get his hooks on this Englishman.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, he shot off his bazoo too much.
Yeah.
He come to yet, Mike?
Yeah. When I cloud them, they stay clouded.
Dear Singh, I call thee, dear Singh.
Acha Sahib, I hear thy voice.
Oh, dear Singh, hear me. I am in the hands of the Deocetus.
I see thee, my master.
I am bound and in a motor car. They take me to their master.
I am with thee, my master. Why didst thou wait to call me?
I had called thee before this, dear thing, save that I was struck from behind whilst I played the foolish drunkard to lure them to me. It is only a moment since I recovered.
Dost thou know thy destination, master?
I know it not. Remain now with me, or it may be that I shall learn.
Acha, Sahib.
Well night, ain't it?
Yeah.
Look at the moon on the lake.
What about the moon on the lake?
It's nice.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
where we go? That place on Marlin Avenue?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I got a sister living next door, 1343.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. I could go sleep there when we get done. Won't have to go back downtown. We ain't liable to stay there at the place. The boss will want to take 'em out somewhere in the car, like I said.
I wouldn't talk so much if I was you, sort of.
Oh, yeah? Who's going to say anything?
Oh, anybody might. You know, the Englishman.
Ah, he's still out like I like.
Dear thing,
I heed thee, Sahib.
hast thou heard?
I have heard, my master.
It is well.
I see thee now as thy conveyance passeth beside a great body of water. I did also hear of thy destination. It is in the city of Chicago.
Even so. Now hark ye, dear thing.
Acha, Sahib.
The time for vengeance is near to hand. Go thou and find Moti Gunja, the bazaar, and old Lally, the fakir, and there await my word.
Hearing and obeying, Lord.
What are there on the corner?
Nuts. Well, nuts is the squad carrying.
Well, I'll just unbust the old heater, though, kind of.
Hey, keep that heater where it belongs.
Hey, now listen.
They ain't gonna bother us.
Well,
all right. You see, they're going...
Hey, this is the place, ain't it?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I was going right past.
Now get as close to the door as you can.
Hey, who's driving this heat, me or you?
Okay, Barney, old feel, I was just telling you. Go ahead, Mike, grab the guy.
All right, go ahead and open the door, sort of. Here's the keys.
Okay. Now, don't pump him too much.
I won't open the elevator.
Hey, third floor, ain't it? I'll run it.
Okay. Fish coming up?
Yeah, he's going to put the car in the alley, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be glad when the boss gets here. I don't like galloping all over town with guys like this.
Yeah.
Now, let me out and I'll open the door.
Okay.
Put him on the couch? I guess so.
Yeah.
Hey, you must have socked him awful hard. He's still out.
Yeah, sure. When I shot him...
Stay socked. I know. Come on, let's go and sit down. I'm tired.
You're tired. Ha!
Not sit down.
Dear thing,
I am with thee, master.
art thou with Moti Gunja and old Lally?
As thou sayest, even so, Sahib.
Good. Let old Lally now bring forth his snakes.
Snakes, master?
Aye, so. Many serpents. Fetch the hooded cobras and the kerites. Assemble them all in the place where thou art. And haste now.
Even as thou dost speak, so shall it be done, master. Ho, Moti Gunj. Ho, Lally.
It is good. No more now.
Hey, I think our little playmate's coming, too.
Yeah.
Just lay still, buddy, and nothing will happen to you. No.
Where am I?
You're in good hands, Bud. Just lay still if you don't want another clot in the snozzle.
Who are you?
Shut him up, Mike. Yeah. Listen, pal, I'm gonna... Hey, what are you looking at? Hey, what are you looking at, I said? Who is it?
Hey, let me in.
Let him in, Mike.
Yeah.
Looking at me as if he's trying to stare me down.
Hey, what are you mumbling about?
Trying to... Looking at me funny.
Ah, you're nuts.
Stop staring at me or I'll...
Hey, is everybody around here nutty?
Well, he's looking at me.
Do I alarm you, my friend?
Oh, so you're okay now, huh? Hey, cut that out.
I'm going to get a drink.
I need one, too. Will you bring me one, sort of?
Yeah, all right.
Hey, I don't like the way he looks at you.
Well, smack him one.
No, I don't want to.
He's got something up his sleeve.
What the?
It's sort of. What's the matter, sort of? What's the matter?
What the?
It's a snake. A snake! Look at it. That's a great big...
Oh. He's dead. The snake. Where'd it go?
What I want to know is who done it.
Yeah, but look, there was a snake muck on it. A great big snake with his head all kind of swelled up. And a thing like a pair of glasses on.
You're a sap. Where would a snake come from?
Well, honest God, it was our boss, no fooling. We seen it. It kept biting the saw right in the face all the time. It was
you're
biting
both
him.
nuts. Hey, you, Englishman.
Are you addressing me, my good man?
My good man, huh? You want your neck busted? Hey. Stop looking at me.
Hey, he was looking at us like that.
Yeah, he was staring at us just like he's doing
Cut it out, I tell you.
Oh, hey, look, it's snakes.
Hey, where did they come from? Get up on the chair.
Help!
I can that. I'll get him.
Help!
I say it won't do any good to shoot at them, you know, Perone.
Help! It's coming after me! It's coming after me!
It got him, Monk. Oh, look out, Monk! Look out!
Stop him. You brought him here. You
Yes, he done it.
Help! Help!
That's the great King Cobra, Perone.
Oh, look. Hey, get him off me. Cut him off. Take him away.
That little snake fish is called a kerite. Is the most deadly snake of all India. Tiny, venomous. So, Brother Basil, I think that evens things a little, old boy.
Wrong ho, Sahib. Thou hast had thy vengeance.
It is so, Jer Singh. Thou hast done well. Say my thanks to Moti Gunj and Lali.
They greet thee, Sahib. Oh, Sahib, I all but forgot. I did go unto Colonel Henderson, Sahib, the Commissioner of Police.
Peace, Jer Singh. I will speak with thee anon.
Open up. We're police officers.
Coming, gentlemen.
You Major Treverson?
I am.
Well, where's Muck? Holy Mother. Will you look at him?
Dead. And so is this one.
Fish Ellis. What the devil happened, Major?
I really couldn't say, gentlemen. I was in the other room, you know.
Well, I'll be. This is the dangest thing I've ever run up against.
Tell me, how in the world did you happen to come up here, gentlemen? I was kidnapped in a place downtown.
Why, the funniest thing, Major Treverson. You see, the chief got a cablegram.
A cablegram?
Yes, sir. It gave the address and all the details of this whole business here. And the funny thing was, it was signed by a Colonel Henderson, supposed to be the Commissioner of Police in Calcutta, India, for the love of Mike.
All right. You can turn them on now.
You have just heard Lights Out. This was the fifth in the summer revival of the best stories of this famous series. In tonight's cast, you heard Wilms Herbert as Treverson, Sidney Breeze as Henderson, Wallace Owen as Bryce, Tony Parrish as Jeer Singh, Boris Aplon as Peroni, Arthur Hearn as Sawdoff, Roy Engel as Mike, and Les Spears as Fish Ellis. Next Saturday night, Lights Out presents the story of what happened to a newsreel camera crew that was sent out to photograph a haunted house. Well, they found the place all right. And they found the ghosts also, although they weren't very photogenic. But we won't tell you what happened after that. we suggest you kind of haunt your own radio along about this time next Saturday night and find out for yourself. Lights Out is produced and directed by Albert Cruz. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
The American Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock.
From the point of view of time, the world is filled with objects that are aged. The giant redwood trees in California, for example, were full grown when Marco Polo found his way to China. There are pyramids in Mexico that were already relics when King Tut was a schoolboy. And the deep canyons and breathtaking crevices which hold the tourists spellbound in Yellowstone Park count their birthdays in the millions. These venerable landmarks may have even preceded Father Time himself. But there is still nothing in this world that is quite so old as yesterday's newspaper.
Hello?
Eddie?
Yeah.
This is McLean.
Who?
McLean, you lunkhead. You're city editor.
Oh, sure. Good morning.
Morning. It's almost noon. You must have been kicking the gong around last night.
I went to a little party. Nothing terrific. Hey, wait a minute. This is Thursday, McLean.
So what?
Thursday's my day off.
From now on, it's Friday. I've got an assignment for you.
Oh, can't you get Herman? I'm dead tired.
Herman's in Chicago. Besides, this is just your dish. I've arranged for an exclusive interview with Francine Moulton.
Moulton. The dame who just got an acquittal on the murder charge?
That's the one. We're paying her $500 for an exclusive story. You're to go over to her home on Sutton Place at 1 o'clock.
But the case is finished. She's been tried and freed. I don't get it.
She's still good for a little circulation. I'll send Joe here to get some pictures. It's great for our Sunday supplement.
I got the date at 1?
Yeah. Joe knows the address. He'll pick you up at 12. And Eddie.
Yeah?
Use your noodle. Try to make her talk. You never can tell. You may run up against a brand new gimmick.
I hope this Moulton gal will pose, Eddie. Some of these dames get touchy when you flash a camera.
For $500, she'll pose. Turn left over here.
Did you cover the trial?
No, I was on vacation.
It was quite a shindig. When she got up on the stand and told her story, half the jury pulled out handkerchiefs. They were only out 4 hours.
Her husband fell out of a window, didn't he?
Yeah, from his office. 20 floors above the ground. She was with him when it happened. She claimed she was asking for a divorce, and he tried to scare her by telling her he'd jump. He got too frisky, and he lost his footing.
What kind of woman is she, Joe?
Wait till you see.
Good looking?
A dreamboat. Big blue eyes, ash blonde hair, a face like an angel. No wonder the jury fell.
You talk like she vamped her way out of it.
I'm not saying. The evidence wasn't strong enough, so she was acquitted. But I can think, can't I?
Still want to be a big detective, huh? Joey Lester, the private eye. There's the house, Hawkshaw. Pull up at the curb. And listen, Joey.
Huh?
I'm the reporter, and you're the guy with the camera. I'll do the talking.
Okay.
Say, some dump.
Yeah, pretty classy.
Her husband left her plenty. She can afford to live in style.
I wonder why she agreed to give us this story in the first place.
Maybe she's one of those publicity hounds. Loves to see her name in the papers.
Yes, sir?
Is Mrs. Moulton at home?
Who's calling, please?
Mr. Evans, Daily Tab.
Mrs. Moulton isn't seeing any reporters, sir.
Look, tell her we're here. We got a date.
Just stay where you are for a moment, please.
Nice chassis.
Keep your mind on your camera.
Just look at this place, Eddie. Now I know how the other half lives.
Yeah. Lady has taste.
Yeah. Only don't let her catch you near any open windows.
Why don't you talk louder, you dope? The paper's just dying to defend the slander suit.
Oh, stop riding.
Mrs. Moulton will see you. Please step in the library.
Thanks.
In here, sir. She'll be with you in just a moment.
Okie doke. Uh-huh. Now, let's see. If I get a shot from this side of the room, we can get that painting in up there.
Hey. Is that a picture of Mrs. Moulton?
Yeah. Only she's even better looking. Try and get her to sit on that couch, Eddie. The background's perfect.
You're right, Joe. She is beautiful.
They're all alike. Sutton Place or Hoboken. A dame's a dame.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mrs. Moulton?
Yes.
I'm Eddie Evans, reporter for the Tab. This is Joey Lester, one of our photographers.
How do you do? Please make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
Would you like something to drink?
Oh, sure, I'd love
Don't bother, Mrs. Moulton. We prefer getting right down to the interview.
Whatever you wish. I suppose you wonder why I consented to give you this interview, Mr. Evans.
Well, it's easy to see you don't need the money.
Whatever the fee is, I'm donating it to charity.
Then why did you give us the green light?
I've gone through a great deal since my husband died. The trial was very difficult. It frightened me.
I don't blame you. But you got an acquittal.
Yes, from the jury. But what about the public?
Public?
During the trial, the newspapers were very unfair to me. They pictured me in a sordid way. They seemed to believe I was playing some kind of a part.
You mean they thought you were guilty?
Yes.
Well, from what I understand, my own paper was one of the worst offenders.
That's why I've given you the exclusive interview. Perhaps, Mr. Evans, it will present my case in a little better light to the public and help clear my reputation completely.
Mrs. Moulton, how about a picture first before we begin?
Picture?
You don't mind, do you? Just sit where you are. That's it. Now, cross your legs and let's have a little cheesecake, huh?
Well,
Just lift your dress a little.
Can it?
Huh?
Put that camera away and take off your hat. You're talking to a lady.
So what's the matter with you?
Just ignore this guy, Mrs. Moulton. No one ever taught him any manners.
What?
I promise you will only print what you tell us. Of course, if you want your attorneys to look the story over...
That won't be necessary. I think when you hear what I have to say, Mr. Evans, you'll only print the truth.
I tell you, the guy is nuts, Chief.
He wouldn't let you take any pictures?
No. And boy, what a shot we could have had. That gal got a shape that's out of this world. Did you read the story Eddie brought back?
Yes. It's got as much appeal as a can of salmon.
Well, the guy acted like he was drunk all through the session. You'd think she was the first blonde he ever saw in his life.
Yes, Mr. McLean?
Is Eddie Evans out there?
Yes, sir.
Send him in. All right, beat it. I'll talk to Eddie alone.
Get this copy right.
Hello, Eddie.
Hello, Pinhead. Going back to your blocks?
Oh, cut it out.
Eddie, we can't use this interview of yours.
Why not?
Because it's too dull, that's why.
I wrote up what she told me.
For the love of Mike, that dame's no saint. You've got this thing looking like the lyric of a hymn.
If you wanted cheesecake and hysterics, McLean, you picked the wrong woman. Mrs. Moulton happens to be a lady.
But didn't she tell you anything about her husband? Maybe he was a tramp. Maybe he slugged her. We've got to have something to talk about, don't we?
You've got everything right there in that story. Her husband treated her okay until he started going haywire. She doesn't like to talk about him. And I don't blame her.
Listen, Boy Scout, you sound like you've fallen for the dame.
You pay me to get interviews. If you want to do a little muckraking, get someone else.
Don't you talk to me like that, you cheap bum.
What?
If you think you're going to throw $500 down a sewer just to cover a dirty blonde... Next time, maybe you'll have a little more respect. There won't be any next time, Evans. You're fired. Get out.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Evans.
Is Mrs. Moulton at home?
Yes, please come in.
Thanks.
Who was that, Sally?
Mr. Evans.
Oh, hello. It's so nice to see you again, Mr.
I
Evans.
just stopped by for a minute to... Maybe I'd better talk to you alone.
Oh, you may go, Sally.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to warn you not to give out any more interviews.
What do you mean?
The one you gave me didn't satisfy Mr. Big at the office. He wants more dirt.
Oh, I see.
They may send someone around for another try. Well, don't see him.
Thank you for telling me.
It's all right.
I hope I haven't caused you any inconvenience. Didn't get into any trouble because of that story, did you?
I only got fired, that's all.
Oh, no.
But it wasn't the story. It was something else. Anyway, I can pick up another job. Mrs. Moulton, you mind if I tell you something?
Of course not.
You won't think I'm too fresh?
No.
I've never met a woman like you before. I mean, I was nursed in the gutter and brought up in an alley. I've been covering criminals for that cheap tabloid so long, I think I've forgotten what a lady looks like. But after meeting you, I remembered again.
You're very sweet, Mr. Evans. I'm terribly sorry about what happened.
Forget it. Well, I'll mosey along now.
Will I see you again?
You mean you want to?
Why not come here for dinner tomorrow night? Come early and we'll have cocktails together. Can you manage it?
Can I manage it? Oh, boy, you just try and keep me away. Give me a quick one, Pete. I got a dinner date in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Hello, Eddie. Well, look who's here, the flashbulb kid himself. Been peeking through any keyholes lately, Joe?
I'm sorry I got fired, Eddie. No kidding.
Don't feel so sorry and have yourself a drink.
You mean you're not sore?
I feel too good to stay sore at anyone.
Oh, there was a letter brought to the office today for you.
Huh?
That's why I came over here. You didn't leave a forwarding address.
Probably a bill. Throw it in the ash can.
It's not a bill, Eddie. Looks like a woman's handwriting to me. Here.
Oh, return address.
You know, I'd have never said anything to the old man if I thought he'd... Hey, what's the matter, Eddie? That a lot of bad news?
I don't know.
Who's it from?
Wasn't signed. Must be some kind of a crank. It doesn't make any sense.
What does it say, Eddie?
It just says, even a lady can wash her hands in blood.
As inevitable as it is that the seconds will grow into hours and the hours into years, so is it inevitable that a seed of suspicion will, sooner or later, ignite in the mind of its bearer and burst into a conflagration to consume his life and leave him nothing but ashes and death.
Another cocktail, Mr. Evans?
No, thanks. I've had enough. And call me Eddie, will you? I don't have enough dignity to add the mister.
You seem disturbed tonight.
I was just thinking of something. Do you have any enemies?
Enemies?
Maybe a woman who doesn't like you too much?
Not that I know of. Why?
Oh, it isn't too important. I ought to have more sense than to pay any attention to cranks. Let's change the subject.
Has someone been talking about me, Eddie?
Not to my face. I wouldn't stand for that, Francie. It's okay if I say Francine?
It's okay.
I guess you think I'm kind of rough around the edges. Well, I am. I feel like a bull in a china shop when I'm talking to you.
Why?
Because we're so different, I guess.
How are we different, Eddie?
Well, you're the kind of woman who comes wrapped up in a fancy box with pretty ribbons. I feel more at home in a crate.
The qualities in yourself that you apologize for may be the very ones that make you so attractive.
You think I'm attractive?
You are to me. I admire your character, Eddie. You're not soft or crude like so many men I've known. Oh, they cover their crudeness with a certain polish. But the veneer is usually very thin.
What kind of a guy was your husband?
His picture is there on the piano.
Hmm? Good looking, wasn't he?
He was very handsome. He was brought up in the best tradition. He was always what most people refer to as a gentleman.
Were you in love with him? I'm
Eddie.
sorry. Make believe I didn't say that. I had no right to ask.
I was happy with my husband up to a certain point.
And then?
And then I found out there were other women. I asked for the divorce, and you know the rest.
Something tells me he was a bigger heel than you let on at the trial.
He was just weak, Eddie, and a little unbalanced.
That window episode was proof of that.
There was more proof, but that wasn't brought out at the trial. Sometimes when he became really angry, he'd use his hands.
You mean he slugged you?
He couldn't help himself. That's the way he was.
I know he's dead, but it still makes me fighting mad to even think that any guy would touch you that way.
Eddie,
Yeah?
do you mind if I ask one question now?
Go ahead.
Are you falling in love with me?
Is it as obvious as all that?
It is to me.
No. I'm not falling in love with your friend. I already fell.
Flowers were lovely, Eddie. Thank you so much.
Did you read the card?
Yes. Oh, but your French is very bad, Eddie. I love you is je t'aime. Are you all right, Eddie?
I guess so. This is the first time in my life I ever rode a horse.
Keep up with me now. I don't want you to lose me.
A horse wasn't born yet who could make me do that. I'll be over at 9, friend, with something important on my mind. I've got a surprise for you.
But, Eddie, what kind of surprise?
You'll find out later. But I can tell you this much. The suspense will be tougher on me than you. I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey. Better be ready by 8:30. Come in, it's open.
Hello, Eddie.
What do you want, McLean?
Oh, just came over to chew the fat.
Well, chew it somewhere else. I'm busy.
You getting all dialed up for a party?
Yeah, and you're not invited.
How is Mrs. Moulton?
None of your business.
You're a smart cookie, Eddie. I've got to hand it to you.
What are you talking about?
Who are you working for now?
Next week I start with the Chronicle. You wouldn't know anything about that. Happens to be a decent paper.
Cut the comedy. I've come over here to make a deal.
What kind of a deal?
You get your job back with a bonus and a raise if we get the story.
Hey, what goes with you? You stewed?
Don't be coy. After all, you owe us some loyalty after 11 years. And I'm willing to forget about that sock on the nose. Business is business.
Go out and get yourself some black coffee. You sound like you need it.
The scoop will raise an interesting problem with the courts. You can't try a dame for murder after she's been acquitted once. But let them worry about it. We'll take the circulation.
What are you drooling about, you overfed jerk?
All right, skip the tough guy act. You've been making a play for Francine Moulton to get new evidence, haven't you?
New evidence? You're crazy.
What about this letter?
What letter?
It was sent to the office and opened by mistake. It's addressed to you.
Opened by mistake? Why, you snooping overgrown?
Want me to tell you what it says?
Huh?
It says her husband didn't fall. He was pushed. And you don't have to be a gypsy to figure out it refers to Mrs. Moulton.
Let me see that letter.
How much do you know, Eddie? And how much longer will it take you to get all the dope?
This was written by a nut.
That's what you told Joe about the first one. All right, Eddie. I'll make a deal with you. I'll give you $1,000 for the yarn when it breaks, and I'll pay off whoever you're in cahoots with.
The door's right behind you, McLean. Use it.
Don't talk like a kid.
Get out before I wrap this chair around your neck.
Oh, okay, sonny boy. Have it your way. But if you happen to change your mind, you can give me a ring. I'll set aside that $1,000 just for you.
Eddie, darling, how are you?
I'm okay.
Here, let me take your coat.
Oh, thanks.
Sally's night off, so I'll have to do the chores for the evening.
Hey, you look terrific in that dress.
I thought you'd like it. It's rather daring for me. I don't usually like my evening gowns cut quite so low. But if it pleases you, Eddie, that's all that matters. Now, what's the surprise you have for me?
Oh, talk about that later.
Oh, don't tease me, darling. Please, what is it?
I bought this ring today.
Eddie.
I figured that maybe you like me well enough to take a chance on getting married.
You love me that much.
Yeah.
I'm very touched.
Fran, look at me. Have you always been on the level?
What do you mean?
With me?
You know I have.
I almost feel like a louse when I say this, but gotta get it off my chest.
Tell me, Eddie. You know you can say whatever you like, and I'll understand.
No. You tell me.
Tell you what?
How your husband died.
Eddie,
Tell me the whole story and don't leave anything out.
I don't understand why you want to hear it.
I've got my reasons.
All right. I went up to his office, told him my bags were packed. I said I knew about his other women. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Go on.
He'd been drinking. He often did in the middle of the day. Suddenly he became furious. He grabbed my arm and twisted it behind my back. When I started to scream, he let me go, and he shouted that he'd kill himself if I left him.
Then he went to the window and stood on the ledge.
Yes.
He slipped and fell over.
You know how it happened then.
I read the account in the papers. I went through every rag in town reading about the trial. I've checked and I've rechecked.
Why, Eddie? Did you think I murdered him?
Look at these notes. If you could find out who wrote them.
I know who wrote them.
You do?
It was Sally, my maid. I know her handwriting. She's been trying to blackmail me.
Oh, is that the truth?
She said she had evidence against me, and I called her bluff. When I told you that she was off tonight, I wanted to avoid unpleasantness for you. I made her leave my house this afternoon.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Oh, Eddie, I've had enough trouble and too much publicity already. The only thing that matters now is whether you believe in me or not.
Oh, I ought to get my head punched. It'd serve me right if you were through with me.
I'm glad we've had this out, darling. And as far as leaving you is concerned, was I mistaken? Or did I imagine you were proposing to me?
Well, I'm crazy about your friend.
Then why wait, darling?
You want to get a license tomorrow?
Tomorrow? How about tonight?
But where?
Let's elope, Eddie. We'll use my car. We'll drive out to one of those little places out of town where we can find a justice of the peace who'll marry us immediately.
Oh, baby, get your hat. We're on our way. Haven't changed your mind yet, have you?
Oh, no, Eddie.
We'll be across the state line in half an hour. Then it's Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Evans, and I'll brain the guy who looks at you twice.
Oh, I'm so happy, Eddie.
How do you think I feel? I never thought I'd be lucky enough to grab a fancy prize like you.
What happened?
It sounded like a flat and a rotten brake. Yeah, it's a flat, all right. Left front wheel.
Forget about it, Eddie. Maybe...
It'll only take 10 minutes to change. We don't have time to stall around waiting for a lift. Yeah. This your trunky, honey? I want to get the tools.
Yes.
I'll be fast.
Eddie.
Yeah?
Oh, nothing. Go ahead and get the tools. Well, Eddie.
Holy smoke. It's Sally.
Don't bother to touch her. She's dead.
You killed her?
Yes. Too bad, Eddie. I thought that when we got her into the woods somewhere, I could get rid of her without your knowing it.
Yeah. Too bad.
Start fixing that tire. I know how to use this gun. It worked very well for me on Sally.
What's the payoff?
I'm afraid, Eddie. I'll have to kill you, too. Slow down at the end of this stretch. Take the left turn.
So you killed him, too?
He wanted to leave me and take his money with him. I like money, Eddie. In fact, I can't do without it.
And he was the one who wanted the divorce.
Naturally.
You cheated him, didn't you? The way you cheated me.
Oh, Eddie, let's not be melodramatic about it.
Lady Moulton. The gal I couldn't touch. Pure as the driven snow. The kind they drive into the sewer.
Slow down. Take this turn.
Sucker Evans. The poor man's chump. The boy who believes in Santa Claus.
I said slow down, Eddie.
Sure, I'll slow down. Watch.
Stop this car or I'll shoot.
Go on, pot me. And then see how it feels to go into a ditch at 70 miles an hour.
Eddie! You'll kill us both. Slow down.
That's the idea, Lady Moulton. You catch on fast. I gotta go anyway. Now I'll have some company.
Eddie!
I'll give you what you asked for, you double-crossing little tramp. Sorry I won't have time enough to kiss you goodbye. Give me the city desk, honey. Eddie Evans talking. McLean? I'm in a gas station on Route 1. Yeah, I'm hurt. I'm hurt bad, baby. But not so bad that I won't be up to collect that $1,000. And you know how I'm going to use it, Mac? You know how? I'm going to donate it to royalty.
There's a burial place on the outskirts of the city that has just acquired a distinguished client. If you go past there sometime at twilight, you'll notice a handsome monument inscribed with the name of Lady Moulton. Nobility? Not exactly. It's just Eddie Evans's way of spending $1,000.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same ABC stations. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, directed by Clark Andrews. Music under the direction of Glenn Osser. Heard on tonight's program were Alice Frost as Francine, Joe DeSantis as Eddie. Listen again next week, same time, for The Clock. Now, here is a special program note. Once again, Willie Piper takes his father-in-law's advice, and once again it results in laughable confusion. Don't miss tonight's story on The Willie Piper Show. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L, Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, the Whistler's strange story, Final Decree.
As the two hunters made their way along the base of the canyon, neither was aware of the figure standing well hidden in the trees on the ridge above them. When Gordon Weller reached the small creek, he turned, looked back at his friend Dr. Perryman puffing up the path behind him. Gordon grinned and picked his way across the creek and started up the mountain. As he circled a huge boulder and came into a clearing, at the sound, Dr. Perryman stopped suddenly. An expression of horror crossed his face as he saw Gordon Weller stretched out on the path before him.
Gordon, are you hurt? No, I guess I'm all right, Doc. Great. God, you gave me quite a jolt. Here, let me give you a hand. Thanks. Thanks. I heard the shot. Saw you fall. I just stumbled, that's all. Lucky thing I did. What? Look at that tree there. That branch. Still swaying. A bullet must have nicked it. Good Lord. Shot came from somewhere up along that ridge. Crazy fool. I tell you, Gordon, some of these idiots who go hunting, I've a good mind to chase up there after whoever did this. No, never mind, Doc. Well, I just like to go up there and give him a piece of my mind, by George. Say, you don't suppose it could be anyone in our party, do you? No, I don't think so. They're on the other side of the mountain. That shot could have killed you, Gordon, if you hadn't stumbled when you did. Sure. Come along, let's go back to the lodge. But doggone, I'd like to go. Get excited. It was just an accident.
But you know it wasn't an accident, don't you, Gordon? It was another attempt on your life. You're certain of that. And you didn't tell your friend Dr. Perryman that a split second before the shot was fired, you caught a glimpse of reflected light high on the ridge. The rays of the sun striking a rifle barrel, perhaps. And instantly you dropped to the ground. Hours later, back at your lodge high in the mountains, all your guests are assembled in the huge living room before the massive stone fireplace. The Farleys, Bill Kenny and his new wife, Betty, the Wilsons, Dr. Perryman, and, of course, your wife, Joyce. You enjoy entertaining, don't you, Gordon? The smart parties in town, the weekends here at your fashionable mountain lodge. Yes, you like having your friends around. The feeling of security that goes with it.
I tell you, Joyce, this husband of yours is lucky to be alive.
Gordy leads a charmed life, didn't you know? Nothing could ever happen to him.
That was a close one, all right.
Charmed
life, Joyce? Perhaps it's just that I'm careful.
Say, who do you suppose that fool was up there on the ridge? Didn't know there was anyone else hunting in this neighborhood outside of our own little group.
Didn't see anyone.
Say, Joyce, you were over there on the ridge for a while. Did you see anyone?
No, I didn't, Betty. Not a soul.
I'm telling you, it's getting to be quite dangerous up around this neck of the woods. Isn't a season goes by without somebody getting killed. I certainly hope something can be done about it.
Any suggestions, Doc, like bulletproof suits of armor for all hunters?
Oh, wonderful.
Well, now, perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Oh, no.
I'd like that
Hey,
idea.
Billy, wasn't a friend of yours killed up here last year, Martin, Martin Benson?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, honey. Well, are we all just going to stand here holding our drinks? Why don't we,
toast, huh?
to our host and hostess, the happiest married couple I know.
Oh, Billy.
Outside of us, baby.
Oh.
To the Wellers, then. Joyce and Gordy.
Thanks. Now I'd like to drink to you, darling. To you and your miraculous escape from death.
Thanks, Joyce.
You were lucky, weren't you, Gordy?
Not lucky, darling. As I said before, just careful.
You watch Joyce as she smiles at you and then turns and walks away and mingles with the guests. A quarter of an hour later, you manage to slip away, hurry into your den, to the cabinet where you keep your gun collection. Opening it, you remove a dueling pistol. It takes only a few minutes for what you have to do. Then you step out on the terrace and stroll casually along the flagstone walk, puffing quietly on a cigarette. Then voices from the garden reach you.
How did I know?
Sure, baby, sure. So you didn't know. But look, we don't mention the name Martin Benson around here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's just that Martin was Gordy's best friend. They were pretty close, and Martin's death sort of knocked Gordy for a loop, that's all.
Okay, but from what I heard.
And what have you heard?
Well, Billy, maybe this Martin Benson wasn't such a good friend after all.
What do you mean?
Well, wasn't there some talk about Martin playing around with Joyce? And Gordy never knew about it.
That's enough, baby.
Well, that's what I heard, Billy.
Okay, forget it, huh? So Gordy never found out, and it's just as well. Let's drop it.
Okay.
They've known all along, haven't they, Gordon? About your wife, Joyce, and your best friend, Martin Benson. But not once did they suspect that you were aware of that romance, that you were responsible for Martin's death. It had all been so simple getting rid of him, hadn't it? A hunting accident. Martin killed with his own gun. And there had never been any question about that accident. Never a question in anyone's mind, except Joyce. Somehow she knew, didn't she, Gordon, that you had killed Martin, the man she really loved, and she was going to make you pay for it with your own life. You knew long ago that you couldn't run away. She'd follow you to the ends of the earth. And you decided there was only one thing to do. Stay with Joyce and get rid of her before your luck ran out. That evening in your den, as your guests look over your gun collection.
Goodness, I've never seen so many guns in all my life.
Oh, this isn't all, Betty. Gordy's got another room full in town. He's just mad about guns.
Here's a new one I picked up a couple of weeks ago, Bill. How do you like it?
Hey, that's a beaut. Real old dueling pistol, huh? Oh, boy.
Let me see it, Billy.
Hey, don't grab like that, baby.
It sure is heavy. It isn't loaded, is it?
Oh, don't worry, Betty. Gordon's very careful about things like that.
Oh, golly, I don't see how anybody could fire this.
You couldn't very well. Not the way you're holding it.
Well, why, Gordy?
Here, I'll show you. You wrap your hand around it like this.
Uh-huh.
That's it. And this finger goes around the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Well, look at that. I hardly touched it.
Well, that's what they call a hair trigger, baby. Clicks off just like that. Hey, what's the matter, Gordy?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, it's a good thing it wasn't loaded. Gee, it was pointed right at Joyce.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was. Wasn't it, Gordon? Gordon?
Huh? Oh, Joyce.
Darling, you're neglecting our guests. What are you doing out here on the terrace?
Oh, I just wanted a breath of air.
Well, we've all decided to run down to the village for a while. Want to come along?
No, thanks. I think I'll stay here if you don't mind.
All right. We won't be long, darling. Don't get lonesome. Oh, by the way, Gordon.
Yes?
I thought you were the careful type.
What do you mean?
Do you generally keep loaded pistols in your collection?
Of course not.
That dueling pistol you were showing Betty a little while ago. It was loaded.
What?
That is, it was when I first looked at it before dinner. I took the bullets out of it then. Good thing I did. I might have been killed.
I guess this is your lucky day, too.
Yes. We've both been lucky today, haven't we, darling? I wonder whose luck will run out first.
The pattern is clear, isn't it, Gordon? For the struggle between you and your wife, Joyce. When Martin Benson died, it didn't end anything. Rather, it was the beginning of the quiet tension, the terror. You knew long ago that there would be no running away. A divorce from Joyce wouldn't settle anything. She'd follow you anywhere. She wants to kill you, doesn't she, Gordon? Somewhere, somehow, someday, she'll kill you. If you don't kill her first. It's been touch and go for so long now, hasn't it? Between two would-be killers who appear to everyone else as a comfortably, happily married couple. But now another way occurs to you, Gordon. A frame-up against Joyce. Something to get her out of the way. If only you can make it look as if she tried to kill you. Give her the opportunity and then take advantage of it. You start to set this up in a conversation with your good friend, Dr. Perryman.
Oh, come now, my boy. The idea that someone is actually trying to kill you is ridiculous. Fantastic.
I don't think so, Doc. And you wouldn't either in my position. But, well, you were along right behind me when that shot came whistling out of nowhere on the ridge yesterday.
Of course. A careless hunter, an accident. You said so yourself.
Yes, but I've been thinking about it, Doc. Thinking about some other accidents, too. What? You remember several months back on the lake, my motorboat, the explosion? I was lucky to get out of it alive.
Well, yes.
Then a month ago, coming down the ridge road, my car suddenly going out of control. Hitting that telephone pole was the only thing that saved me from going over.
The road is dangerous. Hairpin curves. And the way you drive.
Yeah, fortunately, I wasn't speeding.
See, here, Gordon. Do you mean to tell me that...
Yes. Then yesterday in the canyon.
But who, Gordon? Why?
I don't know.
Who would want to kill you? You're not disliked. Your friends, your wife, all loyal, devoted.
I wonder, Doc. I wish I could believe that all the way.
You can, Gordon. You should.
Well, I'll try, of course. I'm telling you all this because of the kind of a friend you've been. I wish you'd remember this conversation, Doc. Frankly, I'm worried.
Certainly I'll remember. I'll keep my eyes open, naturally.
But you don't believe such things are possible.
No, I didn't say that. Look, let's stop this talk, Gordon. You got me worried now.
And that's all you want for the moment, isn't it, Gordon? To have Dr. Perryman concerned. Later, his suspicions will be easily aroused. Suspicions against Joyce because of what you're going to do. You wait now, casting around in your mind for some plan of action. The frame. It suggests itself a few days later at the lodge. Just a small thing. Involving an open gas jet on a gas heater.
Gordon, are you all right? Betty, shut that thing off. Mm-hmm. What?
Oh, he was only asleep.
What is this? What's wrong? Say, isn't that gas I smell? You bet it is. And you better have something done about this jet. It's much too loose. Something must have fallen against it.
What's happening? What's the excitement, Bill?
Oh, it isn't anything.
Oh, yes, it is, Doctor. Gordon was asleep here in the chair, and that gas jet was open.
How do you suppose?
Well, it's very loose. Could have been an accident.
I suppose.
It's
dangerous.
Kill someone.
Now, let's stop worrying about it. Just an accident. Don't you think so, Doc?
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course.
What's the matter, darling? You're all right.
Sure. We better have this heater fixed. That's all. The jet's loose.
Really?
I can't understand it.
Well, we must have it attended to right away.
Yes. You better, Joyce.
The look in Joyce's eyes is what you want, isn't it, Gordon? She isn't thinking of having the gas jet fixed. Not at all. She's thinking of what a convenient way this could be. After all the guests have seen it. Yes, very convenient. Then you smile to yourself, deciding that you'll help her along with her plan. The following evening, you put it all in motion. It begins as your guests prepare to leave for a party at a neighboring lodge.
Look, I'm sorry to back out at the last minute this way, but I've got a headache. A bad one. I'd better stay here. Just take it easy. Get some rest.
Oh, well, what about you, Joyce? Coming?
Oh, of course, Betty. That is, unless Gordy'd rather I stay here.
No, there's no need for that, Joyce. I'll be all right. You run along.
You rest in. Maybe a little nap, Do you good?
Yes, I'll stretch out in the den.
Well, come on, kids, let's go. You want to come along in our car, Joyce?
No, I'll take mine. I have some things to get in the village first. You run along. I'll join you at the Jellisons later.
Okay. Let's away!
You watch them as they leave. Your guests and Joyce. A moment later, Bill's sedan roars past the lodge, starts down the grade. Joyce's neat little convertible right behind her. She's up to something, isn't she, Gordon? The way she suggested that you rest so all of them could hear. You wait quietly in the den. Wait for Joyce to come back, as you know she will. Then...
In here, Joyce.
You don't seem surprised, darling.
That you came back? No, I knew you'd be back.
I thought perhaps you'd changed your mind about going over to the Jellisons. I only wanted to see if...
I still have my headache.
Would a drink help?
Why, how thoughtful of you, dear. Yes, it might help very nicely.
Well, I'll fix a couple.
Let me...
No trouble, darling.
Thanks.
You know, Gordy, sometimes you're hard to figure out.
Oh? And you're not at all.
That sounds sarcastic.
Merely appraising. Joyce.
Yes?
What sort of sleeping pills did you pick up in the village?
Sleeping pills? Whatever are you talking about? Here, your drink.
Joyce, you're getting careless. Clumsy.
Am I?
You wouldn't want to exchange drinks now, would you?
Certainly. Here. Satisfied?
You anticipated that one, of course.
Did I?
Let's stop the game, Joyce. I know what you're up to.
What am I up to?
You want to put me to sleep. Fix it so I'm just sitting here, resting, as you put it. Then somehow the gas jet finds its way on again, and I'm the unsuspecting accident victim. No one will know that you ever came back here from the village. You went directly over to the Jellisons' party.
You have it all figured out, don't you?
Yes, and it won't work.
I guess not. I wouldn't expect such a careless, clumsy sandalwood. Well, cheers. Really afraid, aren't you, Gordon?
Of the drink, yes. But not of you. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Joyce. Not in the least.
It sounds ominous.
I might as well tell you how ominous. I intend to take an overdose of sleeping pills and turn on the gas.
Suicide? How nice of you, Gordon.
Not suicide. Attempted murder.
What are you talking about?
You do have a box of sleeping tablets in your purse, don't you, Joyce? Of course. I'll only borrow a few. Put the box back in your purse after I've seen you on your way.
You're out of your mind.
Not quite. But it has to look good, Joyce. You're a test on my life.
You're a fool, Gordon. I'm afraid we'll both have to check our plans for a while.
Not me, Joyce. But you will. You see, in a few minutes, you're going to have an accident. Your car is going off the road with you at the wheel.
I see. And I'll be found that way with a box of sleeping tablets in my purse.
The ones they'll believe you slipped into my drink. Oh, I fully intend to take them, you know. Then just at the right moment, I'll call the hospital. They'll find me here, unconscious, the gas on, but they'll find me just in time.
After my car accident, you mean?
That's right, Joyce.
You have been thinking overtime, haven't you?
You know, Joyce, you're forcing me to do this.
Am I?
If you'd only tried to understand.
Understand? understand murder?
There was no other way.
You could have given me a divorce when I asked for it.
I didn't want a divorce.
You knew I loved Martin.
I thought you knew you did.
You knew I did. You knew I loved him. With everything I had. That's why you killed him and made it look like a hunting accident. But you didn't get away with it, Gordon. You cheated the law, but you're going to pay just the same. I'll make sure of that.
I'm sorry, Joyce. I hate the idea of punching that beautiful jaw, but you leave me no choice.
You carry the unconscious Joyce down to her car, place her on the front seat next to you. Then you start down the ridge road. And as you reach a sharp curve, you leap clear.
Goodbye, Joyce. Goodbye for good.
Back at the lodge, you pour yourself another drink. Dissolve the sleeping tablets in it. Then you drink. You step over to the gas jet on the heater and turn it on. Sitting in the big easy chair, the telephone at your elbow, you wait. The minutes tick by. You find yourself becoming drowsy. Then you're sinking into a warm, black fog.
Our host and hostess, the happiest married couple I know.
You shake your head. Try to clear the haze from your mind.
I wonder whose luck will run out first, darling.
You're breathing heavily now. The walls are closing in on you.
Gordon was asleep in the chair. The gas was on.
The room seems to be swaying beneath you. The black fog sweeps in again, and you fight to keep your eyes open. Now, Gordon, now is the time. You can't wait another moment. You reach for the telephone. It's going to be close, isn't it, Gordon? Everything's going just the way you planned it.
2, 5, 7.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Do you want a pleasant surprise? Then the next time you're near a signal service station, drive in and ask the dealer how much trade-in allowance he'll give you for your old tires. The chances are your signal dealer will make you such a generous offer that you'll see the wisdom of trading for safe new tires now. But what's more, the new tires on which signal dealers are giving this big allowance are not substandard second-line or third-line tires. They're first-line Lee tires. You know what that means. For 47 years, Lee of Conshohocken has made only one quality, the finest of first-line tires. In Lee tires, for instance, you get not only cold rubber, but Lee toughens it still further with patented Fill Black O. This is typical of the built-in extra quality that is making today's Lee tires actually give 30 to 40% more wear than ever before. That's why it's real news when you can save money on tires like these. To remind you of this opportunity, there's now a sign outside every signal station which says, "Biggest allowance for your old tires on top-quality Lee tires." Drive in where you see that sign and find out from the signal dealer just how little it will cost you now to enjoy carefree summer driving on safe, new Lee tires.
The small crowd around the wrecked car included the party guests. Only Dr. Perryman wasn't there as Joyce's lifeless body was lifted from the crumbled mass of glass and metal. The guests were shocked, spoke in low, nervous tones to one another, horrified by what had happened in the space of a few hours. Presently, a police car returned to the scene. Dr. Perryman and the sheriff stepped out and hurried down the path to join the others.
Doc, I thought you went up to get Gordon. Where is...
Up at the lodge, Bill.
Well?
Gordon's dead.
What did you say, Sheriff?
Accident, I guess. The gas was turned down in his den. It's where we found him. Rolled out on the floor. His hand still clutching the telephone. He must have tried to phone for help, Bill, but he didn't have a chance.
What do you mean?
The telephone lines were down. When Joyce's car crashed down the bank, it knocked over a telephone pole and all the phone lines along with it.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were John Hoyt and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian John Doe. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Don't. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do it again. Please, I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left if you do. Please.
Another Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of Shadow of a Mind. See that man working there in his laboratory? That's Dr. William Richter. He's brilliant. He works hard at his research because he believes he can do more for posterity through research than he could had he continued his regular practice as a surgeon, a brain surgeon. It's good that a doctor can retire from his practice and have a laboratory all his own, with all expenses paid where he may carry on his experiments. Good also that he can afford an assistant.
Ernest? Ernest?
Yes, Doctor.
Come here, will you? Think there's something here you should see?
Certainly, Doctor. Yes, Doctor? What is it?
This piece of tissue. I've just taken it out of the solution.
Oh, yes, that's the tissue from the monkey's brain.
Yes.
Seems to be alive still.
Yes, the solution has kept it in perfect condition, at least to all outward appearances.
Of course, we can't really tell until it's tried along with undisturbed tissue.
That's right. That's just what we're going to do.
Today? You're going to try it today?
Yes. Remember the little chimpanzee we brought in last week?
Yes.
Prepare him, will you? We'll try the experiment at once.
Oh, it will be wonderful if it works. Wonderful for humanity, I mean.
Well, that's why I'm doing this work, Ernest. Because of the great benefit it will be to mankind if I can find a way to keep tissue living when completely severed from a body.
And then replace it. That will be wonderful.
I don't mind telling you, Ernest, that if this experiment is successful, we will have gone a long way toward proving the feasibility of tissue transplantation. Then there will remain only to try it with larger sections of tissue. Who knows? Perhaps sometime, due to our experiments, man will be able to perform this operation on complete sections of the human brain.
It's a great work you're doing, Doctor.
Yes. Now, prepare the animal, will you?
Yes, Doctor.
great work, Doctor. Such a benefit to mankind. And such a benefit to you if it's a success, and to those whom you love.
Come in. Oh, Elaine. Hello, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, I didn't want to disturb you, Father, but I've wonderful news. Terribly important news.
Wait a minute. Don't you think you should give me an opportunity to at least say good afternoon to your young man?
Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
How do you do, sir? Hello, John. And now, Elaine, what is this news that is so vital?
Oh, it's about John and me. That's why I brought John along. We're going to be married.
We came to ask your permission, sir.
You're in love?
Oh, yes, Father.
Very much, sir.
Oh, at least that's what you think now.
But, Father...
Oh, I know. Love hits you hard when you're young. I just want you to be sure, my dear. You see, this comes as rather a surprise to me.
A surprise?
Yes, a surprise, and I might say a slight disappointment.
Disappointment?
Yes, I'd hoped you'd finish your school and then come here to help me.
Oh, I know how you feel about your work, Father. I know how important it is to you. It's important to me, too. I want you to continue it, but, well, I don't want to give up love simply to assist you. Don't you see, it's your work, not mine. Marriage is what I want.
Yes. How soon do you wish to marry?
As soon as possible, sir.
Then I can only tell you that I advise strongly against it. As you know, Elaine, I cannot order you not to marry this man.
No, Father, you've been wonderful to me. I want to repay your kindness. And I think I can do so better if I'm leading a happy, normal life.
I hope you're right, Elaine. I can still only advise against this marriage. If you do it, you will do so against my will and judgment.
The specimen is ready, Doctor.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Ernest. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm in the midst of a rather important experiment.
Just a moment, Father. If there's something about John to which you object, I think it's only fair that you should tell us now.
Oh, my objection has nothing to do with John. I admire him. I've always considered him a brilliant young man.
Thank you, sir.
If I wished you to marry anyone at this time, I should as soon it were John as anyone else.
Then why? What is it, Father?
It is simply my wish that you do not marry at this time. You see, my dear, I'm not young, and the thought of losing you perhaps makes me slightly selfish about you. I only ask that you consider my request. I do not demand that you obey it. Oh, I'm talking too much. I must go. Think it over. Carefully.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. I had no idea he'd behave this way about it. I thought he'd be glad. He's always been so nice to me. I thought, of course, he'd be happy to see me married.
Well, he didn't seem much concerned over your happiness. He seemed more interested in the effect your marriage was going to have on him or his works.
But if I were happy, you'd think he would be. I don't see how marrying you could have any adverse effect on him.
I wonder.
Several days have passed during which John has thought about it. Wondered why the doctor doesn't want his daughter to marry. Thought and searched for a reason. And he's found that reason. But he hasn't told Elaine. Not until he has another talk with the doctor privately. John and Elaine are driving along the twisting highway to her home.
Why on earth did your father ever have his laboratory in such a out-of-the-way place?
Oh, he works a lot with animals. They might disturb people if he had close neighbors.
Yes, I suppose so. Looks as though he might have picked a straighter road.
Johnny, why are you so certain that you can convince Father our marriage is the right thing?
Well, the only reason he objected was because of what it might do to him. I know what that was. And I can assure him that the result of our marriage won't be what he feared.
But why won't you tell me?
Oh, now, darling, don't you worry about that. Here, give me a kiss.
Oh, Johnny, Johnny, look out! The bridge! Look out! We're going
over! You were careless, John. You needn't have had that wreck if you'd been watching. Even in your haste to settle things with the doctor, you should have been more careful. More careful with the life of the woman you loved. Now her father works feverishly trying to bring her to.
Will she? Quiet. Looked pretty bad. I'm afraid it's a concussion.
Yes, but will she?
I suppose you are satisfied now. Should have forbidden her seeing you rather than suggesting it would be better for her not to marry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have had her hurt for the world.
And why did you insist on going out?
I love her.
Oh.
I do love her. I hope she loves me. If she's still willing, I'm going to marry her just as soon as she's able.
Well, looks as though it would be some time before she's even able to discuss such a matter.
But she will be all right, won't she? I mean later. You'll do all you can now, won't you?
She is my daughter. I shall do anything in my power to help her. However, I shall undertake it because I want her to get well, not because you do.
Oh, I know how you feel about me. I came here to tell you that our marriage would make no difference in your plans. But that's not important now. The only thing of importance is her recovery. I want you to know if there's anything I can do, you can count on me.
What you can do probably will not be much. However, we shall see.
Not much you could do, John. If you'd only realized then just how much you would do, maybe you wouldn't have been so anxious. It hasn't been pleasant, though, has it, all these days of waiting while Elaine came out of her coma and then lapsed back in again. And when the doctor operated on her, that was hard on you, too. These short visits you've been allowed with her. Does it seem strange that the doctor won't let you stay too long in the room with her?
You will have to leave now, John. Remember I told you could only have a few minutes.
Oh, yes, all right. I'll come again soon, Elaine. And don't you worry. Everything will be all right.
Goodbye, John. I hope you can come again soon.
What does he mean everything would be all right?
Oh, just about us.
Well, what does he know about it? What does he know about your condition?
He thinks as I do that I'll soon be well.
Oh, does he?
Yes. Won't I?
We shall see. What else did he tell you?
That he loved me enough to give up anything in the world for me.
And are you still as much in love with him as you were?
Oh, yes, Father. More so.
Then I want you to tell him that you will marry him.
Oh, Father, you... Oh, Father, I knew you'd see. I knew you'd want me to be happy. I knew you'd see what was best.
Yes, I do see what's best. Probably better than you.
Well, what do you mean?
Elaine, you know how much you've always meant to me.
Yes, you've always been very good to me, Father.
Then believe me when I tell you I know what's best for you. Tell John you will marry him right away.
But why so soon?
Because it is important.
But your attitude has changed, so... Have you grown to like him?
Oh, I've scarcely seen him.
But then what's the reason for this sudden reversal of your feelings?
I was looking at it before from the standpoint of an ordinary marriage with the average benefits and drawbacks. But now, my dear, we must look at it differently.
I don't understand.
This will be no ordinary marriage, Elaine. It will be a marriage in which you alone will benefit.
I don't understand.
Oh, my dear, I would rather do anything in the world than to tell you what I have to, but your accident, well, it left... Well, you're just not improving satisfactorily.
What do you mean?
A growth has started where I removed that clot. I've got to operate again, and I cannot say how successful I'll be.
You mean you're afraid it won't be a success? And that's why you want me to marry John?
Yes, because I know what may happen if it isn't. And I want you to have all the things you want while you have the chance.
But that wouldn't be fair to him.
He's always said he would give up everything. Well, now he will have the chance.
Oh, no. I won't do it that way. I wanted to marry him because I thought we'd have a happy life together. I don't want him to do all the giving.
You've got to, Elaine.
No.
But you are going to need him, Elaine. Need him more than you can possibly imagine. And so that is the way things are, John. She told me how much you love her, and now's your chance to prove it.
Elaine, the poor girl. It's awful.
Oh, there's not a thing I can do except try and prolong the final outcome. She may go on for years this way, but someday she will crack and her mind will become a complete blank. She's going to need somebody then. Somebody that loves her as much as you say you do.
Oh, there's no question about that. Of course I love her.
And you will still marry her after what I've told you?
Well, yes, of course. That can't make me love her any less.
Then you will try and convince her that it is best that she marry you.
Yes, I will. Because, you see, regardless of what you think, I do think it's best. I always have.
I think so, too. Now.
But don't you see, darling, this can't make any difference in my love for you. Simply that you've got to undergo another operation.
Yes, but Father said he couldn't be certain how it would turn out.
I think he's pretty certain.
He told you then?
Yes.
And It doesn't really make any difference.
Except that I've waited longer. Well, now I love you more.
Oh, John.
So please, darling, say you'll marry me.
You still think it's wise?
Yes, I know it is.
All right, John. I'll marry you.
When? How soon?
Any time you say, John.
It's good to know that someone loves you enough to marry you even when you're ill, isn't it, Elaine? Only you don't know what John knows. You think you have a chance, but John knows better. The doctor told him. He loves you enough to give up anything, though. Yet he doesn't suspect what he's going to be called upon to do, and neither do you, Elaine. Neither do you. But the doctor knows. He knows what sacrifices both he and John must make for you.
Oh, Doctor? Doctor, can I speak to you for a moment?
Oh, of course. What do you want?
It's about Elaine. She seems to be getting worse. She's been in a coma every time I've seen her in the last several days.
Yes?
Is she really worse? Do you know what's causing the comas?
I do.
Well, isn't there something you can do, some way to stop them?
I have something in mind. I shall have the opportunity to try it soon.
And you think you can?
We can only hope. Oh, by the way, I may need your help in the morning. I suggest you get a good night's rest.
Well, are you going in to see her now?
Yes.
Then may I go in with you?
You're very nervous tonight. I don't think your presence would be good for her. Besides, I want you to rest. We have quite a task ahead of us in the morning.
Oh, yes, but...
I suggest you go to your room now. Oh, here. In this envelope are some sleeping powders. Be sure you take them. You'll need a good night's rest.
Yes, but Elaine...
If you will cooperate, I think I can assure you that Elaine will improve rather rapidly from now on. Now, please do as I say.
Well, all right, then. And good night. And please let me know in the morning.
I shall. Elaine? Elaine, are you awake? Elaine?
Oh, Father.
Wake up, Elaine.
I didn't realize I'd been asleep.
Didn't you?
No, I don't feel as though I'd been asleep exactly.
Oh, don't worry about that. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Please, my dear, don't let this upset you too much, but I'm afraid we have to operate again.
Oh.
That is our only way out, otherwise you'll lose your mind.
My mind? Oh, Father.
Easy, Elaine. I told you there's a way out.
Way out?
Yes, you see, I've known for a long time this was going to be necessary. The growth has started again, and it's spreading. And wherever it's spread, that part of your brain is dead. So I must remove that part.
But I must trust you, Father. I know if any surgeon can do it, you can.
I can remove it, I'm certain of that. The question is in what condition it will leave you.
What do you mean?
Well, it's too large a part of your brain to leave you, well, entirely the same. It's the part that controls your will. We can't just remove it and leave you that way.
But how?
That is where John and his willingness to sacrifice for you comes in.
I don't understand.
I'm going to perform the same operation on John.
But there's nothing wrong with John's brain.
No.
He has a brilliant mind.
I know. That's why we chose him.
We chose him? I don't understand.
I told you once that you were going to need somebody that really loved you. Somebody willing to give up everything for you.
And that's why you wanted me to marry him.
Yes. You see, it was the only way to save my little girl. He seemed like a very intelligent young man. That was important because, you see, I didn't want just anybody's brain taking the place of that part of yours which I shall remove.
You mean you're going to...
Yes.
Oh, Father, listen to me. I love John. You can't do this thing to him. Oh, let me die. I don't want to live if it means this. Please, Father, listen to me.
I'm probably the only brain surgeon in the world who can do it, and I've prepared well. Everything is ready, including John.
Father, please.
Oh, you mustn't become overwrought, Elaine. Here, I'll just give you this hypodermic. There, as it will quiet you.
Oh, but Father...
Don't you see, my dear, if I succeed in this, it will be just like handing back life to the little girl whom I love.
But if you fail... If you fail, Father...
There's no reason why you should fear any ill effects.
But John...
I'm perfectly confident that the operation will be a success from John's standpoint as well. But even if I do fail, it will be better than letting you live on without a mind.
Father, you can't do this. You're mad. That's it. You're mad. Father, you're mad. You couldn't dream of such a thing if you weren't.
I not only can dream of it, I'm going to do it. And when it is over, you'll be glad you had a father who was willing to do this for you.
Father...
Quiet, Elaine. Soon the medicine will take effect and you'll be unconscious. And when you waken, a part of John's brain will have taken the place of that part of yours that's diseased.
The The operation was a success, a complete success for Elaine. A fine piece of surgery, Doctor. You must feel highly pleased with your ability. A pity this operation can't become a contribution to surgical science. But I doubt that you'd want the world to know. And you, Elaine, you look so different since you've been up and around. Your will seems so strong. And your attitude toward John. What's happened to your love for him?
Elaine, what are you getting ready to do?
I'm going out.
You're going out again?
Yes, do you mind?
Well, I thought maybe you'd stay with me tonight. You were out last night. It's awfully lonesome just sitting here in this room. Never getting out, never seeing anyone.
You're in no condition to see anyone.
But I'd like to see you, Elaine. When you stay home, I like to see you.
Well, I'm not staying home. I'm not sitting around here spending another dull evening with you.
Suppose I am dull. I can't think. I had something I wanted to tell you. I remembered it this afternoon, something I intended doing before we were married. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, you can't remember anything. All you can do is sit around and whine.
Oh, why do you talk to me like that, Elaine? You used to love me. I remember you said you loved me once. And I love you, Elaine. I've always loved you. What have I done to make you stop loving me?
Don't you know?
Well, it seems like there was something I did that concerns you, but I don't just remember what it was.
You really don't remember, do you?
No.
I wonder if you ever really knew.
You're very smug about it, Elaine. Is that a normal way to treat a man who gave up so much for you? Oh, but you're not entirely normal anymore, are you? Maybe that's because you're no longer completely Elaine. You have parts of two minds, yours and John's, his will. You couldn't be expected to have completely normal reactions. No, not with two minds.
Elaine, may I come in?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Not at all. What do you want, Father?
Elaine, I hardly know how to say this, but I've got bad news for you.
About
your trouble. Those X-ray pictures we took, they show a return of the growth. We didn't get it all last time.
Is it bad?
Well, it's very small now. If we get it soon enough, we should be safe.
Then you're going to have to operate again.
Yes, if we're to save your mind.
And what about Elaine? What's going to happen to her?
What did you say?
I said... Funny, I don't remember what I said.
Never mind. Do you think John will be agreeable?
Oh, he's agreeable to anything I want. He doesn't seem to do anything of his own volition. Just what I wish him to do.
Then you had better tell him.
All right. John, come in here.
He's been a very good husband for you, Elaine.
Yes, hasn't he? Not as husbands go, perhaps, but...
You tell me to come in here, Elaine?
Yes.
Well,
John, do you still love me?
Oh, you know I love you. I always have.
Then you can do something more for me.
Oh, well, that's good. What can I do for you, man?
The same thing. Again.
The same thing? Well, I don't remember. Oh, no. No, I didn't do anything for you. You did something to me. Don't do it again. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do. I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left.
Oh, yes, there will. There will be me. And you love me. Remember, John?
Another good job, Doctor. Another great piece of surgery. No one else could have done it. The first time, taking just the part of John's brain which controlled his will, giving that to Elaine and making her will so strong she cared nothing for anyone but herself, and leaving John so that he'd resist no more. That was well done. And this time, just a little bit more. Only this time you made a mistake, Doctor. This time you took too much of John's brain. This time you took the part that remembers. You took too much, Doctor. And now John is dead. You've given his will to Elaine, and now his memory. And the part of John's mind that remembers also hates Doctor.
Come in. Oh, Elaine, my dear. Come in, my son. I didn't expect you so late. Elaine, what are you doing with that gun?
I have something to settle with you, Doctor.
Why, I don't understand. You have never called me doctor before, Elaine.
It is not Elaine you're dealing with, Doctor.
What do you mean?
This is John. You killed my body, but you put my mind in this body. My will and my memory. This body is Elaine's, but these thoughts are John's.
That is impossible.
Not for you, Doctor, not for the great brain surgeon. For this time you've gone too far, you and Elaine. You took my mind, only you took too much of it. And now it is no longer Elaine. It is I, John, who controls the actions of this body. And the mind of John hates you for what you did.
I only did it to save my little girl.
Had you not objected to the marriage in the first place, nothing would ever have happened.
What do you mean?
I remember now. Now John's thoughts remember what it was he found out about your objection to the marriage. That's what we were coming to tell you when we had the accident. John found out about your wife's will.
What?
The money that made it possible for you to continue your work would all go to Elaine when she married.
Oh, but...
You didn't want that, did you, Doctor? Because you weren't her real father.
I've always loved you as a real father. I've done everything for you.
Excuse me, Doctor. For Elaine. You forget you're dealing with the memory of John. And with his will and his memory in this body, you can see why it's perfectly natural to kill you.
Wait, now listen to me. For a long time I've known that something went wrong, and I didn't intend it that way, but I have prepared for it. I have a signal bell connected with this room to the laboratory. Ernest has been instructed to come here immediately upon hearing it. Well, I've just rung it. He'll be here in a second. You wouldn't dare to kill me because you'd be convicted as a murderer.
How many times do you think a man can be afraid of death, Doctor?
Huh?
Remember, you've been through the process of killing my body for a long time now. I shall be easier on you. I shall kill you quickly now with this gun.
What is it?
That gun, stop her.
Good heavens, stand back, Ernest. I have no desire to harm you. He's the only one my memory hates. The only one my will says to kill.
You killed your father.
No, Ernest, I didn't.
But I saw. I stood here and watched you kill him.
Yes, but Elaine didn't pull that trigger, and he was not my father.
I'll call the police.
Stop. Stand over there in that corner. Now throw me the keys to the car. That's it. Now stay here. If you try to follow me, I'll kill you.
And so you've settled scores, haven't you, John? Your mind, together with Elaine's body, have made him pay for his greed. But where are you going? It's really over. Why do you hurry so? Why do you drive so fast? Do you know where you're going? Remember, this is a crooked road, and that bridge ahead, that's where it all started, remember? The wheel. Is something pulling on it? Pulling it off to the left? Pulling harder than you can pull? What could have a hold of it? You're alone. But something is pulling the wheel around, isn't it? Pulling it until... That's really the best way. They couldn't go on with John's mind and thoughts in Elaine's body. And now they're all dead. John, William, and Elaine. John, the innocent victim. Elaine, the guilty accomplice. And William, the great brain surgeon who tried so hard to save Elaine. You think so? Well, what neither of them knew was that there was never anything wrong with Elaine's brain in the first place. Her comas were induced by medicines administered by William in his efforts to convince them that something was wrong with her. Because that way, he'd have a reason for attempting his fiendish experiment in brain surgery. He was a good surgeon. He was too good. But he didn't think his transplantation of brain tissue might also carry with it the will and memory. And when a will as strong as John's combines with the memories he had, well, you could hardly blame him for killing the doctor, could you?
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's story was written by Dwight Hauser and directed by J. Donald Wilson. The Whistler originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Gem of Purest Ray. Eleftherios Moraitis. M-O-R-A-I.
I know how to spell it. I'm Greek, too.
Are you? I didn't get your name.
Pappas. Nick Pappas, Detective Sergeant, First Grade. We got your address, 47 North 51st Street. Well, thank you, sir, Dr. Moraitis.
I'm sorry I don't speak modern Greek. I assume that to mean, how do you do, though?
That's right.
Well, Kala.
Well, you Kala, huh? After killing this guy.
I have no regrets at all, Mr. Pappas, is it?
That's right. Well, go ahead.
There's nothing more to say.
You know that what you're saying will be used in evidence against you, don't you?
Yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting pretty tired of it, Pappas.
Of what, Dr. Moraitis?
Killing these people.
Oh?
Do you suppose they'll...
Electrocute you? They sure will, Moraitis.
Electrocute. What a word.
Quite an experience, too. They tell me.
I wasn't thinking about the experience. It's the barbarism of the word that sets my teeth on edge. Words like electrocute, locate, reside.
What's the matter with them?
They get me down.
Well, not to change the subject, but what about these other people you mentioned?
Oh. I was just thinking, as long as they're going to send me to the electric chair...
Oh, you're on the way, okay, Moraitis.
Well, in that case, I might as well tell you about the others.
Sure. Go right ahead.
And I could warn you at the same time.
Warn me?
Yes.
Warn me of what?
These people that have to be killed.
Oh? Who are they, Moraitis?
I'm of perfectly sound mind, Sergeant Pappas.
You bet. Now, let's get this conversation over with first, huh? Then we'll get on to the warning, huh? Okay.
Well, so far as I can remember, there are 32 of them.
All together?
That I've murdered. Killed.
This one makes 33.
No, he's the 32nd.
Well, nice going. You have their names, I suppose?
No, not all of them. As a matter of fact, I have the names of only a few of them. I could give you the details of the murders, you see, and perhaps you could work back from that.
Yeah, I suppose we could, couldn't we?
But there are so many more of them.
So?
You find them everywhere.
Good.
And they've all got to be destroyed.
Who's going to destroy them?
Well, I've destroyed 32 of them. And now you're going to hang me.
Objection, Doctor. We're going to fry you.
For trying to save the world.
For knocking off Mr. Oliver Meredith, 38, of 202 South Winter Street, to which you have confessed. And for which you will be fried like a fish.
I am not a fish.
Not yet.
He's a fish.
Who's a fish?
This Meredith that I killed.
Hey, you may get out yet on a loony plea.
Sergeant Pappas, did you see Meredith's body?
Sure.
Did you look at it carefully?
Careful enough to see he was dead. Dead as a fish.
Did you notice his neck?
No. What?
There are 2 scars on his neck. On each side. Just below his ears.
That's the coroner's business, Doctor.
It's your business. It's everybody's business.
Why?
Because that's the way you can identify them.
Identify who, for God's
The
sake?
people that are trying to destroy the world.
Who?
The people from the bottom of the ocean. Those scars on their necks are gills. Gills like a fish. Excuse me, I'm becoming ungrammatical. I mean, they are gills such as fishes possess.
No fins?
I beg you, Sergeant, please don't joke about this.
And they come from the bottom of the ocean.
They do.
Lean over here. Turn your head. The other way now. How come you got scars on the sides of your neck, Dr. Moraidis? You been to the bottom of the ocean, too?
Yes. Those are my gills. Yes. I've been to the bottom of the ocean, too. We Greeks have an enormous affinity for the depths of the seas. Our first heroes were men of the sea, Jason, and Odysseus and the others. We were a sea-going, a sea-loving nation. And the very words we use to describe the sea today came from the Greek, Pelagian, of the sea. From the Greek, pelagos. Plankton, the microscopic animal forms that lie at various levels in the ocean depths. That's a Greek word, too.
Longus, a wanderer.
And Atlantis was one of our colonies. Atlantis, whose people so loved the sea that the gods of ancient Greece sunk the whole continent into its depths.
You believe that kind of junk?
And you'd better believe it, too. Sergeant Pappas of the police?
Yeah?
Because Atlantis exists today. And its people live. And the ambassadors of Atlantis come from the sea to live beside us. And sow seeds of discontent and hatred among us. Wherever we live. You remember me now, don't you? The Moraides Deep Sea Exploration Group, that's right. Men have gone down to the depths of the sea before. William Beebe and his bathysphere, you remember, of course. Bathysphere, we Greeks again. Comes from bathos. Depths. But I wanted to go deeper, to plumb the utmost depths of the sea. To get out of the valleys that extend farther below the sea's level and the highest peaks on earth ascend above it. I wanted to find Atlantis. I found myself in possession of certain documents, charts, maps, the existence of which had heretofore never been suspected. And I found the exact coordinates of latitude and longitude of the ancient city, the capital of the country that sank below the waves so many, many centuries ago. No, never mind them. It will do you no good to know them. Let it suffice that the depth is something more than 8 miles. I beg pardon?
I said, go on.
No need to tell you either of the details of the construction of my diving bell. It was made to my own specifications, internally braced to withstand the pressure of several tons to the square inch. There was light and heat and large ports set in the sides with cone-shaped plexiglass deadlights, so that no matter what the pressure of the water from the outside, the plexiglass would be only forced in tighter.
But the thing busted anyway, didn't it?
That was the story. What really happened was somewhat different.
Get on with your story, Doctor.
If you'd just not interrupt me.
Go ahead.
If you read the newspaper accounts at the time...
When was it?
May 17th, 1946.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that you might have remembered that there was no physical connection between the bell and the surface. That is, it was not on a cable of any kind. It was free.
How'd you expect to get back?
By releasing ballast, of course, upon which the bell and the people in it, if any, would rise to the surface. We had, of course, radio contact with our headquarters ship on the surface.
And you and the woman...
Miss Elizabeth Case.
You
my
and...
assistant.
Yes. You and this Miss Case went down in this thing, and it busted or something, and they pulled you out of the ocean at Old Saybrook, Connecticut. They never found Miss Case's body. Is that right?
They didn't find Miss Case's body because she is still alive. Or was when I last saw her.
Oh, yeah? And when did you last see her, Doc?
Standing in front of the Temple of Poseidon.
And where is this Temple of Poseidon, if you please?
In Atlantis. 40-some thousand feet below the surface of the ocean.
And what was she doing, Doc?
She was talking to the high priest.
Talking? 40,000 feet underwater, and she talks. Well, Doc, you're really bucking for a Section 8, aren't you?
I am telling you the truth, Sergeant Buckley.
Okay, go ahead. As long as you don't get violent.
It is very quiet in the lower depths of the ocean. I remember the bathymeter showed a depth of 8,000 meters, that is, roughly 20,000 feet, when we saw the first inhabitant of the ocean, completely different from any previous conception of ocean life.
Doctor, look out this port.
See something?
Look.
Well.
I wonder if it's alive.
It seems to be.
It looks like a great big sheet. I don't see any eyes or a mouth or anything. It's coming closer.
It's alive, all right. This is wonderful, isn't it?
Well, Doctor, it is alive.
Looks like a blanket. It's turning over. Now maybe we'll see what...
What did she scream about?
The thing turned over, and we saw the other side.
Well?
The thing was a huge face. A human face. A woman's face. Paper-thin, flesh-colored, and alive. 30 feet across, like a huge mask. And the thing looked at us, and it smiled, and then it darted toward us, and Betty screamed again as the thing wrapped itself around the diving bell. And I could see the plexiglass ports start inward with the increased pressure. And then I looked closer at the port, and across its surface outside there in the water, a million tiny hands, women's hands, crawled across the glass, clutching, reaching, trying to come inside.
And what did you do then, Doc?
I am afraid I fainted.
What about Miss Case?
She fainted, too.
I sort of expected that.
Well, why shouldn't she? The face that she looked at out there in the depths of the sea was her own.
Better and better, Dr. Moraitis. Then what?
It was black outside when I came to. Black and immeasurably cold. The thing was gone. There was nothing but blackness. I gave her some brandy.
Always brandy in these stories.
And I took a little myself.
Oh.
The bathymeter indicated 9,200 meters.
And you saw a red, white, and blue turkey with a straw hat.
I saw far below me the lights of a city. I saw Atlantis. Well?
Go on, Doc.
I show you this jewel.
Yeah? What is it?
I found it on the floor of my diving bell. A moment after I saw the lights of Atlantis below me.
How did it get there?
I don't know.
Well, what is it?
You ever read Thomas Gray's Elegy Written in a Country Churchyard?
I guess so. High school. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day. Why?
Let me quote one of the couplets to you. Full many a gem of purest ray serene the dark unfathomed caves of ocean bear.
Go on, Doctor.
I suspect that Thomas Gray was trying to tell the world something.
That's kind of reaching for it, Doctor.
I didn't know where it came from, I told you.
That's right.
But Betty Case knew. Betty Case gasped when she saw it.
Where did that come from?
Well, I don't know. It was on the floor.
Give it to me.
Well, what are you so anxious?
Because it's mine.
Oh, well, I had a weird idea it came from outside. Isn't that silly?
No, Dr. Moraida. It isn't silly.
What?
It did come from outside.
And the two red scars on her neck, just below her ears. The red scars I had never noticed before, pulsed as she spoke. And I was struck with a queer, fleeting thought. Why? She looks just like a fish. Out of water. And I could feel the motion of the diving bell quicken, and in a moment it was like an express elevator dropping down out of control from some great height. Betty Case was laughing at me, and queer things sped past the port. The light grew stronger, and my mind reeled. Suddenly I was flung to the floor as it thumped against the bed of the ocean. The altimeter registered 13,800 meters below sea level. We had come to rest 8 miles below the surface where the sun danced on the waves. And we sat in bright light in the streets of Atlantis.
Well, it's a great story, Dr. Moraida.
A crowd of people in the street. A crowd of people dressed in the garments of ancient Greece. A sound of music. The set of brilliant steel walls of the diving bells are humming. Men and women and children in the light of great lamps beaming down from tall marble columns. Men and women and children living and moving and breathing 8 miles below the ocean surface. And I turned to look at Betty Case.
I remembered, Doctor, when I saw the door. I remembered when I dreamed after the face looked in on us and I fainted. And when I saw the door...
This can't be. This is utterly, fantastically impossible.
No, it is not, Doctor. Look outside.
They're coming closer. Betty, look out. Do you see them?
Yes, I see. It isn't impossible, Doctor. This is Atlantis.
It can't be.
It is. It's Atlantis. I'm home again.
And she started for the door of the diving bell. Started, reaching out for the mechanism that would unlock it. That would open and let the sea in to crush his boat. And I leaped in front of it to prevent it. But she raised the jewel and held it in front of my eyes, and I felt my strength leave me suddenly. And all I could see was the coruscating brightness of the jewel burning into my eyes. And all I could hear was her voice, echoing hollowly against the steel wall.
No. Never seek to stop me now, man of earth.
And I thought idly of the archaic form of speech she employed. This girl who was on earth the most prosaic, dry as dust, laboratory assistant.
Never seek to stay my hand. Nor turn thy eyes away from the gem of purest ray. For thy face is before thee now, and thou shalt go forth into the depths where mortal man hath not yet trod.
And I thought with considerable surprise, why, she's speaking the purest of ancient Greek. And I'm understanding it.
Now let thee become as one of us.
And I watched her calmly,
as she extended the gleaming jewel toward me. I felt it touch the sides of my neck just below the ears, and a searing cold pain went through my body. And suddenly I was gasping for breath. I drew in great gulps of the oily air of the diving bell, and with each breath I grew weaker and weaker. I was suffocating, like a fish out of water. And as the darkness shot with flashes of red descended upon me, and I knew I was dying, I dimly saw her touch the scar on her neck with a jewel, and she was gasping suddenly, too. And I saw her reach again for the lever that operated the door, and it burst open. And I felt life returning to me as I breathed in great lungfuls of cold, pure salt water. Great. And old Kosan gave me my own jewel. The jewel that lies on your desk there. Kosan, the elder, with his white beard and the look of antiquity in his eyes, he has lived since Atlantis first disappeared beneath the ocean. Kosan spoke to me many times.
Never lose the jewel, Eleftherios. When you go back to the land, you'll need it to change you back from a water breather to an air breather, you see.
I'm going back then?
Yes, of course. There are a great many messages that I want to send to our people on the land. Messages that cannot be trusted to our ordinary radio, you see. Because the time is almost here.
The time?
I forgot that you didn't know.
Is Betty going back with me?
No, she stays here. She'll be here when you come back.
Well, must I come back?
You don't want to die, do you?
What do you mean?
There isn't going to be any place for you to live up there, you know.
What?
Sit down, son. You're happy, aren't you?
I'm pretty confused, sir.
No doubt.
May I ask you some questions?
You can ask them, yes.
Well, how is it done?
Our living here? Time enough for that. We live. Isn't that enough?
No.
Next question.
Well, Betty, she's from the land, isn't she?
Originally, yes. Did you ever hear of the bark Marie Celeste?
I seem to.
It was lost with all hands. That is, all hands were lost. They found the ship, sailing along with all its sails set, food on the table, still hot, and nobody aboard. It was one of the greatest mysteries of the sea.
I remember.
Betty was a passenger on the Marie Celeste.
But that was more than 100 years ago.
Yes, that's so. And the Cyclops that was lost in your World War in 1918. Remember that?
Yes.
They're all here. The Cyclops crew.
They are?
Well, except those we sent up to the surface.
Well, what do you send those people up there for?
Well, we've decided that we are the ones that the world belongs to, Eleftherios. You people up on the surface have made a pretty bad mess of things. And we're going to take it away from them.
How?
What we want is a world that's covered with water everywhere. Land is useless to us.
But
what?
The people up there. My people.
Are you proud of your people, Eleftherios?
Well,
of course. Look, son, we're essentially kind-hearted people down here. And we're a great many. There are more of us than there are people on the land.
Well, yes, but
Don't interrupt. You think your people are so clever. Where do you think they get their knowledge?
What, for instance?
Of ways to make war, for instance. Of ways to make deadlier and deadlier war. They didn't think of those things themselves. You know where they got their ideas.
You're not going to tell me.
Oh, but I am. Look, son, there are right now 65,211 Atlanteans on the surface of the earth. In every country that's known. And some that aren't very well known. They speak every language. They look like Earth people, except for the two little scars on their necks. And they're doing a great job. I don't believe it. Well, you'd better believe it, son. This was one of these fine days your little friend's upstairs. I'm going to blast all the continents right off the face of the earth. You know what happens then? Yes, that's right. There won't be anything but water on this little old planet. So you can make your choice. You can use your jewel like the other Atlanteans up there will, and come on back down here. Or, blub, son. Blub. Strictly blub. Even if that thing doesn't kill you when it goes off. So, what do you say?
What do you want me to do?
Go on back for a while and help us in our little whispering campaign to destroy the continent.
I won't do it.
Well, son, down here on the bottom, we've solved the problem of combating pressure. If you decide not to come along with us, we'll just take that control off you. Tap you with the business end of the little jewel here, and you know what'll happen?
I have an idea.
Oh, no. No, you haven't. You haven't any idea. But, son, it'll be awful. Come on, make up your mind. And?
What?
I said, and?
Well, I'm here. I don't know how they did it, but I'm here.
You certainly are. Well, you've been passing the word to the little ambassadors what the old gentleman wants back?
I have not. I told you I've killed 32 of them so far, including Miss Meredith.
It's a great alibi.
You think I'm going to betray the people of the earth, man?
You're betraying the people of the sea, aren't you?
What?
You heard me. Well, it's a great story, Doc.
I knew that you wouldn't believe me.
It's a great story.
But you don't believe it.
Think I'm crazy?
What?
Of course I believe it, Doc.
What?
Sure I do.
Well, then.
Come here, Doc.
What do you want?
I want you to look at the sides of my neck, Doc. Just below the ears.
You?
Sure, Doc. See?
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to electrocute you, Doc. Nah, Doc. The old gentleman downstairs has got better tricks than that for people to try to cross him up. Come on, Doc. Pick up your crystal. You and I have got a date in Atlantis. And, oh, brother.
Quiet Please for tonight was called Gem of Purest Ray. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and Moraides, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Morton Lawrence played Pappas. Sharita Bauer was Betty Case. Edgar Staley was Fosan, the Atlantean. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word from our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Never having been to the bottom of the sea, I'm uncertain whether the various Atlanteans really exist outside my own imagination. I can assure you, however, that none of the characters in tonight's story are based on any living person, or any dead one, for that matter. Next week's Quiet Please is called In the House Where I Was Born.
And so, until next week at this same time, and Mr. Cooper's story, In the House Where I Was Born, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. has come to you from Mutual Studios in New York City. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Wendy Berry. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, Raymond, inviting you through the squeaking door for a grisly little party. Well, now for our weekly news summary of events from the other world. Slash. The Galloping Ghost defeated the marauding murderers in the opening game of the Ectoplasmic Baseball League last week. An invisible crowd of 20,000 saw the contest. Slash. The slimy Spooks Union is considering a strike to charge people for overtime when they scare them during the day. And, oh yes, a fake medium was arrested for saying he could get in touch with humans.
Well, that's very funny, Mr. Raymond. Now, that's what I like, when you say amusing things instead of scary ones.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, they have a very amusing time in the other world. The other day, they held a masquerade ball, and everyone came disguised as people.
Well, that's very interesting. Did they serve refreshments?
Oh, yes, they served Lipton tea. Everybody loved it. Why, to count all the cups of tea they drank, you'd have to be a teetotaler.
Well, then the other world must be pretty much like this one, because folks here feel the same way about Lipton tea. Why, more people drink Lipton's than any other brand. And they don't just serve it at mealtimes either. Yes, sir, Lipton's is an around-the-clock drink. It helps lots of housewives through their work day, and it's a grand beverage to serve your friends when they drop in of an evening. And, of course, there's one big reason why Lipton tea is so popular. It's because of that famous brisk flavor. That word brisk means that Lipton's always tastes tangy and full-bodied. It's never flat or wishy-washy. Yes, folks, you just don't know how good tea can be till you've tried Lipton's.
Now, friends, while you're trying things, try on this rope for size, huh? Oh, didn't I tell you we're going to hang a very attractive lady tonight? Our story is called The Girl and the Gallows. It all adds up. It's an original radio play by Milton Lewis, and our star is that glamorous motion picture actress, Wendy Berry, who'll play the role of Karen. All right, friends, on a nice spring evening like this, a few chills running up and down your spine are just what you need. So, get yourself a sweet companion. Turn the lights down low. Put your arm around her. Oh, brother, sit back and get ready to have the wits scared out of you. Let's go.
The door was open, and I walked into the strangest apartment I'd ever seen. A sweet, sickening odor overwhelmed me as I looked around. It was a rare incense, burning in a hollow skull that stood on the mantelpiece. I looked closely. The skull was human. I felt someone's eyes on me, staring, watching every move I made.
Good evening. You're Karen Marlowe, aren't you?
How did you know?
I'm Laura Mason.
Oh, Father's told me so much about you. I had to come and see you. May I call you Laura?
Of course.
I thought it'd be best if we met like this by ourselves. When you marry Father, you're going to be my mother. I never had a mother. She died when I was born.
Yes, Dennis told me.
I can see now why Father's so much in love with you. I can grow to love you, too.
What has your father told you about me?
That you were quite an extraordinary woman. Can you really foretell the future?
Why did you come here?
I told you. You're going to be my mother.
That's not the reason.
I don't understand.
Sit down, Karen. Before you leave here, you will understand. And you'll believe everything your father told you about me.
She sat next to me, held my hand. Hers felt like ice. Suddenly her body shook and quivered as though she were being seized by some terrifying unseen demon. Her eyes had little dancing flames. Then they were gone. They became hollow, endless, like two round black holes of infinite space. She was in a trance. Her hand held mine like a vise.
There's not going to be any wedding.
What are you saying?
I see a coffin.
A coffin?
There's a man in it. Dennis, your father.
You don't know what you're saying.
On the floor of your home, a dagger in his throat, his head in a pool of blood.
Stop it!
Murdered!
Stop it!
You struck me.
I had to wake you out of that horrible trance. How can you say such awful things?
They're true.
They can't be.
But they are. I still remember the last vision I saw. It should interest you very much.
I don't want to hear about it.
You were in it.
I? How?
There was a figure hanging from a gallows. It was you.
You hate me, don't you? You want to see me dead. That's why you're telling me this.
No.
I'm not afraid of you. You're rotten and evil and loathsome. And I hate you. I hate you. I could kill you.
What's wrong, sister?
Father.
You Karen Marlowe?
Just as she said. The dagger in his throat. Murdered. Father.
Don't look at him again.
But he's been murdered.
Yeah, I know it. Here, drink this.
But
shut up and drink it.
Thanks. Who are you?
Rulock. Homicide.
The police?
Yeah. We got a tip.
But how?
Someone called in.
This is awful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough on a kid like you. Feel well enough to talk?
Yes.
Okay. When did you see him last?
Tonight. At 7. Here.
Then where'd you go?
To see a woman named Laura Mason.
Laura Mason. Was she home?
No. She arrived a minute after I got there. She predicted this.
What?
She said this would happen when I saw her.
Oh, yeah? Did you know what was in your father's will?
No. No, he never told me.
He left all his dough to you and Laura Mason. If either one of you dies, the other gets it.
How'd you find out?
We get around. 7:30, a neighbor heard him scream. 7:15, a dark-haired woman in a red coat was brought up here by the elevator boy. She was very attractive. Do you know anyone like that?
Yes. Laura Mason.
You sure?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Who made that head of your father?
Oh, a sculptor in Paris many years ago. Why?
Because your father mentioned it in his will.
How?
Well, he said that under no circumstances must it go to you. It was to go to Laura Mason or be destroyed. Well, what made him do a thing like that?
I don't know. Father was a strange and brilliant man. She killed him. I know she did.
Who?
Laura Mason. You know she did it, too.
Now, take it easy. Feel well enough to go out?
Yes.
Okay. Take me to Laura Mason.
Yes?
I'm Lou Locke. Homicide.
Police?
Yeah. Where's Laura Mason?
Laura Mason?
Don't play dumb.
Well, I never heard of her.
Ever seen this lady before, Miss Morrow?
No, and I've never seen this apartment before either.
Did you make a mistake?
No. No, this is the building. This is where the apartment is, but I don't understand it.
Neither do I.
I told you how strange it was.
Yeah. Hey, the skull on the mantelpiece, I don't see it.
But it was here, only a few hours ago.
What's your name?
Maxine Maynard.
How long you living here?
5 years.
You must have made a mistake, Miss Morrow.
I didn't. I know it sounds crazy, but you don't believe me, do you? You don't believe a word I told you.
Let's go back to your place. The boys must have finished up by now. You'll be okay here tonight, Miss Morrow.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I got to get back to headquarters.
You still don't believe me.
Look, you're a young kid, a nice kid. You never saw a man who was murdered before. It can bowl you over.
You think I imagined it all?
Well, it's happened before. But you'll be all right now. Good night.
Don't go. Please don't go.
Well, I've got to.
I'm frightened. I don't want to be here alone.
There's a cop in a car. If you want him, call.
I don't want to be in this apartment by myself. I've hardly ever been without my father. Don't go. Please.
Easy, kid. I'll come back if I can.
Was I losing my mind? Did I imagine the strange interview with Laura Mason? I was alone in the apartment where my father was murdered. I was too frightened to think. Suddenly the door buzzer sounded. I rushed to open it. No one was there. I sat down. Was this something I imagined too? The phone rang. I picked up the receiver. Hello? 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 No one answered. Was it all imagination? Had something happened to me? I went to the window, opened it. I heard the traffic far down in the street. Jump? Why not? Father was dead. My life was a nightmare. I couldn't go on like this. Yes, jump. It'd be all over. The torture, the fear, the madness, all gone. I leaned over the ledge. One move would be all over. I would jump. Let me go. Let me go.
Don't.
I don't understand.
Never mind what I don't understand. You're just lucky I came back.
It'd been better if you hadn't. Something's happened to me. I see things that never existed. I hear bells, the phone, the door buzzer. And all the time I feel that woman's eyes on me. Watching me.
Cut it out.
Why didn't you let me jump? I'm no good to anyone this way. Why did you come back?
Because I... Come here.
Don't. Let go of me.
Shut up.
You kissed me.
Yeah. That's why I came back.
You...
Let's not talk about it now.
Oh, but why?
Because you're beautiful. I wanted to do that ever since I saw you. You still want to jump now?
No. No.
Okay. I'm going to take you to a good doctor.
You think there's something the matter with me?
We'll let him decide.
But I did see that woman, just like I told you.
We've been checking. We can't find any trace of a Laura Mason. Why'd you jump like that?
The door buzzer. You did hear it ring, didn't you? That was the door buzzer.
Sure, I heard it.
Oh, thank heaven someone else heard it.
I'll open the door. What's the matter, Karen?
Oh, it's her. Standing in the doorway. It's Laura Mason.
Good evening, Karen.
Nice, queer monkey business, huh? Say, I wonder what happened to that apartment with the burning skull on the fireplace. Oh, that'd make a cozy little place for a vampire. She could invite her friends up and have a few drinks on.
Now, Mr. Raymond, I just can't stand the thought of vampires.
Oh, well, tell the truth. I feel the same way, Mary. I always say that I could kill a vampire and it wouldn't bother my conscience at all. After all, I wouldn't be spilling her blood. It'd be somebody else's.
Now, please, there are no such things as vampires. So let's talk about something else. Something sensible.
Heaven forbid.
Well, then you just be quiet, because I'm going to give some sensible advice. I'm going to remind all the folks who drink Lipton tea that it's wise to buy the larger, more economical size packages. Oh, yes, it's thriftier, but that isn't the only reason. I mean, Lipton tea is the perfect drink for so many occasions that unless you keep a good supply on hand, you may be caught short just when you need it. such as when friends pay a surprise visit to your house. So, when you buy Lipton tea, the tea with the brisk flavor, be sure to get it in the larger size packages.
Oh, sure, and there's still a large package of murder ahead tonight, so let's get back to our star, Wendy Berry. Let's see, where were we? Oh, of course, Karen was trying to make up her mind if she was going bats, when suddenly the door opened, and in walked Laura Mason.
I'm Detective Lou Locke, homicide. Better sit down, Miss Mason.
Thank you. Karen, will you please fix me a drink?
Yes, but you've got to tell him what happened this evening. He doesn't believe me.
Fix her the drink, Karen. I'll do the talking.
All right.
I suppose you've been wondering about me, Mr. Locke?
Yeah. Did you know about his will?
I did. I suppose you've gathered quite a bit of evidence against me.
We've got enough. Did you kill him?
Do you have my drink, Karen?
Yes, here.
Thank you. No, I didn't kill him, Mr. Locke.
We'll let the jury decide that.
Would you care to know who did murder him?
I have a certain curiosity.
She did.
Karen?
Yes.
You don't know what you're saying.
Why don't you tell him, Karen? Why don't you confess?
But I have nothing to confess. I didn't kill my father. Lou, you don't believe her, do you? You know she's lying.
I listen to everybody. That's my business.
Are you going to confess, Karen?
What are you trying to do to me? You know I didn't kill him. You know because you killed him yourself.
Miss Mason, I understand you saw the body of Dennis Marlowe in a vision.
Yes.
The vision came after the murder. After you were known to come to this apartment earlier this evening.
She killed him. That's why she could see these things in her vision.
What have you got to say to that, Miss Mason?
I see I'll have to convince you too, Mr. Locke. You don't believe in these powers of mine?
No.
You will. Let me hold your hand.
She held his hand, just as she held mine. That same strange shudder went through her body. Her eyes again became the round black wells of infinite space.
In a moment, you'll be looking at the body of a woman, Mr. Locke. She's lying on the floor of this apartment. She's dead.
Yeah? Who is she?
I can't see her face yet. Wait. I'm beginning to see it now.
What's the matter?
This drink has been poisoned.
What are you talking about?
Karen poisoned my drink. The body lying on the floor is me. She's murdered.
No, it's a lie. It's some trick.
You won't win, Karen. My body will disappear. It's not like yours, not like any of you. You won't be able to arrest me.
What happened to her? What's the matter?
Just a minute. She's dead.
Dead?
Murdered. She's been poisoned.
Poisoned?
That's right. Look at her eyes.
But I didn't do it. You saw me pour the drink.
I wasn't watching you.
But you can't believe
I didn't
that.
say you killed her.
But that's what you're thinking.
What I'm thinking now isn't worth a button. Give me that shawl on the piano.
Here.
I want to cover her.
You don't really believe
Listen,
that.
you stay here. I'm going into the next room to phone headquarters. I'll be back in a minute.
I looked at the shawl, covering the twisted heap on the floor. What kind of a woman was she? Why had she lied? As though hypnotized, I walked over to her, picked up the shawl. She was beautiful, even more beautiful in death than in life. Then out of space, just as I'd felt it before, I felt her eyes on me. They were closed, yet I knew she was watching me, staring at me, looking at every move I made. Suddenly I heard myself screaming out, "You can't see me! You're dead! You're dead! You can't see me!" I couldn't bear it another moment. I ran out of the room, terrified and hysterical. "She's watching me, Lou!
Karen!
She's watching me!"
Karen, get a grip on yourself.
Oh, I tell you, I feel her eyes.
Karen!
You must believe me. Please, believe me.
Oh, look, you'll be okay. I finished my call. I want you to come back inside.
No, I can't.
You've got to. Look, if you'll only realize that there's nothing to be afraid of, you'll be all right. Come on.
I'll go. I'll go if you tell me you don't believe what she said.
I don't believe it for a minute. She put that poison in the drink herself. She knew the game was up, but she just wanted to make trouble for you. The whole thing was an act. Here's the...
Lou, look. The shawl's on the floor, but Laura Mason. Laura Mason has disappeared. I was alone. Lou had gone back to headquarters. When he left, I could see she had him under a spell. He, too, was puzzled and confused. Just as before, the door buzzer rang. No one was there. The telephone rang. I picked it up. Hello? No one. I was being beaten. I knew it. You can fight evil when it's human. But what can you do when it's not human? She wanted me to die on the gallows. Somehow I knew I would. She was too powerful for me. How could I stop her? How?
Good evening, Karen.
I looked up, saw her. Another hallucination.
I said good evening, Karen.
What do you want?
I want you to confess to the murder of your father.
That's what you wanted all along, isn't it? That's how you wanted to go to the gallows, isn't it?
Yes. Call the police, Karen. Tell them how you murdered him.
No.
Why suffer any longer? You know you'll do it in the end.
No.
I have patience. I'll wait. Just let me take something out of my purse.
A knife?
Yes, Karen. Dennis died by being stabbed in the throat. Perhaps you'd like to know how that feels.
You wouldn't dare.
I'd dare anything, Karen.
Don't you come near me.
You know you've got to die, Karen.
Go away! Go away!
No, Karen.
I have a weapon, too. In this drawer.
Oh, a gun. You think that'll have any effect on me? You tried to poison me once. It didn't work.
I'm warning you. Go away. Get out of here.
Fool.
Come on. I'll shoot. Put that gun down. No. I'm going to kill you.
You see, Karen? It had no effect. No effect.
Blood. You're bleeding. You are human. You won't disappear again. Not this time. And I won't see you again. Ever. Ever.
Karen.
I killed her. She wanted to murder me. Look, she still has a knife in her hand. I killed her. She confessed that she murdered my father. She wanted to murder me, too, so she could have all the money.
Is that right?
Yes.
Had a chance to do some checking up, Karen. We trailed that woman we found in the apartment you took me to.
Oh, then I wasn't wrong about the apartment.
No. We questioned the old lady, and she confessed. The apartment was a trick when she used to hold seances in. Could be changed, like a stage set. They rigged up wires in this apartment so they could make the buzzer in the phone ring. And make you think you were going out of your mind.
They wanted me to confess to murdering my father.
That's right.
It's all over now, Lou.
No, it isn't. She wanted you to confess because she knew we'd stacked up a lot of evidence against her. But I asked why she should pick on you. Yes, it was obvious. Because you killed him.
What?
You heard me. You killed him. You waited till she saw your father and left. Then you murdered him, slipped out of the house by the servants' entrance. She came back and saw what you had done.
You don't believe that. You can't.
It's true.
But why should I do it?
Well, the money you'd inherit is a good enough motive. Then there may have been a
it's nonsense. I've always had all the money I needed.
But would you get it after your father married Laura Mason? You know, that piece of sculpture interests me. Why should he say you wanted to get this?
Don't you touch it.
Why not?
You'll break it.
No, I won't.
You broke it. You deliberately broke it. He's dead now, and that's all I have to remind me of what he looked like. I could kill you for this. I could kill him.
Like you killed him because he wanted to marry Laura Mason?
Yes,
That's enough, Karen. That's all I wanted to hear.
Lou, listen to me. I must have been out of my mind when I did it. Father was all I had. I couldn't lose him. But now that he's dead, I don't feel that way anymore.
Is that right, baby?
It happened when you kissed me.
Did it?
You can forget what I told you. Everyone will believe she killed him. I have money, lots of money. I can make you very happy.
Oh, it's going to break my heart, baby, but you're going to die. You've told me enough to send you to the gallows. Come on, Karen.
I pleaded temporary insanity. It failed. This is the last night. That noise. The gallows. They're testing it. Laura Mason was a strange woman. All I can think of now is what she told me. It seems so long ago.
There was a figure hanging from the gallows. It was you.
Yes, sir, that kills 2 of the prettiest girls we've ever had in the inner sanctum. Karen should have pleaded guilty to having killed her father and asked for clemency on the grounds that she was an orphan.
What a terrible crime that was.
Yes, man. She seemed like such a polite young girl, the kind of girl who goes to finishing school and learns how to pour tea.
Now, see here, Mr. Raymond, you don't have to go to school to learn how to pour tea.
No?
And as far as enjoying tea is concerned, you only have to know one word.
Yeah?
Lipton. Yes, Lipton tea has a special, full-bodied taste. It always tastes fresh and tangy and bracing, never flat or insipid. Tea experts sum it all up by saying that Lipton tea has a brisk flavor. So, folks, try Lipton's and see what a big difference that brisk flavor makes.
A word of advice, naturally. If you wake up in the morning and feel like stretching, and go hang yourself, bud. By the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Lucky Stiff by Craig Rice. Oh, yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum mystery story directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story will be about a pair of young lovers who don't think 2 can live as cheaply as 1. So they murder a rich old man. Oh, isn't that ducky? I wouldn't be surprised if she sits on his lap in the electric chair. Oh, well, now it's really time to close that squeaking door until next Tuesday. So until then, good night. Pleasant dreams. Fortunate.
Folks, these busy days, we all want to save time when we prepare meals, and yet we don't want to sacrifice that good homemade taste. Well, that's just the time to serve Lipton's noodle soup. Lipton's is quick and easy to prepare because it comes in an envelope. You just empty the contents into boiling water, and in no time at all, soup's on. And Lipton's has a real homemade chickeny flavor. It tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you'd make right in your own kitchen. It's economical, too. Lipton's costs less and makes more than canned soups. So don't forget Lipton's noodle soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Diamonds of Death.
What's that?
A cat.
Probably a tiger somewhere in the jungle.
Oh, it frightens me. Are you sure they won't attack our camp?
The campfire alone is enough to keep them at a good distance. Don't worry, Sharon. You'll be safe.
Listen.
Yes, native drums.
Somehow they sound ominous.
They only sound ominous if you believe them to be.
The diamonds bring death.
What's going on out there?
Just a wounded animal screaming out.
Oh, no. No, there was something else.
Do you think the jungle has a voice, Frau Courtney? That is only for children to believe.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Diamonds of Death. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Diamonds of Death.
Vince Porter had just returned from a business trip to Caracas. He called me shortly after his plane landed and said that it was important that Sharon and I come over to his hotel that evening. I tried to get more information out of him, but had no success. At 8:30 that evening, we were in his apartment, and there began the story I am telling you. Good to see you, Vince.
Glad to be back, Jeff. Sharon, you're looking lovelier than ever.
Oh, always there with a compliment, Vince. Now, why don't you say nice things like that to me, Jeff?
I'm married to you, darling.
There's someone else here that I want you to meet.
Well, you sounded so mysterious over the phone, I'd almost think you were guarding some great secret.
Well, it's a secret, all right. I'm going to tell you what it's all about tonight. These are the people I told you about, Carl.
A pleasure.
Sharon and Jeff Courtney, Carl von Ornfeld.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Have you told them anything yet?
No, sit down, kids. Make yourself comfortable.
Now, what's it all about, Vince?
Oh, show it to them, Carl.
Yeah.
What is it?
It looks like a diamond, but it can't be. I've never seen a diamond that large.
It not only looks like a diamond, it is one, Jeff. The largest diamond in the world.
You're not trying to joke with us, are you, Vince?
No, I'm not.
Where did you get it?
From a man I befriended in Caracas. He gave it to me.
Well, that's worth a fortune. What would he want to give it to you for? He certainly could use it himself.
Not where he is.
What do you mean?
The man who gave the diamond to Herr Porter is dead.
Oh? Well, I hope you'll excuse me if I seem a little dense, but I'd appreciate hearing the story from beginning to end.
All right, Jeff. I met this man. His name was George Maupetit, a Frenchman, at the hotel in which I was staying in Caracas. He was a strange man, seemed to be afraid of his own shadow. One night, it was quite late, he knocked at my door. He asked me if I'd let him come inside for a while, that he had reason to believe his life was in danger. I couldn't refuse him, of course. That was the first time I saw the diamond. He said he'd been with a hunting party that had gone deep into the Belgian Congo and stumbled upon a strange race of white men who worshipped a huge stone idol on the bank of the Congo River near the equator. They made offerings to this idol, and the offerings were diamonds. His party waited until the ceremony was over. When the people had gone, they took all the diamonds they could carry with them and started back to civilization. But one by one, the men in his party died, until he was the only survivor. He felt sure that he was being followed and took passage for Caracas. That was when he left me.
Then what happened?
Well, 2 days later, he again came to my room. Carl was there with me. He gave me the diamond, said I was to keep it for him. That if anything happened to him, it was mine to do with as he wished.
Well, evidently something did happen to him.
Yes, early the next morning, they found him dead in his room.
How had he died?
No one knew.
It was quite unusual. 3 doctors examined him, and not one of them could tell us how he died or what caused his death. George Maupetit had just stopped living.
And so you have the diamond?
Yes, that's right.
What are you going to do with it?
Keep it and go into the Congo and look for these people he told me about.
Won't it be dangerous?
Yes, but I don't expect it to be too dangerous. We ought to be able to get back in one piece, eh, Carl?
Yeah. And when we come back, we will bring with us as many diamonds as we can carry.
Oh, that's the reason you're going in.
Yes.
Why have you told us all this?
Because I want you to go with us. What about it?
I don't know.
Think, Mr. Courtney. When we return, all of us will be millionaires.
What do you think, Sharon?
It's your decision, Jeff, not mine.
Well, Mr. Courtney?
I'll go with you.
Then I'm going too.
No, you'd better stay.
Oh, no, I won't be any trouble, believe me.
Vince?
She can come with us.
As long as she makes no trouble for us.
No, don't worry. I can take care of myself.
All right, then it's settled.
I just thought of something.
What?
Well, this is going to cost a lot of money. Where's it coming from?
From the diamond we already have. We are going to sell it.
I guess that takes care of all the answers.
All of them. And it is agreed that we share in the diamonds equally, 1/4 share for each.
I like that.
You bet you will. We'll leave as soon as we can get ourselves clear.
Oh, it seems such a shame.
What's the matter?
Look at the diamond.
I don't see anything.
Shining so strangely. Before it was dull in color. But now look at it. Gleaming and shining as if there was something inside of it. There was alive.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Diamonds of Death.
A month later, we took off from New York, bound for Dakar. There, we changed planes, and several hours later found us in Leopoldsville, where we bought a car and a truck and our provisions, hired 3 native men to come with us, and set out on the last leg of our trip. The roads were good for the first 500 miles, but eventually we were forced to abandon the car and truck and set out on foot.
How much farther have we to go?
About 250 kilometers.
I've been noticing the natives we brought with us. They seem to be getting nervous and afraid.
Yes, I've heard stories about the idol in the jungle, and they're afraid of it. They say to go near it means misfortune. To steal from it means death.
What's that?
A cat. Probably a tiger somewhere in the jungle who has just found his dinner.
Oh, it frightens me.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Sharon. We can protect ourselves. We have all the guns and ammunition we need.
I was wondering, Vince, you don't think there's any danger of the natives taking off some night and heading back?
I don't know.
They don't know where we're heading, do they?
No, but they do know it's in the general direction of the Stanley Falls. I think that's what's making them nervous.
I should think the closer we get to the falls, the more apt they'll be to desert us.
They will die if they try to desert us when we get close to the falls. I will see to that.
You mean you'd shoot them down?
Not really, but I will say that to them if need be. They will think twice then before they try so foolish a thing.
Elephant.
Are you sure the animals won't attack our camp?
The campfire alone is enough to keep them at a good distance. Don't worry, Sharon. You'll be safe.
I hope so.
Listen.
Yes. Native drums.
Somehow they sound ominous.
They only sound ominous if you believe them to be.
What's going on out there?
Just a wounded animal screaming out.
Oh, no. No, there was something else.
I heard it, too. A voice that spoke from the jungle.
You're imagining it.
I don't know.
You think the jungle has a voice, Herr Courtney? That is only for children to believe.
We pushed ahead in the days that followed. The deeper into the jungle we went, the more difficult was it for us to travel. And the drums. The jungle messenger who throbbed out before us that we were coming to steal the diamonds from the idol.
Now, according to the map, we should reach the river tomorrow. This is the spot the Frenchman said where we would find the idol. This is the end of our trail.
We'll all be rich.
But will we be alive to enjoy it?
Of course we will.
I'm beginning to wonder. The drums. Those are the same drums we've heard ever since we started into the jungle. They know we're coming. They're waiting for us.
You notice that every time those drums start up, it seems to drive the animals mad? They're comparatively quiet until the drums start beating.
They do seem to get angry when the drums begin.
I say to you, the diamonds bring death.
There it is again.
There, what is?
The voice.
Nonsense. You heard nothing but the animals and the drums.
Oh, didn't anyone else hear it?
I thought I heard something. I'm not sure.
I think you're tired and nervous, Sharon. We all need a good night's sleep. In the morning, you'll feel a great deal better, I'm sure.
Keep moving. Keep moving.
They're going as fast as they can, Carl.
They are afraid, and their fear makes their feet lag.
Why don't you relax, Carl? We're almost there.
Because I won't be satisfied.
Look. The idol of the diamonds.
Why, it must be 100 feet tall.
Standing up with its legs outspread and its arms stretched forward as if it were waiting to greet us.
There's something frightening about it.
Look.
Where?
Over there. There's a man coming toward us.
Put your gun down, Carl.
What do the strangers want?
We have come to see the idol.
The idol has seen you, and you have seen it.
You speak English?
Yes. Some of your countrymen have stumbled upon our secret. From them we learned your talk.
We come as friends.
Friends? Of all those who have come here, none came as friends. They came to steal the diamonds from the idol.
What's that noise?
Time will teach you. You say you come as friends. If so, you will be treated as friends. If not, then the diamonds will be your death. Come, follow me. I shall take you to my village.
I guess we're to spend the night here.
Well, they seem friendly enough.
Strange how they all disappeared when it became dark. The whole village seems to be deserted.
What fools we are. Of course. This is the night of the full moon. This is the night they make the offerings to the idol. The village is deserted. Listen. I am going to see the ceremony.
We'll all go.
Do not make any noise then. Come.
All right, let's go.
Don't go so fast. Be quiet. They must not hear us. They must not know we are watching them.
We must be getting close.
Yeah, we are.
I can see something ahead.
Yes, through the trees.
The whole village is there.
And look, each man walks to the idol and sits at its feet. Diamonds.
What's the matter?
They've stopped chanting.
Strangers, we know that you watch us. Step out into the clearing, but always remember that if you betray our trust, death will reach out and touch you, and the power of the diamond idol will destroy you, even as it has destroyed all others who have betrayed us. Strangers, step out into the clearing.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Diamonds of Death.
We had followed the sound of the chanting, and it brought us to the riverbank, the clearing in which the idol stood, white and tall, rising up into the sky. We thought they weren't aware of our presence, but we were wrong.
Strangers, step out into the clearing.
They know we're here. Let's do as he says.
Right.
Don't try anything, Carl.
That is as far as you can come. Stop there. You have followed us, strangers. You say you are interested in the idol of diamonds? Then you may stay here. You may watch the ceremonial offering. Sonecleo!
Carrying a diamond that places the idol's feet.
No expression on their faces, just walking towards the idol, as if they were hypnotized.
Later, when the village is asleep, we shall return to this place. And when we leave, we shall take with us all the diamonds we can carry.
And now I leave you. You will spend the rest of the night here.
Thank you.
Make no attempt to steal the diamonds, for the idol will raise up in wrath and bring the fury of the jungle down upon your heads. He will raise his voice in anger, and there will be no escape from him, for the fever of the curse will be upon you, and you shall die.
I understand, Buddha.
It is my hope that you do. May we meet again on the morrow.
Well, let's go inside the hut.
All right.
What do you think, Miss?
I don't know, Jim.
He said if the diamonds are stolen, Ida will cry out in anger and death will be our reward. I believe him.
So do I.
I think they're right, Carl. I think we should leave here just the way we came.
You think I came all this way so that I could turn around and go back to civilization empty-handed? You're mad if you think that.
Think of George Mokotay.
Mokotay died of a fever.
That's what we thought he died of. But it wasn't caused by the jungle. It was caused by the power of the diamond idol.
You are a superstitious fool.
Quiet. Do you want the whole village down on our heads?
All right. I say to you, we came here for diamonds. We leave here with diamonds.
I'm not taking any.
Yes, right.
And I agree with him.
All right. Let it be that way then. Perhaps it is better that way. For in the end, I would have been the only one left.
What do you mean?
That when we got near the edge of the jungle, I was going to kill you. Because I wanted them all, not just 1/4. But now you have said you want none of the diamonds. That means I own them all. And you will help me carry my diamonds back. You and the native porters we brought with us.
That's where you're mistaken, Carl. We're not going to help you carry them back.
Oh, but you are.
He has a gun.
And I will not hesitate to use it. You're a fool. You are the fools, not I. Now, my gun is ready to talk for me. The village is asleep now. We will go back to the clearing and get the diamonds. Move. I said move.
Yes.
That is correct. The native workers we brought with us are in the next hut. You will get them. Tell them that we are leaving. They will be more than glad to come with us. Now get your packs, and we shall go.
We can't possibly carry any more diamonds.
You are not carrying enough.
It'll have to be enough, Carl. If the natives are loaded down, they can hardly walk. Our packs are just as heavy.
We can't take any more.
It is a shame to leave them here. But then, one can always return without his companions, of course.
It's a long trail back from Arnberg, and you'll have to sleep sometime.
We shall see about that. Now let us go. Move along! To think that you believe the story he told us. What fools you all are.
Maybe. Maybe not.
They do not even know that we have gone.
What's that?
I don't know.
And the idol shall raise his voice in anger. And there will be no escape from him.
Listen.
They do know that we're gone, Carl.
Then you must hurry. The first one who slows down shall answer to me.
Sounds as if the whole jungle is awake.
Hurry, move quicker. Start to run.
We have to stop to rest. We've been traveling like this for 2 hours.
You cannot rest.
Even you're tired, Carl. We must rest or we won't be able to go on much longer.
Oh, please.
For your own good, too. If we don't rest along the way, we'll drop down in our tracks and we won't be able to carry the diamonds out for you.
Stop then and rest. But do not try anything.
Don't worry, we won't. We won't have to.
Shut up.
Vince.
Yes?
Haven't we been here before?
Don't get you.
This is the spot we were in when they discovered us watching the ceremony.
Are you sure?
Yes. Just ahead of us, there should be a clearing. The clearing in which the idol stands.
We've been traveling in a circle.
What did you say?
We can go on now.
Then let us go. Move on. Move.
Yeah, you're right. The clearing is...
Something is wrong. We have been here before. We are back in the clearing. We have traveled in a circle. I must get away. I must...
animal. It jumped out from behind the trees. He didn't have a chance.
How horrible.
Yes, it is horrible. But it was the death that he deserved.
We didn't want to take the diamonds, Luther.
I know. When you came here, the thought was in your mind. But you were wise in that you pushed it away from you.
What are you going to do with us?
You and your party may leave this place in peace. And when you return to your world of civilization, it would be better if you did not tell them of what has occurred here. That there will be others, even though you do not tell them. There will be others who come upon this place. Let us hope that they do as you have done. For if they steal from the diamond idol, death shall be visited upon them, and it may come in many forms. But it will come.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cooper, starring two of radio's foremost personalities, Lennon and in Christmas Story.
This is the Mysterious Traveler inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we hear the tale of an enterprising young man. It's the drama I call Christmas Stories.
The name is Steve Farrell, and I've just gotten through playing Santa Claus. Yeah, you're looking at a guy who really played it to the hilt. It all started last month in Seattle. I was out of a job and down to my last few bucks. I was looking through the morning paper when I noticed a small ad in the personal column. Driving to New York, November 15th. Man wanted to assist in driving. Free transportation. Paul Harris, Hotel Royal. Well, I'd always wanted to see New York, and this is as good as any way of getting there, so I went up to this Hotel Royal to see this guy, Harris. Mr. Harris?
Yes?
My name's Farrell, Steve Farrell. I read your ad in the morning paper.
Oh, yes. Won't you come in?
Thank you. If you haven't already found someone to help you drive to New York, I'd like to offer my services.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't. Can you leave for New York a day after tomorrow?
Sure, anytime.
Well, good. Then why not come around at 9 in the morning and we'll get off to an early start?
Okay, Mr. Harris, 9 it is. know when you're tired driving, Mr. Harrison. I'll take over.
Thanks, you will. Why not call me Paul?
Okay. Steve is my first name. Lewiston, 30 miles.
Lewiston, that's Idaho, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just crossing the state line into Idaho.
Oh, this is all new to me. I was born and raised in Alaska. This is my first trip to the States.
Well, you're going to see a lot of scenery between here and New York.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Life must have been rugged in Alaska.
Oh, it was. My parents were homesteaders. I never saw a city until a week ago when I arrived in Seattle.
How come you're going to New York?
Well, my parents died last year, and my grandfather, whom I've never seen, was asking me to come visit him.
You never seen him, huh?
No. No, there was some sort of squabble between my parents and my grandfather before I was born, and they went to Alaska. And in all the years since then, my grandfather never wrote to him.
Sounds like a stubborn guy.
Yeah, he sure does. What are you going to New York for?
Oh, mainly to look for a job. And I've always wanted to see the big city.
So have I. Do you mind taking over now, Steve? My eyes are getting tired.
Be glad to. Just pull over to the side of the road. It's a long way from Seattle to New York. And there wasn't a radio in the car, so we just talked. And mostly we talked about Paul, his life in Alaska, his parents, his grandfather. By the time we hit Columbus, Ohio, there wasn't a thing I didn't know about the guy. And from what he told me, his grandfather was loaded. And even more, he was the old man's only relative. It was obvious the kid was walking into a fortune. Yeah, some guys had all the luck.
So these are the Allegheny Mountains.
Yeah. You better take it easy, Paul. The road's a little slippery.
Okay. How much further to New York?
250 miles. It's getting dark. You better stop for the night and take tourist cars.
All right. Probably should be able to make New York by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, easy. Your eyes bothering you?
Yeah, a little.
You better let me take over when you get to the bottom of this mountain.
Okay.
You know, you ought to see an eye doctor. Your eyes seem to get tired awful quick.
Well, the truth of the matter
is... Hey, look, kid, we're starting to skid. No, don't cancel the brake. That only makes it worse. Now, reverse your wheel.
I have. See, we're skidding off the road toward the mountain. Get the right wheel and do as I say. We're out of control. We're going over.
When I regained consciousness, I was lying a few feet from the car. We'd rolled 300 feet down the side of the mountain, and the car was completely wrecked. I crawled to my feet and felt for broken bones. Other than a bad gash on my head and a mass of bruises, I was okay. I limped the few feet to the overturned car and looked in. Paul was still behind the wheel. Even before I reached for his pulse, I had a feeling he was dead. Paul's luck had run out. He'd never see all that dough that was waiting for him in New York. Yeah, it was then that it came to me. I hadn't wished the guy dead, but now that he was, and nobody in the States knew Paul or what he looked like, and on the other hand, I knew everything about him. Well, it was a gamble, all right, but there was a fortune in the kitty. I went to work switching our clothes and all identification. After we finished, the state police patrol car came along the mountain road and spotted the wreck. They took me to headquarters, where I made a complete statement. A couple of hours later, I grabbed a train for New York.
Well, I'm George Marlowe, your grandfather's attorney.
How do you do, Mr. Marlowe?
The Pennsylvania State Police informed me of the dreadful accident you had. I understand a man who was with you was killed.
Yes, a fellow by the name of Steve Farrell. I met him in Seattle. He assisted me with the driving.
Yeah, but thank heavens it wasn't you. It would have been your grandfather's death blow.
How is he?
Weak, very weak, but eagerly waiting to see you. All right, come along.
Yes, sir.
How's that gash on your head?
Oh, not too bad. It was treated by a doctor at the state police headquarters.
You can only spend a few minutes with your grandfather, and excitement must be avoided by all means.
I understand.
How is he, John?
He's much better this afternoon.
But, Joan, this is Paul Harris. Paul Joan Dietrich, your grandfather's nurse.
How do you do?
Hello.
Oh. Is that you, Paul?
Yes, sir.
Come here where I can see you.
Yes, grandfather.
So, you're Paul, my grandson.
Yes, sir.
Sit down by my bed. Let me look at you.
All right, grandfather.
You don't look like your mother. Must take after your father's side of the family.
Yes, I do.
That bandage. What happened, Paul?
Well, I was in an accident, but it's nothing, just a scratch.
You're sure?
Yes, of course.
I suppose you're wondering why I sent for you after all these years. Cutting off your mother, father.
Does it matter now? The thing is, I'm here.
You know, lying here for months, I've had a great deal of time to think things over. I was wrong, Paul. Your mother, she had a perfect right to marry anyone she wished. It was only my stubbornness that prevented the reconciliation.
We all make mistakes.
Yes, but the years, not seeing my own flesh and blood, it's been lonely, Paul. So lonely. And all my fault.
But you're not alone anymore. I'm here.
Yes, Paul, yes. What little time I have left, we must spend together.
I think that's enough for now, Mr. Marshall. Paul can come and see you later, after your nap.
Just a few more minutes, John.
After your nap.
Oh, she's a wonderful girl, Paul, as soon as I'm awake.
Oh, Father.
Now, let me fix the pillows for you.
Just your being here seems to have helped him, Paul.
What do the doctors say, Mr. Marlowe?
Week, month, several months at the outside.
That bad, huh?
Yes. Well, you were tired after the trip. I had your suitcase taken to your room. Do you have any other luggage on the way?
There's a small trunk coming, but it won't be here for weeks.
If you need any money, just let me know. Your grandfather's placed a considerable sum at your disposal.
Thanks. But I still have 2,000 left of the 5,000 he sent me.
Very well, Paul. Remember, if there's anything at all you want, just let me know.
Yeah, I was in. There was no question that I'd passed as Paul Harris. And why not? I had all the answers, and I was playing it careful. I walked through room after room of that Fifth Avenue mansion, knowing that within a matter of months it would be mine. In the weeks that followed, not a day passed when I didn't spend a few hours with the old man. He liked me, I could see that. And the funny thing is, I liked him, too. During our little chats, there were times I felt I was his grandson. And sitting in at these little sessions, not saying much, just watching with those gray eyes of hers, was Joan Dietrich. She was one lovely dish. And I could feel things building between us. Whenever she got the evening off, we went up together. Having a good time?
Wonderful. I love dancing. Why, Mr. Harris, what are we doing out on the terrace? And there's thin air.
Too many people in there. You know, if you don't make a pass at me soon, I'm going to get discouraged.
Ours is a short acquaintance. 3 weeks.
What's the time to do with it? The day I walked into my grandfather's room, first sight, you knew this moment would come.
Oh, stop.
I feel the same way, baby. So I was flying. Love me?
You know I do.
Why the tears?
Oh, I do love you. I don't want to believe in you. I'm so confused. So confused.
About what? Go on. I want to hear.
Are you really Paul Harris?
What makes you ask that?
In your talks with Mr. Marshall, several things you said seemed strange.
Such as?
Well, your grandfather spoke of a restaurant in San Francisco, and you said you knew it. Yet if you are Paul Harris, how could you not? Paul Harris has never been to San Francisco.
I might have taken in San Francisco on the way to New York, you know. What else bothers you?
You mentioned the television show you'd seen 6 months ago. There is no television in Alaska. If you're Paul Harris, how could you have seen it?
People up in Alaska see kinescopes of television shows, baby. They show them like movies.
Darling, just tell me I'm wrong. That's all I want to hear.
I wish I could tell you I'm Paul Harris. But I'm not.
You're not?
No. The name is Farrell. Steve Farrell.
Steve Farrell? Wasn't that the fellow that was killed, isn't that? It was Paul Harris who was killed. You changed identity.
Yes.
Oh, how could you? How could you?
I was tired of being broke. Of going from one lottery job to another. I saw a chance to grab a fortune. And took it. What are you going to do?
I should go to the police. I can't. Mr. Marshall thinks you're his grandson. He's extremely fond of you. If the truth were to come out, I'd kill him.
Is that the only reason you can't go to the police?
Oh, Steve, what are we going to do?
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's right. I'm going on being Paul Harris until the old man dies. Then I'm taking the estate.
You can't, Steve. You can't.
Why not? While the old man's alive, I'm making him happy. If I get his estate when he dies, who loses by it? It seems as though he has other relatives. Why shouldn't I get it?
No, it's wrong, Steve. It's wrong.
It's wrong only if you're caught, baby. Only if you're caught. Hello, baby. What you doing up here on the roof?
Just getting a little fresh air while Mr. Marshall sleeps.
How is he?
He can't last more than a few days.
Who you crying for? The old man? Or me?
Both of you. Oh, Steve, ever since the other night when you told me, I haven't been able to think of anything else. It's wrong, Steve. It's so wrong.
Who am I hurting if I get the estate? I deserve it if anyone does. At least I'm making the old man happy in his last hour.
What is your course? Do you realize they'd send you to prison?
That's the chances you take, babe. Besides, who's going to get wise to me?
There's Mr. Marlowe, and he's nobody's fool. Just one little slip, Steve, and he'll be on to you.
Marlowe's a sharp citizen, all right, but I don't intend to make that one slip. Oh.
Someone's coming up onto the roof.
Hello, you two. Thought I'd find you up here.
Hello.
How are you, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, thank you. I understand that Mr. Marshall's asleep.
Yes, I left Mrs. Walker to look after him. He should be waking up soon.
Maybe we better go down. My grandfather and... Oh!
What's the matter?
Something in your eye, Paul?
Yes, it's a cinder.
Eye, huh?
Yes.
But stop rubbing it. Put your handkerchief over it. That's it.
Stings like the devil.
Go on over and sit on the chair. And I'll try to take it out for you.
You want me to assist you to the chair?
No, I can still walk.
Now sit down and tilt your head back. That's it. Take the handkerchief away. Oh, I see it. Hold still. There. I got it.
Thanks, John.
I think we'd better go down now.
Yeah, okay.
You coming, Mr. Marlowe?
What? Oh, yes. I'm coming.
Mrs. Walker said that Mr. Marshall was asleep when she looked in on him a few minutes ago.
Seems he's still sleeping.
Perhaps we'd better leave and wait until he wakes.
No. I'm going to wake him. It's time for his medicine. Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall? Time for your medicine. Mr. Marshall?
What is it, Joan?
There's no pulse.
Are you sure?
Yes. He's dead.
Well, at least the end came peacefully. He died in his sleep.
Joe took the old man's death hard, and I felt pretty upset myself, even with all the dough waiting. As for Marlowe, he was his usual efficient self, looking after all the details of the funeral. Maybe it was the tension I was under, but Marlowe seemed changed to me. He wasn't quite so friendly. And sometimes I turned to find him watching me, giving me the cold eye. I couldn't be sure whether it was my imagination or not. After we got back from the funeral, I was in my room when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Oh, hello, Joan. Come in.
Mr. Marlowe's downstairs in the library. Wants to see you.
Close the door.
Anything wrong?
Plenty.
Whose trunk is that you're going through?
Paul's. It arrived this morning while we were at the...
Say what's wrong.
I've just been going through some of Paul's little papers. I knew, of course, that he was 4F in the draft, but I didn't know why.
What are you trying to tell me?
Paul was 4F in the draft because he was blind in the right eye.
Blind in the right eye?
Yes. That's why I've been getting the cold shoulder from Marlowe these past few days, ever since the afternoon we were on the roof.
I don't understand.
Somehow Marlowe knew that Paul was blind in the right eye, and when I got that cinder in my left eye, I covered it with my handkerchief. You told me to walk across the roof to the chair, sit down.
Oh, yes, I remember.
At that point, Marlowe offered to lead me to the chair.
Knowing you were blind in the right eye and had your left eye covered with a handkerchief.
Yes. When I walked over to the chair without hesitation, that must have started him thinking.
Oh, Steve.
Now, don't get panicky, baby. Marlowe can't be sure he's right. At the moment, he's just suspicious.
But it's really investigating.
I have to kill suspicion in his mind. Stop him from doing any checking.
But how?
I don't know yet. Now, come on, he's waiting for us in the library. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Marlowe.
That's quite all right.
If you'll excuse me,
No, Joan, don't go. No reason why you should hear what I have to say. Tomorrow, Christmas Day, I'll officially read Mr. Marshall's will. However, I don't think I'm violating a trust in telling you the contents of the will. Weeks ago, Mr. Marshall had me draw up a new will, leaving his entire estate to you, Paul.
I see.
He was quite taken by you and felt that you were a credit to his name. Why are you crying, Joan?
Nothing.
As administrator of Mr. Marshall's will, it is my duty to see to it that the heirs, or heir, receive their just inheritances. This duty I shall fulfill.
I understand.
I am responsible under law for the awarding of the huge estate left by Mr. Marshall. I shall have to... Is your eye troubling you? You've been doing nothing but rubbing it since you came into this room.
Sorry, Mr. Marlowe. As you know, I'm blind in my right eye, and now and then my left eye feels quite strained. Particularly at a time like this. My grandfather's death, the funeral. You understand?
Why, yes. Yes, of course.
You were saying?
What? Oh, well, it's not important at the moment. I'll be here tomorrow at 3 for the reading of the will.
I'll see to it that all the servants are here.
Very well. Good night, Joan. Paul?
Good night, Mr. Marlowe.
Good night. I didn't get to sleep that night. I just tossed and turned, trying to come up with an angle that would kill Marlowe's suspicions. Maybe that business of rubbing my eyes had satisfied him, but I had to make sure. It was a difference between being handed a pension and a prison sentence. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the servants, Joan, Marlowe, and myself gathered in the library. The whole thing was over in an hour. The servants all congratulated me and left the library, leaving only the three of us there.
I should like to offer a toast to Mr. Marshall's memory, if you'll permit me.
Of course.
This was his favorite sherry. Joan,
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Here's to Peter Marshall, a man who lived honorably, died honorably. May his heir be worthy of him.
As the three of us raised our glasses to our lips and drank, I could see Marlowe watching me over the brim of his glass with those cold blue eyes of his. We set down our glasses, and I turned to give Joan a cigarette. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Marlowe pick up one of the 3 wine glasses. Suddenly, I realized it was my glass he picked up. He held it casually, almost as if he didn't know he was holding it. In that moment, I was going nuts, trying to guess whether he was satisfied that I was Paul Harris or he was still suspicious and going after me. My fingerprints were on that glass, and the Army had a copy of those in Washington. This was it. Either I play my cards and go for the fortune, or throw in my hand. Suddenly, I felt Joan's hand in mine. Hey, Mr. Marlowe.
Yes?
You say this will, leaving me my grandfather's estate, is a new one.
Yes. I drew it up only 2 weeks ago.
What was the old will like?
Well, under the old will, the grandfather's estate went to charity.
I thought as much. Mr. Marlowe, Joan and I have been talking things over. I don't want the estate. I want it all to go to charity, as originally intended.
Me, I seem to have got my glass. You realize, of course, what you would be giving up.
I never really had, Mr. Marlowe, so I hardly think I'll miss it. Joan and I'll get along, won't we, baby?
Oh, yes.
Well, Paul, is that your considered decision?
It is.
It's a gesture worthy of Peter Marshall's grandson.
Yes, and that little gesture did it. Any guy who gives up a $2 million estate can hardly be called an imposter, can he? No, sir. It's Christmas, and I've just played Santa Claus to the tune of $2 million. The thing I keep wondering about is, what would have happened if I hadn't given up the estate? Would Marlowe have gone after me? Or was he satisfied that I was Paul Harris? Yes, sir. That little puzzle is going to give me plenty of thought for a long time to come.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Or what happened to Paul Harris? Or rather, I should say, Steve Farrell? He and Joan were married. Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But remember, I take this same train every week at this same time.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Oh, stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story without end? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
This is a story of love that has no end, of the deep, dark shadows of sorrow, of dreams that span the bridge of time. It's my story and Lorraine's. I am David Runzel, just an ordinary guy with hopes like yours and dreams like yours. I was one in a foxhole with thousands of boys. And in the nighttime when the enemy was pouring all they had on us, I did what a lot of fellows did. I put my mind on other things, but not so my pal Jim Green.
You're giving us all we got tonight, Dave.
Yeah.
There's a funny feeling a guy gets out here, never knowing just what minute the end is going to come, and yet always so close you can darn near taste it.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing, though. It never seems to get you like it does me.
You know why, Jim?
You got some secret system?
Maybe.
Well, let another guy in on it.
You got a girl back home, Jim?
A girl. Man, I've got dozens.
I've got just one.
I figure there's more safety in numbers. You've got just one. How do you know she'll be yours when you get back?
I know, Jim. There was never anyone for Lorraine but me. And there was never anyone for me but Lorraine.
You got more faith than I have, Dave. There's still a lot of fellas on the home front making hay while the sun shines. So they tell me.
I never worry about Lorraine. She's always with me. Always.
Christopher, that was a close one.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate all of this. Why do we have to be out here, our bodies targets for death?
Quiet, Jim. Think about something else.
You're a fool, Dave. You don't have any more chance than I have.
But I have. I've got faith. You know what, Jim? It always seems that Lorraine is right beside me. Sometimes walking in front of me, shielding me from enemy fire.
That's rot.
You don't have to believe me, but I know it's true. I can feel her presence tonight more than ever. I know she's here beside me.
You expect me to believe in such a thing? As if a person a million miles away could protect you in this foxhole. What's more, it's getting hotter around here. We're in for it tonight.
Face, Jim. Face.
I'm afraid, Dave.
Let Lorraine protect you as she does me.
Down, they've spotted us. We gotta move out of here.
Jim, don't be a fool.
It ain't safe here, I tell you. They're zeroed in on us.
Jim, come back.
Jim.
Oh, Jim, I told you to stay by me. Lorraine would have protected you. Jim! Oh, you may not believe my story any more than Jim, who lost his life that night. But I knew my darling Lorraine was constantly by my side. No matter how terrible the battle, she was protecting me. When I was in the front line, she was my shield and my protector. When we moved along the roadways and our planes above spotted us, I had no fear, for Lorraine was near me. Since childhood, we'd been pals living on nearby farms. Somehow, even as kids, we seemed to sense that there was a strong bond between us that no amount of kidding from the other kids could harm.
They're all laughing because you're walking home with me, Dave.
As if I care.
They'll bother you all day tomorrow in school.
Let them just try.
Dave,
Yeah?
are you planning to marry me when we grow up?
Well, I guess I am.
I'm planning to marry you, too.
Can't nobody bother us.
Only Pa. He says it's silly for a little girl to have a sweetheart. You are my sweetheart, aren't you, Dave?
Well, I guess so. You're the only one I like in all the world.
More than your uncle and aunt that you live with?
Sure, they ain't like real folks to me. You are.
I'll always belong to you, Dave. Always.
And that's the way it was, right up through the years. We always belonged together. Maybe it was because I didn't have any real folks. I was an orphan, and the folks that adopted me let me call them aunt and uncle. They were good to me. Uncle Henry planned to let me run the farm when I got through my course down at Agricultural College. And someday, the farm would be mine. And Lorraine and I, we planned to be married just as soon as I finished my school course and began to run the farm. And then, along came the war, and I had to go. And the evening before I left, Lorraine and I walked to our favorite place for meeting, in the woods, just beyond the clearing of Uncle Henry's place. We had a favorite old log there where we could peer through the clearing and see the house and hills beyond. and a patch of sky to the west where the sun dipped down from sight and sent colored streamers out into the sky. And here, when night came, we could look up above the treetops and see the stars and watch the old moon come riding forth into a purple field. Our trysting place was like a seat in a cathedral. Everything good and clean in life was close to us there at our meeting place in the woods. It was here that we said goodbye.
You don't want me to come into town and go to the station, Dave?
Don't you think it's better to say goodbye here?
We'll never say goodbye, Dave. Never. No matter where you go. I'm always going to be with you.
Sure. I kind of feel like that, too.
And, Dave, when you come back, the very hour that you return to me, I'll know it. I won't come down to the station. I'll be waiting here in the woods, here on the old log. This is where you'll find me.
Oh, Lorraine.
Dave.
You'll be brave?
Yes.
I'm going now. Don't turn and look. I'm walking away, but I'm not really leaving at all. I'll be with you always. Oh, don't turn and look. Before you know it, I'll be back. I'll return and be sitting beside you, here on the log at our old trysting place. And so it was that all during the long days of war, I never felt that I was really away from Lorraine at all, or that she was absent from me. Why, there were times when it was as if I could reach out just a little and find her beside me. In fact, there were times that I could actually hear her voice. I recall the first time I heard it. It was a bad hour. The enemy was giving us everything they had from the sky. Fellows I knew and liked were dropping all around me. Their cries struck terror in my heart. In the midst of all the hellfire and dying, the pain and the terror, just as clear as a bird call on a silent night, I heard Lorraine's voice for the first time.
You're not here, my darling. I'm here, Dave. Here beside you.
It was so clear, that voice of hers, that I expected to look and see her standing near me. You can scoff if you like. You can shrug your shoulders and pass my whole story over lightly if you wish. But I know Lorraine was there beside me as the battle raged all around. And then it was over. The war was over. And finally the day came for leaving the battle-torn old world, getting on a ship and starting homeward. There was shouting and rejoicing. There was singing and laughter. There was hope about to be fulfilled. There was home just beyond the horizon. We were at sea. Then we were in the harbor. Then on shore. And then soon discharge. I'd made up my mind I'd return without a word to anyone. Yes, I'd fool Lorraine. She said she'd know the very hour that I'd be returning. I wouldn't have to tell her, she said.
The very hour that you return to me, I'll know it. I won't come down to the station. I'll be waiting here in the woods. Here on the old log. This is where you'll find me.
Yeah. We'd see how good she was. We'd test that second sight of hers, that intuition. All the while on the train that carried me towards home, I kept chuckling to myself. We'll see. Just see if she will be waiting on the old log when I come walking into the woods. My heart was pounding with the excitement of my returning, of the surprise in store for Lorraine. Oh, it seemed as though the long train trip would never end. But finally, we pulled into the station. There was a little bunch of town folks around the old depot. I didn't want to see anybody. I waited until the train was almost ready to leave, and then I jumped off on the opposite side. I took to the fields that led out to the road to where our farm stood. It was autumn. Already there'd been a frost, and the old maples in the woods were dressed in scarlet, brilliant red. Under my feet, the dry leaves made soft music. Only a little way further to go, and our log would be in sight. And then, there it was before me. I stopped, dead still. I couldn't move. For there she was. There was Lorraine, seated on the log just as she promised. The setting sun made her all golden. Her fair hair was touched with it, and sparks of light danced upon it. She was looking right at me. Now she was standing, her arms stretched out to me.
Oh, Dave.
Dave. You knew.
Yes, Dave.
You knew I was coming.
Yes, my darling.
Just as you said you would know.
Yes.
Oh, darling Lorraine, you've never been absent from me. Not for an instant.
No, Dave.
You followed me wherever I went.
Yes.
There were times when I actually heard your voice.
Of course.
What did you say to me? Do you remember what you said?
Yes.
Tell me.
I remember. I said, do not fear, my darling. I'm here, Dave. Here beside you.
Yes. That's what I heard you say.
We will never be separated, Dave. Never.
Of course we won't. Not now. I'm home safe and we'll never be parted again.
Never let anyone tell you differently. Never let them say that we are parted.
Oh, what do you mean? We're together. We can't be parted, not ever again.
Dave.
Oh, my darling. More beautiful than ever. But you're so cold. Night is coming. It's chilly here in the woods. I must get you home.
Try and catch me. Try and catch me, Dave.
Well, hey. You can't run away from me like this. Wait, I'll catch you. I'm a pretty fair runner these days. Don't you know I've been in training? Oh. Hey, you can't hide from me. Well, what do you know? You've pulled one on me. I can't see you anywhere. Lorraine, where are you? Say, you can't run out on me like this. I'll find you. Huh. Well, what do you know? Got out of my sight. Okay, honey, you win. If you can hear me, I'm going up to the house to clean up a bit. See Uncle Henry and Aunt Martha. But I'll be over to your house on the stroke of 7. Do you hear me? At 7. And tomorrow we get the license to be married. Lorraine, can you hear me? The license to be married.
Dave. Oh, Dave. Oh, Henry. Henry, it's Dave. He's home.
Here, my boy. You're home safe.
Oh, what a grand feeling to see you two.
Don't he look wonderful, Henry?
Taller than ever and filled out, too.
Oh, we're glad to have you back, David. Glad you made it safe and sound.
Oh, I tell you, there wasn't a chance of me not making it. You know something, Aunt Martha? All through the terrible business, I felt that Lorraine was beside me, protecting me from death.
Oh, David.
And the most wonderful part about it all, even though I never let any of you know I was coming home today, Lorraine had a feeling about it. She was waiting in the woods for me just now at our old log where we always used to meet.
What did you say, Dave?
Lorraine was waiting in the woods for me. I just left her. She sensed that I was coming home today, and just like we planned before I went away, she was waiting for me in the woods.
My boy.
Henry, you got her.
Didn't you get our letters, Dave?
Well, sure, I got some, but Mail hasn't caught up with me now for a long time.
David. Oh, David.
What's wrong? What is it?
Well, David, it's like this.
She couldn't have met you in the woods, David. Lorraine couldn't have been in the woods just now.
But she was. I just saw her.
No, David, no.
Lorraine died, my boy. She passed away just a little while after you went overseas. We wrote you. We finally wrote you about her death.
And now David finds that the person close to his heart, who he has just met at the old trysting place in the woods, is of this world no more. She's a dream and a vision that is ended in death. What will happen to David's life now? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
And now David Runsell goes on relating the story of his life to the hermit. Listen.
You ask, what happens to my life now? You think that I believe that death has separated Ray and me? Never. As we reckon time on this earth, my Ray was asleep in death at the time she appeared to me on the battlefield. She was not of this world when, in returning home, I met her in the woods at our old and destined meeting place. Uncle Henry and Aunt Martha have taken a place in town. They've left me the farm as they promised, and I'm working it. I've been here 3 months now. Last evening, Aunt Martha came out to see me.
I brought you a pie and some cookies, David.
Thanks, Aunt Martha.
Oh, your Uncle Henry and I worry about you, my boy.
Oh, you must not do that.
But we can't have you here all alone.
I'm not alone.
Davy, you need somebody to keep house for you. You should find a nice girl, court her, and marry her.
Aunt Martha, never.
Oh, it ain't right. It's a sinful, terrible thing, you thinking that a dead girl is beside you all the time.
Oh, stop, Aunt Martha. You can't talk this way to me.
I gotta, David. The living can't bow down to the dead.
Ray is not dead.
I saw her lowered into her grave.
You must say no more. It's the way I want it. There's no one in all the world, here on this earth or after, that I want but Ray.
Oh, David. It's the war. It's touched your mind.
No, Aunt Martha. There's no use trying to explain. There's a bond between Ray and me that is stronger than life, deeper than earth, and beyond all time and reckoning. Sometimes I wonder. I puzzle over the why of it all. Why am I left on earth alone? Why, if Ray had to pass beyond, I could not have met her there. But such was not the way it was planned. And I'm not alone. Often as night gathers, when the stars light the sky, when the wind is soft and blows a fragrance in the windows, I hear the door open softly. Ray?
Yes, David. I am here.
I can feel your presence, but I cannot see you.
I cannot always return to your sight, but I am ever present.
Yes, I know.
I will always be near you.
Oh, why can't I, too, die that we may be together?
That I cannot answer. There will be an hour, a time for meeting.
You will never appear to me again like you did in the woods when I came home?
No, my darling. Not until the final hour.
Until my death, you mean?
We do not call it death. We who love, for love is stronger than death, my darling. Love is of the spirit, and the spirit never dies.
And so it is I know. The love I bear for Ray and the love she bears for me knows no boundary, nor no ending. Do you scoff? Do you shake your head in disbelief? Do you believe, as does Aunt Martha, that my mind is addled by the horrors of war? Do you believe it untrue that my Ray, because of death, hath left me? What matter what you say or what you think? I tell you she is with me always. During the soft, early hours of dawn, when the sun rides the summit, when dusk falls and the shadows lengthen to bring the night, when the wind sings, when the pines mourn, she is near me. This is my story of love that never ends.
David Rudsell, a boy who believes in a love stronger than life or death. This is a story he told me, a story without end. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, and occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these unsolved mysteries have been changed. In several of these unsolved mysteries, the police have been faced with the problem of a murderer who could gain access to a room locked and bolted on the inside, and then, his crime committed, leave that same room locked and bolted behind him. There was one man to whom these phenomena presented no problem. Harry Houdini, the master magician of all time. And tonight's unsolved mystery is his famous challenge to death. The scene is the outskirts of Liverpool, England. At the home of Mr. Henderson, a group of guests are assembled to meet Mr. Harry Houdini. And among the guests is a Scotland Yard detective inspector who has been working on England's latest unsolved crime. The guests have finished dinner. The men are in the smoking room enjoying cigars and coffee as their hostess, Mrs. Henderson, precedes the ladies into the smoking room.
I know you gentlemen haven't finished your coffee, but the rest of us are really awfully anxious to hear Mr. Houdini.
Oh, delighted, of course. Yes, my dear. But the inspector was in the middle of telling us about Scotland Yard's latest.
Oh, by all means, let's hear that, too.
Well, the thing is really baffling. Here we find a house, doors all bolted and locked, windows barred, and everything tight. The milk hasn't been picked up off the front porch for 3 days. That makes us investigate.
Yes?
We break open the door, find an elderly woman lying before the hearth, dead, murdered. Meal for two set on the table, and 8 witnesses who swear that no one entered or left that house with or without the old woman.
But are your witnesses reliable? How can you be certain that no one entered?
You don't know the old lady's neighbors. They see everything. I suppose, though, that you, Mr. Houdini, don't see anything difficult about the locked and bolted doors, since you're in the habit of getting out of our police handcuffs and our jail cell.
I am not quite as bad as you make me out to be. After all, I make no secret of the fact that I get out of handcuffs and cells and locked safes and all the rest of it by trickery and sleight of hand.
But couldn't a murderer who murdered the old woman have done the same thing? I mean, use the same sort of trickery to get out of the room and house?
But what Mr. Houdini means is that the equipment he uses is all specially prepared.
But I saw Mr. Houdini myself, locked in a steel vault on the stage. And it wasn't a faked vault because the manufacturers were there and testified that it was a genuine safe. And yet you got out of that, Mr. Houdini?
But it was trickery just the same. You see, the safe had to be brought onto the stage before the performance started.
Yes,
Well, what about it? Well, before the curtain went up, I had removed the strong steel springs and substituted weak soft springs in their place. And so, opening the safe was simple. I replaced the original steel springs, of course, before the safe was returned to the manufacturers.
Simple as that, eh?
Oh, yes, Inspector. That trick is simplicity itself.
And yet there are people who insist that you must be a spiritualist, capable of, shall we say, disembodying yourself?
These people who make these claims are fake spiritualists. They're just furious at me because I expose their trickery. But,
Yes, Mr. Houdini? But what?
I have determined to do a trick. One in which I shall not use a trick box or a trick rope, and I shall do it underwater.
I don't understand.
Listen, I shall be placed in an ordinary packing case. It may be examined by experts while it is being manufactured so that there can be no trickery.
Go on.
Then, when I am placed inside, the lid, consisting of 3 pieces, will be nailed in place.
Yes, we follow.
Then the box, or the case, will be roped, lifted on a tackle to the deck of a tugboat, moved out to the middle of the harbor, and lowered into the water.
But, Mr. Houdini...
Wait. Oh, I can see every move. In 2 minutes and 8 seconds, the box will be raised to the surface.
And the world will have lost the greatest magician of the age. You, Mr. Houdini, will be drowned.
No, sir, I shall be seated on the lid of the steel nailed and rope box.
but you'll be drowned.
You'll be drowned. I shall not be drowned. And if I am, it will prove...
Prove what?
Never mind that at present. Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow forenoon.
What do you mean, tomorrow forenoon?
I shall do this new trick tomorrow forenoon at the docks, in the mouth of the Mersey River. I shall call it... Let me see. I have it. Harry Houdini in the challenge to death.
Not only was Harry Houdini the master of magicians, but also he was a master showman. The morning's papers carried the story of his challenge to death. The police tried to interfere on the grounds that he was endangering his life, but arrangements went ahead, and at 5 minutes to 12 on the crowded and noisy waterfront, the tugboat Elsie whistled that she was ready for her part of the experiment.
The tug's all ready, Mr. Houdini.
And everything is ready here?
Yes, sir, we're all ready.
Then I suppose I'd better get inside of the box.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't, Mr. Houdini. I'm afraid.
Oh, but no. Do not be afraid.
Well, I'm just as afraid, Mr. Houdini.
Now. I am depending on you to see that everything is done properly.
Harry Houdini stepped into the wooden packing case. 2 burly carpenters stepped forward, placed the 3-planked lid in place, and nailed the lid down. With every blow of the hammer, those of the waiting crowd feel their hearts beat faster. The rope, a stout 1-inch rope, is tied about the packing case. The hook of the hoisting line is slipped about the rope, and at a signal, the derrick hoists the packing case and its human cargo over the edge of the dock.
Hoist away there! Lower away!
I'm cold with fear.
So am I couldn't sleep all night.
30 seconds. Time seems to be standing still.
He must have been down long enough to get out.
He hasn't had time to do anything yet. 1 minute.
I think we've got to hoist the packing case.
Yes, we should never have let him do this.
Yeah, you can't do that. I have my orders, Mr. Houdini.
Yes, but you can't let him drown after all. The experiment... Are they going to hoist him up now?
No, not yet. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, this is awful. It's quite like attending an execution.
Yes, only worse.
What if the packing case should slip off the hook and go to the bottom? Yes. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. And if it's already done that and landed upside down...
2 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hoist away!
The dripping case is hoisted out of the water, and there, seated on the lid, holding to the rope, is Harry Houdini. The tugboat moves to the wharf. The packing case is examined and found nailed in place. Once again, Harry Houdini has been successful. In just a moment, you will hear the solution to the mystery of Harry Houdini's trick, the challenge to death. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is once again Mr. Henderson's home in Liverpool, England. Mr. Harry Houdini is explaining his most famous and spectacular trick, the challenge to death.
Well, of course, Mr. Houdini, we all saw the trick performed, but even now it still seems impossible.
As the inspector said yesterday, once a thing is explained, it is simplicity itself. You see, I know much from study that the audience reaction is of two widely different qualities.
How is that, Mr. Houdini?
To begin with, when the trick, any trick, is commenced, the attention is all directed toward the article employed. The box is examined to see that it is genuine, the rope to see that it is strong, and the nails to see that they are real. But, and here is the great point. When the trick has succeeded, the audience has eyes only for the performer of the trick.
But even then, I still don't see how...
I am explaining to you now the process of thought that precedes the working out of the details. Knowing that the audience will watch me once the trick is over. I, in turn, know that if I remove myself from the vicinity of the packing case while it is being brought ashore, no one will pay the slightest attention to it. They are all too busy seeing that I, personally, am not up to any more tricks. They ignore my assistants, who are guarding the packing case.
But that doesn't explain how you got out.
Getting out of the case? That was easy. It was getting the lid back ready for inspection. That was the chief worry. You see, when I stepped into the packing case, I carried with me a very small but very powerful pair of nail cutters, thin enough to slip between the lid and the case. And as soon as the nails were driven home by the carpenters, I cut them between the lid and the box. As soon as the packing case was submerged, I slipped the 3 boards of the lid to one side and clambered out. Then I replaced the 3 boards and sat on them to hold them securely in place. When the box was hoisted to the deck of the tugboat, I left my assistants to remove the cut nails and replace them with the same type of nail. All this they did hidden behind the canvas covering on the ship's rail while the crowd was watching me at the stern of the boat.
Then if you got out as easily and as quickly as that, why did you keep us in suspense?
My friend, for that very reason, to keep you in suspense. Else, there would be no reason for my calling the trick the challenge to death.
Mr. Houdini, you said something yesterday, that if you were drowned, it would prove something.
I did. It would have proved for all time that I was not a spiritualist using my astral body to perform disappearance tricks.
Yes, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine because Roma wines taste better. Taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, bring you Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines present Mr. Elliot Reed in Dead of Night, a suspense play produced for Shenley by William Spears.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, those better tasting California wines. This is the month of June, when hearts are gay and wedding bells ring, when the new bride is toasted and the brides of yesteryear are honored with traditional champagne. So remember the occasion. Slay it with Roma Champagne, a superb bulk processed sparkling wine, and discover better taste at its brilliant best. You'll find the golden goodness of sparkling Roma Champagne the crowning touch to every festive occasion, whether it be wedding reception or anniversary, formal dinner, or just friendly entertaining at home. Yet for all its premium quality, Roma Champagne now actually costs you less. At new low prices, Roma Champagne, or any Roma wine, is your best buy in better taste. And now, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Elliot Reed in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
Helen and I had never been apart since our folks died. Never before that summer when I got a job at a mountain resort. She was supposed to go with me, wait on tables or something, and it was to be our vacation. But at the last minute, she decided to stay in town. She figured her boyfriend, Steve, might be coming home on furlough. I should have known better. My sister was such a kid. But I let her talk me into it, and I went alone. That was the beginning of the whole thing. That's when she met him, Phil Armstrong. If I hadn't gone away that summer, I guess Phil would be alive today. All during the time I was gone, Helen didn't write much, and what letters I did get didn't seem natural, so I was anxious to finish my job and get home. I expected her to be at the bus station, but she wasn't, and when I got to the apartment, I could hear someone moving inside. The door was locked, so I knocked. Helen!
Who is it?
It's me.
Jimmy?
Yeah. Open the door.
Oh, Jimmy, just a minute.
Well, since when have you taken to locking the door in the daytime? Helen, what did you do to yourself? Your face. Were you in an accident?
I fell, Jimmy. I fell and I hurt myself.
Your eyes swollen shut. Let me look at it.
Jimmy, I have something to tell you.
What are these suitcases doing here?
You and I are going away, Jimmy. We've got to get out of here. I've packed everything.
We're going no place till you tell me what this is all about.
While you were gone, I got married.
Married? You mean Steve was here on furlough?
No, Jimmy, not to Steve.
Not... But you were engaged to him.
I know, but I got a letter from him right after you left. He married someone he met where he was stationed.
Oh, Helen. Gee.
I was pretty upset, Jimmy, and that's when I met Phil Armstrong.
But, gee, I think you might have
I don't even know the guy.
No, neither did I. But I was unhappy.
You just don't go off and marry someone you don't know.
That's what I did, Jimmy. Now we've got to get out of here.
But why?
Because there's been trouble.
What kind of trouble?
I'm afraid, Jimmy. He's terrible. He takes something. I don't know what, but sometimes he's just crazy.
Helen.
Yes?
Your face. You didn't fall.
No.
He did that. I'll kill him.
Or he'll kill you. That's what I mean. That's why we've got to get away.
You can get a divorce, can't you?
No, he threatened me if I even tried to get one.
We'll put him under a peace bond.
What good would a peace bond be, Jimmy? If he killed one of us.
So I let her talk me into running away. I guess I shouldn't have. But I knew that if I saw him after what he'd done to her... Well, anyhow, she looked so frightened. I thought it best to let her do it her way. We got to Santa Monica that night, and we stopped at a motel near the water. Well, a week slipped by, and Helen seemed to be forgetting. She didn't jump every time someone knocked at the door. I managed to get a job at one of the shooting concessions on the pier, and we both began to feel good for a while. Then one night late, as I came home from work, I heard voices coming from our apartment. I knew who it was, and I knew from what Helen had told me it would be foolish for me to go in unarmed. So I ran back to the shooting concession. I knew something was going to happen. It didn't take long, but when I got back, the lights were out, and the sound of voices was gone. I tried the door. It was very dark. And then my foot struck something soft and heavy on the floor. I snapped on the switch, and the room was flooded with light. And I looked down into a dead man's face. Oh! I stood there shivering with cold and terror, looking down at that man. Although I'd never seen him in life, I knew this was Phil, her husband. There was a deep gash over his eye, and the blood still flowed from it onto the floor. I stepped over him and I ran into the bedroom. Helen! Helen! But there was no one in the bedroom or in the kitchen. And then I heard the front door open.
Oh, Jerry!
Close that door, Helen.
Jimmy!
Close it, do you hear me? Be quiet. Turn the lights out. Be quiet, I tell you.
Oh, Jimmy. What have I let you in for?
Stay where you are. Shh. Don't move, Helen.
Who is it?
I don't know. Keep quiet.
Jimmy, it's Mrs. Gordon. She's going to unlock the door.
Just a minute, Mrs. Gordon. I'll get something on.
Jimmy, what's going on in there? All the tenants have been complaining.
Oh, some friends of mine, Mrs. Gordon. They were having a party. They're gone now.
Jimmy Barton, you should be ashamed of yourself. Open this door. I want to talk to you.
I'm not dressed. I was taking a shower.
Well, slip something on.
I'm tired. I was just going to bed.
Jimmy, I told you I wanted to talk to you. Now, will you open this door?
She has a pass key, Jimmy.
All right, Mrs. Gordon. Just let me get some clothes on. I didn't know what to do. I knew that she was determined to come in. Mrs. Gordon is a nosy old woman. But she meant well. She'd taken it upon herself to mother Helen and me since the first minute she'd laid eyes on us. And we'd had a time keeping her out of the apartment with her pots of jam and her bowls of soup.
What'll we do, Jimmy?
Helen, take him by the feet.
No!
Helen, take him by the feet. We started half dragging, half carrying him towards the bedroom, the rugs slipping along the floor as we moved. We'd just gotten into the bedroom and then...
As long as your mother isn't here to look after you, I'm going to do it myself.
We can't leave him here. She might come into the bedroom.
Quick, the bathroom.
Jimmy, where are you?
Jimmy, what if she comes in here?
Pull back those shower curtains.
Jimmy, we can't.
Don't argue. Pull them back.
Jimmy, I can't get his legs in.
Here, I'll double them up. There. Now pull the curtains together.
Jimmy, what's been going on in here? Look at my rugs. Has there been a fight?
Just a minute, Mrs. Gordon.
Jimmy, what's on this floor? And I on this gas heater? Is it blood?
Jimmy! Get me a razor out of the medicine chest.
Here, what are you going to do?
Never mind. Stay where you are. I'm coming, Mrs. Gordon.
Well, just as I suspected. You've been fighting. You've hurt yourself. Here, let me see your hand.
It isn't bad, Mrs. Gordon.
Well, no wonder you didn't want me to come in. Where's Helen?
She's out. She hasn't been here all evening.
Here, let's look at your hand.
It isn't bad, Mrs. Gordon.
You let me see that hand. There. Why, Jimmy, this is a bad gash. Have you disinfected it?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Well, let me bandage it for you.
No, this towel's all right.
It's not all right. Where are your bandages and things? In the bathroom?
No. I don't have any.
You're just saying that, Jimmy Barton, because you don't want to be bandaged. You're not fooling me. And I'm going right into the bathroom and get some.
No, not the bath. I mean, I don't have any.
Well, I'll just see for myself.
No, Mrs. Gordon.
Jimmy, you've dripped blood all over this floor. Here, let's look in this medicine closet. There. I knew it. Here's some tape and some gauze, too.
Mrs. Gordon, can't we do this in the living room?
No, we'll do it right here. Now, here's some alcohol. Put your hand over here.
We stood there, and she bandaged me. And I kept wondering where Helen had gone. And then I saw the shower curtain move slightly. And I knew. For a moment, I thought Mrs. Gordon had seen it move, too.
Jimmy, just look at that shower curtain.
Yes.
Goodness, you've smeared that with blood, too. I'd better clean things up before Helen gets home. You'll scare the life out of her.
No, I'll clean it up, Mrs. Gordon. You've done enough. Thanks very much for taking care of this hand.
Well, all right, if you don't want me to. Now, you'd better get some sleep. I'll see you in the morning. Good night, Jimmy.
Good night, Mrs. Gordon.
Jimmy.
Shh, Helen.
Oh, I had to hide someplace, and it was terrible.
I know. It was the only thing you could do.
Oh, Jimmy.
Yes?
Jimmy, I forgot to tell you that I'm having some painting done tomorrow, so you'll have to be out of here early. It's hard enough getting painters these days without making them wait for my tenants to get up.
All right, Mrs. Gordon. I'll be out first thing in the morning.
Good night.
Good night.
I have to get him out of here.
Yeah.
Where will we take him?
I don't know. I've got to think. Helen, you try and rest.
Jimmy, let me get to the police. Let me tell him that I did it. Let me tell him what he was. They won't do anything to me.
No, you try and rest. What time is it?
About 6.
I've got 2 hours before the painters get here.
What are you going to do?
Well, there's the car. No one will see us if we take him through the service porch into the garage.
Then what?
I don't know, but that'll get him out of here anyway. I think I can do it alone, Helen.
Listen, Jimmy, we're in this mess because of me. And I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Elliot Reed in Dead of Night. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Presented by Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, those better tasting wines that come from California's finest vineyards to enrich your table, to enhance the hospitality of your home. To bring you better tasting wine, Roma selects and presses California's choicest grapes. Then Roma vintners with ancient skill and winemaking resources, unmatched in America, guide this sun-drenched grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. These fine wines are placed with other Roma wines of years before, and from these reserves, the world's greatest reserves of fine wine, Roma later selects for your enjoyment. Now you can enjoy the premium quality of your favorite Roma California wine at savings up to 20%. Tomorrow, as a special after-dinner treat, try rich Roma Port or mellow Muscatel. Be sure to ask for Roma, America's favorite wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Elliot Reed as Jimmy Barton, with Kathy Lewis as Helen, in Dead of Night, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
When I went into the bathroom, the The shower curtains were standing open. His legs had slipped from their cramped position, and they'd pushed themselves into the room. He sat there with his head twisted down and his chin digging into his chest. I took a washcloth and It was awful. I wiped the blood off his face. Just in case anyone saw us. They might think he was just sick. Then I tried to lift him, but I slipped, and his head made a hollow sound as it thumped down on the shower floor. Helen helped me get him into the luggage compartment of the car.
Where are we going, Jimmy?
Helen, won't you stay in the apartment, please?
No, I couldn't. I'm going with you.
All right, come on.
Lucky it's so foggy.
Yeah. What time is it?
5 or 7.
The fog will be clearing soon. It'll be harder getting him out of the car
Jimmy.
than... What?
Jimmy, there's a Santa Monica Pier. You can drive cars out to the end of it. Maybe we
Yeah. It's worth a try anyway. We'll have to act fast. That fog's clearing. You stay here. I can manage alone this
I'll
time.
help you, Jimmy.
You stay here this time.
All right. Call me if you need me.
I'll go around to the back. Keep your eyes open.
All right. Jimmy, someone's coming.
Who is it?
I can't see it. Jimmy, it's a policeman.
What?
It's a policeman. Jimmy.
Oh, it's Slugger Vanda. He's patrolman on the pier. Hal. Hello, Slugger.
Well, when do you get your sleep, Jimmy? While you're working?
Yeah, Slugger. But I couldn't seem to remember if I'd locked up the old shooting gallery. So I came over this morning to have a look around.
Oh, I see.
This is my sister, Slugger. Helen, this is Slugger Vanda.
How do you do?
Hello. Well, you're an early riser, too, huh?
Yes.
Well, the fog's clearing up. Looks like we're going to get some sun today for a change.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be getting back. Think I'll try and catch a few more hours sleep. So long.
Yeah, so long. Oh, say, Jimmy.
Yeah?
Say, Jim, I have to take my wife over to a nursery today and pick up some plants and stuff, and I don't have a trunk on my car. I wonder if you let me use your car.
Why, you have to drive me over to Malibu this afternoon, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'd forgotten.
Well, you can drive over in my car. How's that?
Well, you see...
Your brother thinks I'll wreck that beautiful car of his?
Oh, it isn't that, Slugger.
Okay, then, okay. I'll be over about noon. I'll leave my car for you till I get back.
I won't be home at noon,
Well,
Slugger.
then I'll meet you at the entrance to the pier. How's that?
All right, Slugger.
Why'd you say you'd meet him?
Oh, if I don't, he'll go over to the apartment looking for you. I mean, for us. And I don't want a policeman going over there.
Oh.
As we drove along the ocean, the fog cleared up rapidly. It was almost 8 o'clock, and some kids were already out on the beach playing around. Then I saw a group of early picnickers. They were unloading their blankets and umbrellas and things. I guess it was from them that I got the idea. From seeing them. Listen, Helen, I'm going to let you out of this car. You can't help me with what I have to do now.
No. Jimmy, I'm staying with you.
Don't argue, Helen.
I'm not leaving you, Jimmy.
We can't go back to the apartment with the painters there, and we can't leave him in the car. Slugger's liable to see us and pin us down to using it. There's only one place left.
Where, Jimmy?
Helen, get out of this car, do you hear?
Well, but Jimmy,
I haven't time to argue with you. Get out.
I won't do it, Jimmy.
Yes, you will. If I have to push you out.
Jimmy, you're hurting me.
There. Now, go back to the apartment. Get off that running board, Helen.
I can't leave you alone, Jimmy. I want to help you.
I'm not blaming you for killing him, Helen. But now you've got to do as I say.
What? What did you say?
I don't blame you for what you did. He deserved it. But now you've got to help me handle things.
Jimmy, you've got to let me explain.
Goodbye, Helen.
Jimmy! Jimmy!
I watched her out of the mirror. She kept calling me. I drove on as fast as I could. I knew that what I was going to do was one chance in a million. But I knew I had to take it. And I didn't want her to be part of it. If I could keep him on the beach that whole day, then maybe I'd be able to get rid of him when night fell. It wasn't until after I stopped that I realized I'd driven right back to a strip of beach not far from the apartment. I had my swimming shorts and a blanket and a towel in the car, and I got out. I looked around carefully, and then I opened the luggage compartment. It was the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life, but I started taking his clothes off. I managed to get my shorts onto him. Lucky we were pretty near the same size. Then I closed the door, and I went out onto the beach, and I spread my blanket out on the sand, and I went back for him. When there were no cars in sight, I carried him over to where I'd spread my blanket, and I placed him on it, face down, with his hands folded over his head, as though we were sunbathing. Then I spread my towel out a short distance from him, and I laid down on it, and I tried to look relaxed. People didn't start to arrive until about an hour later, and gradually little groups of sunbathers started to form. He and I, we looked no different from the others. No one paid any attention to us, and I was beginning to feel that everything was going to be easy once it was dark again. But
I've been looking all over for you.
what? Oh, hello, Mrs. Gordon.
Where's Helen?
Isn't she in the apartment?
Well, no. And what time did you go out this morning?
I couldn't sleep.
Say, didn't Helen come in at all last night?
Oh, yes, she did. But she left early, too. Said she was going into Los Angeles.
Oh, and I left her a note to tell her I was going down to the beach today. I was so worried about her. Say, the painters came, Jimmy, and everything's a mess. You know, I think I'll just sit here with you for a while. You're not with anyone, are you?
No, I'm not.
Wish I brought some oil along. Looks like it's going to be a hot day. These things these days that start off foggy are deceiving, you know.
Yeah, they are.
This is a real treat for me, Jimmy. I never get out on the beach. I think I'll have a nice day of rest for a change. Later we can get some sandwiches. The treat's on me.
Well, Mrs. Gordon, no. I hadn't planned on spending the day at the beach.
It'll be good for you, Jimmy. Not healthy for a boy your age to be working all night and sleeping all day.
But, Mrs. Gordon, Oh.
Say, Jimmy, you know that man over there?
Which one?
That one right there.
No, I don't know him.
He's lying so still. His back's going to get an awful burn.
Yeah.
You suppose he's asleep? Say, it isn't good to sleep in the sun.
Mrs. Gordon, will the painters be finished by this afternoon?
I hope so. You know, a person can get an awful burn on a day like this. Somebody ought to speak to him.
Mrs. Gordon, wouldn't you like to go for a walk?
Oh, I'm not one for walking. You can go ahead if you like.
Well,
Come on, Dick, pitch it over here. Oh, those kids. You children, stop that. You're getting sand all over me.
Sorry, lady.
There's no need to play ball here. There's a playground over by the pier. Now get away from here.
Don't pay no attention to her. She don't own the beach. Pitch it over here.
Oh, we hit that guy in the beaver.
Now see what they've done. They've hit that poor man. Now they'll get what's coming to them.
Mrs. Gordon, are you sure you don't want to go up and get some sandwiches or something? I'll stay.
Not until I see those two hoodlums get what they deserve.
Sorry, mister. We have our ball.
Look at that. Ball's right in the crook of that man's arm. He's pretending he's asleep. He's not going to hand it to them. But just wait till they reach for it. He'll give them something besides their ball.
Hey, mister, could we...
What are you waiting for, Dickie? It's our ball. Just take it. Go on, take it. Here, I'll get it. Thanks, mister. For you.
What's the matter?
Hey, he's cold.
What did you say?
He's cold, lady. His arm's like ice. I just touched him.
Why don't you...
Well, you probably hurt him.
A little ball like this couldn't hurt nobody.
Well, nevertheless, it did. Here, let's have a look.
And then she started moving toward him. I knew it was useless to try and stop her. And she reached over and put her hand on his back. And suddenly she was screaming.
This man's dead! This man's dead!
Before long, there was a crowd of people around us. And someone called the police. I wanted to run, but I knew that would be the wrong thing to do. So I stayed there, numb like watching things. When the police came, they started questioning everyone.
Now, what do you
Mrs. Gordon was first.
But he'd been there all morning. I came early, and he was here already, just like that, with his face down, just like he was sunbathing.
Was there anyone else around when you arrived?
Well, yes, Jimmy was here. He was here all alone with him, weren't you, Jimmy?
Yes. Yes, I was.
Doesn't anyone know the man? Hey, I told you kids to keep away, do you hear?
We discovered him, didn't we? If it hadn't have been for us,
Yeah. You don't even know a clue when you see one. Look at his fingernails.
See, the child's right, officer. Look.
What's that? Let's see. It looks like powder, something flaky. You sure none of you people around here recognize him?
Well, I've never seen him. Officer, that blanket he's lying on, it's from my motel.
Sure.
See? It's stamped right under where you moved his hand. Seaside Motor Cabins.
You sure he wasn't registered?
I'm positive.
Is there anyone around here from your motel?
Look, Jimmy. Here comes Helen. She's crying.
Mrs. Gordon, I asked you if there's anybody around here from your motel.
Well, yes, Jimmy Barton here. And that girl, she's his sister. They've been with us for several weeks.
And suddenly everyone was looking at me and at Helen as she ran towards us. And like a fool, I too started to run in Helen's direction to ward her off. I didn't get far, though, for someone caught me by the arm.
Jimmy, I've been looking all over for you.
Don't say anything, Helen. Let me do the talking. Don't say anything.
Jimmy, when you forced me out of the car this morning, you said you didn't blame me for having killed him.
Helen, be still. Don't.
Jimmy, I didn't kill him. I thought you had. I was helping you get rid of him because I thought you'd done it.
Helen, are you telling the truth?
I swear it, Jimmy. Phil and I were quarreling. He'd been taking something again. He was just like he was crazy. And I knew there'd be trouble when you came home from work, so I got out the back way and I went looking for you on the pier, and when I couldn't find you, I went back to the apartment and I found him on the floor. I thought you...
But Helen, why didn't you say so?
You didn't give me a chance, Jimmy. You just took it for granted that I...
Then who did kill him, Helen?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nobody killed him.
What are you talking about?
I went to the apartment a little while ago to wait for you. And while I was there, I remembered about Phil last night. How strangely he'd acted, Jimmy. And how he'd almost fallen several times while we were quarreling. And then I saw the gas heater, Jimmy. There was a sharp edge on the top of it with blood on it. He must have fallen. He must have.
But, Helen, we've no way of proving that.
There was something else, Jimmy. The wall above the heater was scratched. There might be fingerprints. There might be.
Officer.
Yeah?
That flaky stuff you found under his fingernails. That might have been plaster.
I think we better get down to the station.
Oh, Jimmy, they've got to believe us.
Don't cry, Helen. As long as we know that we didn't do it, that's all that matters. Everything's going to be all right. Don't cry anymore. Well, that's about it. Lucky for us, everything checked pretty well back at the motel, and the autopsy showed he was full of some kind of drug. They call it highly toxic. But I guess it was really Mrs. Gordon who saved our necks for us, besides talking so loud and so long that they'd have probably acquitted us just to be rid of her. She did dig up a witness who'd heard Helen and Phil quarreling, and who'd seen Helen leave alone after he'd threatened her. Well, everything's all right now. Helen and I are beginning to forget. But it's Mrs. Gordon who's making quite a nuisance of herself on the beach these days as she goes along poking all the sunbathers and asking if they're sure they're all right.
Now we will hear from the star of tonight's show, Mr. Elliot Reed.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to appear on tonight's broadcast of Suspense. For the next 3 weeks, Suspense will originate from New York, when you will hear Eva Le Gallienne, Alan Baxter, and Gloria Swanson. Good night.
Tonight's Suspense play was written by Mel Donnelly. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss Eva Le Gallienne as star of Suspense. Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
Among Americans whose wine cellars are superbly stocked, the choice is
Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, the best serve Cresta Blanca California wines from the finest of the vines. As the perfect prelude to dining or for distinguished entertaining, serve a Cresta Blanca sherry. They're among the great sherries of the world, and there's one for every taste, every occasion. Your dealer features these famous sherries as well as other choice Cresta Blanca wines at unusually attractive prices. Schenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
Listen to Suspense next week, same time, same station. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
By transcription.
Yes, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine because Roma wines taste better. Taste better because only Roma selects from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines for your pleasure. And now, Roma Wines of Fresno, California, that's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines bring you Suspense. Tonight from New York, Roma Wines present Miss Eva Le Gallienne, distinguished star of the New York stage in Phobia, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Schenley by William Spear. Now, Roma Wines bring you Eva Le Gallienne in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Yes, I'm the Emily Haven whose pictures you saw in the papers. You can tell, of course, by the wheelchair. I thought it was very unkind of them to take full-length pictures. It isn't that I resent the wheelchair, but people have funny ideas about such things. The way they wrote about me being a sweet little lady, you'd have thought I was at least 100 and a helpless invalid. Well, I can tell you right now I'm neither. I'm not supposed to have any excitement, but goodness knows we've had enough of that around here with the murder and all. You probably wonder why, with all our money, I don't have one of those new type modern chairs. It's just that I can't stand the feel of metal. No metal. It affects me like snakes or spiders do some people. I've always been that way. When I was a child, Mother let me use knives and forks with bone handles, and I still use them. I'm certainly glad that the papers didn't find out about that, all about Grace. They almost found out about Grace once and printed large headlines. Police question wealthy woman. You probably don't remember it because they never did learn why she was questioned. That was some time ago. Grace had just returned from shopping.
Emily, I'm home.
In here, Grace? Did you bring my book?
Yes, here you are. And I brought another one I thought you'd like. I'm tired.
Sit down. We'll have Anna bring some tea. Let's have a look at your loot.
What do you mean by that?
Why, the things you bought, of course.
Oh, I guess I'm so tired I'm jumpy.
Come.
There's two gentlemen to see you, Mum.
Oh, bring some hot tea, please, Anna. Do you like something to eat, Grace?
Not till dinner.
Just tea, then, Anna, and show the gentleman in.
Yes, Mum. Why don't we let her go and get someone who doesn't answer yes, Mum, to everything?
Well, you know we couldn't replace Anna. She knows us too well.
Why do you say that?
Well, you are jumpy. I only meant that she knows our likes and dislikes and humors us.
I suppose you're right, but I don't like the way she watches.
Oh, that's just Anna's way. She doesn't mean anything by it.
Mrs. Haven.
Yes?
I am Henry Lane. I'm assistant store manager at Bradlock's.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lane?
One of our store detectives observed your sister's unusual actions today and reported them to Sergeant Cole. Oh, pardon me, this is Sergeant Cole.
How do you do? I didn't want to turn it in till I talked to Lane here.
Yes. Yes, Sergeant Cole wisely came to me, and we are here to rectify the error.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, Mr. Lane.
I'm sure there's a satisfactory explanation to your sister's behavior.
Well, get to the point.
What he's trying to say is that I took some things from the store without paying for them.
Grace.
That's what was reported to me.
You admit that you took these things?
I just admitted it.
Why, Grace?
Impulse, I guess.
But you have plenty of money.
I know. I think that's what starts the impulse.
You mean you've had the impulse before?
Is that an official or a social question?
Well, don't be flippant.
I'm not. The whole thing is a farce. We've always gotten everything we want by signing a check, and we'll continue to do so. You think if I were anyone else, we'd be sitting here like this?
Miss Haven,
No, I'd be sitting in jail waiting to be questioned.
I'm at a loss.
I've taken things before and probably will again. Mostly I don't even want the things. It's the thrill of taking them.
You've said enough, Grace.
Are you going to arrest me now, Sergeant?
Arrest you?
Grace, will you see if Anna's made tea and bring 2 extra cups?
And a checkbook?
Grace.
I'm sorry.
This comes as a shock to me.
Beats anything I ever heard. Believe me, I regret having to trouble you like this.
Oh, you've been very considerate. I'm sure we can rectify the entire matter. If you'd care to estimate the amount.
It sounds like a bribe.
No, not at all. Let us say retribution.
Oh, I don't know.
I feel that it's only right that you should receive something for your time and regard, Sergeant.
I don't know, lady. I don't want to press charges.
And in the future, Mr. Lane, if you will assign someone to watch my sister when she's shopping in your store, you may send the bill for the unpaid items to me.
Yes. There may be a slight fee.
Oh, yes, I understand. Now, if you'll hand me my pen and checkbook.
Of course.
Thank you. Now, let me see. There you are.
Haven,
I think I hear Anna coming with the tea. It was a dreary tea. There were little frosted cakes. Sergeant Cole dropped crumbs all over the rug. And Mr. Lane said, between noisy sips. Grace seemed to enjoy it, though. She sat and watched one and then the other. She has an unusual sense of humor. That was the way Mr. Lane started coming to our house. I don't know how it happened, but eventually we were calling him Henry. He was pleasant enough, and I think we might have been friends if he hadn't learned about me, too, entirely by accident. He'd been bringing up presents from the store, and although I suspected that he'd gotten them in the same manner that Grace did, it was a nice, thoughtful thing to do. One night when he came, he was feeling playful.
Well, how are the 2 lovely ladies tonight?
Oh, very well, thank you. Henry?
Isn't he gallant tonight?
It isn't difficult to be gallant with you.
Now put your heels together and kiss our hands.
Oh, great.
Want to see what I brought for you?
Yes, Uncle Henry.
Uncle? Oh, you have such a charming way of jesting.
Yes, we do have our little jokes.
Don't tease, Henry.
Show us what you brought.
You shall be surprised first.
How nice.
And I will put it on you. Now, turn around with your back to me. No, don't look. There.
A necklace. A silver necklace. Just what I wanted.
Very attractive on you, Grace.
Thank you, Henry.
And now for Emily.
Oh, don't ask me to turn my back.
No. Just hold out your hand. Close your eyes and hold out your hand.
Oh, that seems so childish, Henry.
Play the game.
Oh, very well.
Are you ready? There.
Henry, no!
Emily, what is the matter? It's only a silver compact.
It's a metal. I can't stand the feel of metal. May sound silly, it may be silly, but I do think my phobia saved my life. As you know, we have a large amount of silver in the house, and although I have an aversion to touching it, I like to see it around. Grace is always bringing home some piece. It reminds me, I wonder if she... Oh, no matter. Oh, I'm awfully tired. So awfully tired. Would you excuse me a moment? I think I'll just have to lie down for a moment. Yes.
Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Eva Le Gallion in Phobia. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Presented by Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, those better-tasting California wines that add so much to the daily joy of good living. There's a reason why Roma wines are so much better tasting. The better taste of Roma begins with the lush goodness of choice California grapes, tenderly pressed and guided, unhurriedly, with the ancient skill of Roma master vintners and America's greatest winemaking resources. Then these Roma wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before. And from these precious reserves, the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, Roma later brings you those better-tasting Roma wines, America's favorite wines. Tomorrow, add the sparkle of genius to dinner. Delight your family or guests with robust Roma California Burgundy or fragrant Roma Sauterne. Now, at new low prices, Roma table wines are more than ever your best buy in better taste. That's why more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now, Roma wines bring back to our New York soundstage Eva Le Gallion as Emily Haven in Phobia, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Oh, yes. Where was I? Oh, well. One night, Grace was out for the evening, and Anna had gone to bed. I was sitting here in my chair reading. Suddenly, I thought I heard someone moving in the hall. I called out, but no one answered, so I thought it was my imagination. And then I heard it again. I sat very still, listening, and watching the hall door. As I watched, the knob began to turn. Someone was slowly pulling the door open. Anna! Grace! Anna, is that you? Answer me. What? Who are you? Why do you have your face covered?
Keep quiet.
I will not keep quiet. What do you have in that case?
I said keep quiet.
Silver. That's our silver.
I don't want no trouble with you.
You put that silver back or you'll have trouble. I'll phone the police. I'll call for help.
This says you won't.
Don't point that gun at me. You can't scare me with that. I haven't long to live anyway.
You ain't gonna have long to live if you don't stop that yapping.
Stay where you are. Do you hear me? Stay away.
Now, look here, sister. I ain't kidding.
Now, you look here. You ought to be ashamed, a great big man with a gun robbing a helpless lady in a wheelchair.
I warned you.
Besides that, you're very rude. Take your hat off in the house.
Hey, what is this?
If you want to come into my house, you learn some manners and then knock on the door. Now, set that silver down and leave the room.
Looks like I'm going to have to tie something over your face so that I can get away.
Don't you touch me! Don't touch me!
What is it, Mom?
A man.
A man? What man? What did he do?
The gun. The metal. He touched my neck. With his gun. Anna became very excited and called the police. Heaven knows why. The man was gone and he had left the silver. I put her in her place by having her wash all the silverware and put it away. Sergeant Cole was furious when he came. It seems that he wanted to check for fingerprints. He was mollified, however, when he found fingerprints on the silver cabinet. I hadn't thought of that, so Anna had to wash that, too. Sergeant Cole came back to tell us that the fingerprints belonged to a man by the name of Mr. Scorchy Hood. He was wanted by the police because he had escaped from some penitentiary and was what Sergeant Cole called a chiller. Mr. Hood was called Scorchy because he always shot people from close range and usually in the neck. Sergeant Cole thought it was very amusing when I said if he was going to kill me, he would have to stand back. I wouldn't have him touch me with that gun. Did you read those uncouth headlines in the papers? Wealthy woman matched for murderer. Haven defeats Hood. They made me sound like a pugilist. The papers are so unkind to people with money. One morning, Anna came into the room without knocking, so I said, Anna, I didn't ring.
I've got to talk to you, Mom.
Very well, Anna. What is it?
It's about my brooch, the one my mother gave me.
Well, what about your brooch?
It's gone, Mom.
You mean you lost it?
No, I didn't lose it. It was in my room, and now it's gone.
Well, you probably mislaid it.
No, I didn't, Mom. I always keep it pinned to my Sunday dress, and it's not there.
I don't see how I can help you.
I thought maybe you'd like to replace it.
Oh? What kind of pin was it?
It was a cameo. But this time I thought I'd like to have one with some diamonds and little pearls.
I don't understand.
I've been cleaning Miss Grace's room.
You've been snooping, Anna?
Just cleaning, Mom. I did kind of look for my brooch.
I see.
Do you want your pen, Miss Emily?
Oh, yes, Anna. Hand me my pen. Thank you. Let's see. There you are. You think that will replace the brooch?
Oh, yes, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Well, payday in the middle of the month?
Yes. I mean, no, it's just a little...
Token, Miss Grace. Token of what?
Let's call it pin money. That will be all, Anna.
Thank you, Mom. Now, Mom, you tell me what this is all about?
It's nothing, Grace, really.
When you sign a check, it can't be classified as nothing.
It was a pin for Anna.
That isn't very funny, Emily. Pin money for a pin? What about a pin?
She, lost it.
Lost it? Oh, I see.
Now, let's not talk about it anymore, Grace.
But I want to talk about it. Poor dear, anyone can get money from you, can't they?
Grace, please.
And they have my impulses. I've never taken anything from the servants yet.
Grace, where are you going? What are you going to do?
To collect and deliver. You just purchased a pin. And I'm going to find it and wear it.
Grace is so impulsive. She's always been good to me. She brings me nice surprises. Sometimes I get a bill for them. And when I don't, I enjoy them even more. Grace is really very serious-minded, and she worries about trifles like leaving me alone with Henry. Henry never was dull, always full of new ideas. I've never told her that he proposed to me. It came as a complete surprise. We were sitting before the fire.
Emily, I need more money.
I gave you a check last week, Henry, for your relief fund. It isn't very clear in my mind what relief fund that was for.
Well, that doesn't matter now. The point is that I need a great deal more money.
What's it for this time?
For me, Emily.
Oh, Henry, you disappoint me. So much more fun when you try to fool me.
Oh, I'm tired of that. I think I'd like to marry into the family.
That's out of the question. I'm sure Grace would never consider it.
Grace?
Who else? Good heavens, you don't mean...
Oh, yes. You, Emily.
Now, why would you want to marry a woman in a wheelchair?
You just gave the reason. You haven't long to live, Emily. After you're gone, as your husband, I'd inherit a
I think you'd better go, Henry.
Go? Not until I've had my answer.
What kind of a proposal is that? Will you and your money marry me? Oh, no. You'll have to do better than that.
Perhaps I can.
Henry, what are you doing with that candlestick?
I'm going to persuade you.
Oh, you can beat me to death. I won't change my mind.
You misunderstand, Emily. I'm not going to beat you. I'm going to caress you with it.
Henry,
your
you
hands,
wouldn't.
Your arms, your throat, your back, perhaps.
No, Henry. No. Now, listen to me. Let's talk.
I don't want to talk. I want to caress you.
No, keep away. Don't touch me. Keep away. I will. Put the candlestick down.
Very well. I don't like to excite you like this. It isn't good for you.
How soon do you want to be married, Henry?
Immediately? How about tomorrow?
So soon?
When you make up your mind to do something, why wait?
I suppose you're right. Oh, I would like some tea. Henry, would you...
Shall I ring for Anna?
Well, she's asleep by now. Why don't you get it?
Yes, leave it to me. Just leave everything to me.
I was annoyed at Henry for his crassness. It was very tiresome of him to be so crude. I wheeled my chair about the room. I have a habit of doing that when I'm disturbed. Presently, I heard Henry returning with the tea. The door opened a little. And then there was that deafening explosion of a gun. The house was filled with echoes. The door stood motionless for a moment, then slammed shut. I was too stunned to move. I just sat and looked at the door. I tried once to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I was still sitting there when the police came. It wasn't Sergeant Cole. It was a new man called Inspector Wells. I think there was a man with him, but I'm a little confused about that night. Henry had been shot and was lying against the door. That was why the door wouldn't open. The gun was on the floor beside him. The inspector asked a lot of questions, and everyone talked at once. I'll tell you like I told him. After the shot, I don't remember hearing footsteps or the door outside close. It may have happened, but I was too excited to remember. Anna tried to make the inspector believe that Grace had killed Henry. She told him about the gun. Anna has spells of being difficult. I think it's because of the pin. She doesn't like Grace to wear it. They took Henry away, and we went to bed. The hall was a mess. We had to have the carpet cleaned, and there are still some tea stains on the walls. The next morning I made a discovery that I thought would interest the inspector, so I phoned him, and he came right out.
Morning, Miss Haven.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
You say you found a brooch in the hall?
Yes, this one. Under a chair, Inspector.
Do you know who it belongs to?
To our maid, Anna.
Kind of fancy for a maid, isn't it? Diamonds and small pearls.
Emily bought it for her.
That's quite a gift.
We like to keep our help satisfied.
I'd like to talk to her.
I'll call her.
Who killed Henry, Inspector?
Don't know yet. We're having the gun checked for fingerprints.
Is that all the police do? Check fingerprints?
You ring, Mum.
Yes, Anna, come in. The inspector wants to ask you some questions.
Yes, Mum.
Did you see Henry Lane last night?
You mean while he was alive?
Yes. Did you see him before he was shot?
Only for a minute.
When was that?
I heard a noise in the kitchen, and I looked in to see who it was.
That was when he went for the tea.
Trust Anna to look in.
Did you speak to him?
Maybe a few words.
Did you like Mr. Lane?
Like him? I did not. He was no gentleman.
Why do you say that, Anna?
He used to say unkind things to me.
Is this your pin?
Why, yes. Where'd you get it?
It was found under a chair in the hall.
It couldn't have been. I didn't have it on last night.
You mean you weren't wearing it when you shot him?
Shot him? Oh, my goodness, you don't think I shot him?
Right now, we suspect everyone.
Oh, I didn't kill him. Honest, I didn't. Oh, please, tell him I didn't, Mom. You tell him.
Oh, Inspector, it's just occurred to me. I've made a horrible mistake. I remember now that I saw Anna wearing that pin when she served breakfast this morning.
So? She couldn't have dropped it last night. Oh, thank you, Mom. Thank you.
I don't think the inspector was convinced when he left. He didn't say he wasn't. He looked unconvinced. Was kind of a fib, but it was worth it. Anna has been an angel ever since. She cleans Grace's room and never sees a thing. She even returns some things that Grace didn't know were missing. I gave Anna the pin, and she put it back on her Sunday dress. The inspector phoned around noon. He was very excited. He said the blurred fingerprints on the gun belonged to Mr. Scorchy Hood, and that we should be very careful, as he hadn't been caught and he was dangerous. I asked him how we should go about being careful. He said to lock the doors and windows, and they would send a man to watch the house. I didn't think we needed to worry, but somehow I couldn't believe Mr. Scorchy Hood wanted to hear me scream again. But about 10 o'clock, Grace and I were sitting here discussing Humphrey Bogart when the whole hall door opened.
Don't move.
I've no intention of moving. What do you want?
Shut up, sister.
Don't call me sister. My name is Emily. And this is my sister, Grace.
How do you do?
This ain't no social call.
Well, I'm glad to see you've uncovered your face. I don't know why you should cover it. It really isn't an unpleasant face at all.
Don't stall. It won't do you no good.
Did you come to kill us?
You guessed it, sister.
Grace.
Grace. Hey, what are you doing to me? Trying to confuse me?
Why should you want to kill us, Mr. Hood?
Because you made people laugh at me. The papers made fun of me. I can't stand that.
Well, it seems to me you brought it on yourself. You came uninvited in the first place.
What kind of talk is that? Sure I did, and I come the same way this time.
If you're going to kill me, you'll have to stand away from me. You see, I have a phobia.
A what?
A phobia. It's something I can't help.
Huh.
Why don't you stand over there?
Why?
On account of my phobia. It'd be better if you stood there.
Yes?
No, a little farther.
Now?
Yes, I think that's better. Oh, Grace, will you straighten the rug?
Never mind.
It worked. I guess he's unconscious. I'll call the man across the street.
Oh, Grace, look what you've done. When he hit his head on the table, he spilled the flowers. Now that water will make white spots on the varnish. That's the way it happened. You know the rest. How Mr. Hood was wanted for several murders, so they executed him. I'm rather sorry it's all over. Seems dull around here now, and I did so want to enjoy my last days. The doctor says I've only 6 months at the most. I haven't told Grace my time is so short. It would cause her to fret. Grace worries so. That's why I didn't tell her that I took the gun and shot Henry as he opened the door, and then tossed the gun into the hall before he slumped against the door and pushed it shut. I hadn't even told her that Mr. Scorchy Hood dropped his gun that time when I screamed. You see, I didn't handle the gun with my shawl to save his fingerprints. It's just that I can't stand the feel of metal. Can't stand the feel of metal. They've been so kind, everybody. Here, I mean, in the prison hospital. Oh, you must excuse me. I'm so drowsy. They've let me have my own bed even from home. I couldn't lie on the prison cot they have, you know, with the metal and all.
Suspense. Tonight, Roma Wines have brought you Miss Eva Le Gallion in Phobia, a suspense play written by Joel Hunt. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Mr. Alan Baxter as star of Suspense. Produced for Shanley by William Spear. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Alan Baxter, Gloria Swanson, and others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.